My level of concern is like astronomically high. So no, I mean, obviously, exactly. Come on, cry me a river, man. So he has to wear like, probably has 175 leather jackets and he swaps them out every other day. But you know, whatever, he has to cut that in half. It's not a big deal.
How did you know? That's exactly how many he has, actually. I was reading an article about that.
We just make some ish up around here. Yeah. Look, it might be gimmicky for me off the open today on NVIDIA because it was SSR yesterday. So it was 10% to the downside. And when a stock like this goes SSR, short sell restriction, so you can only hit the bid to go short if there's an uptick. When that happens on something this big, I'm thinking the first available like level that tries to hold the dip price and shake out some, essentially shake out some shorts would be like the even dollar level I'd look for. Right now, that's setting up like 106. 105 would have been obvious when we sat down this morning because that was an overnight low and then it held it all morning long. So if it's able to hold the 105 or the 106, like, or even just right now on those pre-market lows, I'd look for that dip and rip, make a bottom, get back up through an even dollar level, go for like a relief rally long. There was this selling in the afternoon right around here. You see this 109 level? That's where forget about VWAP, it's above VWAP right now. That's where if it got to here, I'd like the out for longs. And I'm not saying I would go short at that price level, but if we get to 109 and selling comes in, that's the price I'd respect first. And then after that into 111.5. I do feel like AMD is a strong name today. And we'll get to, actually, AMD's next on the list, so we can talk about AMD separately.
Yeah, look, yesterday, no joking aside here. We talked about this on the recap show. Make sure you join me or Neil every day at 4 o'clock. Yesterday was a historic day. It was the biggest one-day loss of any company ever in history. So yesterday, NVIDIA lost over $280 billion. That's 4 Intels. It lost in one day, okay? So they lost literally like more money in market cap, but it's not lost, right? It's all unrealized. Whatever it was, it was. But yesterday, $280 billion, the biggest one-day loss of one company ever. Judson, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I think NVIDIA will be back, but that's pretty crazy when you think about it. And then I looked up what NVIDIA or what Intel's market cap is, 80 billion. 280 billion. So they wiped out. Uber is like 150 billion. So they wiped out almost 2 Ubers yesterday. I mean, this market, what goes up must come down. And we've seen that many, many times in the history of the stock market. We saw Meta go from 500 down to 100, back to 550. We saw Netflix go from 700 down to 130 or something like that. And then all the way back up now to $700 again or whatever it's at now, right? These names will get wiped out. And it's already happening. This is 140 down to $100. We've already been down to 90. That was already a 35% correction. You're getting it now. They didn't like the report. They only produced 33 billion or whatever in revenue. And it's getting hit, right? I really like their customer base, and I don't think it's a problem that 20% of their business is coming from Microsoft. These hyperscalers need these guys. And not only that, it's also a story moving forward, right? I mean, the software and everything that's built in now into all this AI, as consumers start to use it more, we get more base case scenarios for the use of AI. And I think we're still in early innings. But yesterday we lost going long, man. And it doesn't really matter what your opinion is. Like, at the end of the day, whatever we lost, we lost. We'll do fine today. But I think now you got to look at this pre-market break of 105.60 again to think that there's going to be some more pain coming in here. If the market continues to sell off, I mean, it's still down. It had a nice run. NVIDIA about an hour ago was a little worse than this, down about 2%. I still think that's in jeopardy, that 105 there. And then as Sharif mentioned, yesterday's hold of 105, pretty interesting. We'll see if it can continue to do that here today. So a nice move down in. Here's sort of the hold at 105. Looks like it's going to break to me, man. And if it does, we want to get short. And then if we're wrong, we punch out almost immediately. There's been no time yesterday. Like if you would have just shorted 112 here, it broke maybe a couple times, went back up to 112.50 maybe at most, and then it started to collapse back in. Some of these breaks that actually you might have looked at, like right into here, this is 110. There's the 110 hold. You got to get out if it breaks because it loses, but then it breaks again, and then it's down here. So let's see what today brings. I wrote down here, let's just wait a few minutes because the market could bump up. I thought a good shorting area here, and I was just using the 20-minute. If we really rip up, what about 112? Again, just kind of, I don't know, if we can get above 111, let's see if it pushes too much higher than that. I think like 111 and change up to 112 where the 50-period moving average is. I think that could be something. So we'll see about NVIDIA. But for right now, I think the play that you have to look for is this 105.50 break. Because if it breaks that, I think it goes to 105. So that's 50 cents. You can get out of half of your position maybe. And then if that 105 breaks, then you can sort of even cascade down with it and add to your position. So I think there's some opportunities here with NVIDIA today. That is for sure. And then you got $100, right? I mean, what will happen at 100? A little bit of dancing opportunities right here. Okay, here we go. So,
oh boy,
there it is. All right, so you can probably guess.
Oh boy,
what is in here. Before we go on, I'm going to thank because Juan sent me the message here. This is from Mark L. That's all we know. Mark L in the chat. So we want to say thank you so much to that.
Salute, Mark.
So Neil, open it up.
Yeah, let's see. We got to do. Well, there's a couple, so let's open.
Hold on a second. Let me open. No. Let me open this. Oh shoot.
Yeah,
okay,
they got the.
Or their.
Oh yeah, they got the seal on it because it's. All right, so we got a little standard. There's what you guys can see in there.
I just brutalized mine. Here,
honey glaze.
Open the wrong one.
Why did I open the wrong one?
Trust me.
Oh
there we go. You see what I'm saying?
Woo!
I cannot let that happen. Neil has to be the one to open that. Those are the world famous apple fritters. Yeah. So thank you so much, Mark L.
Hey, Mark.
And then I did not mean to interrupt, but I had to there because I needed Neil to get that joyous moment in your day. Right there. And then there's another one. That Boston Cream, I think, would be the favorite of this one, but nice assortment there. And this is Tim Hortons. So go trade QSR. RBI
oh, you did, didn't you?
Stock there for Tim Hortons. So
yeah, buddy.
There we go. Thank you so much, Mark L. I'm not sure if you're still in the chat, but that's the
thank you, Mark.
That we have. So thank you so much.
What were we talking about?
We're done. We just did NVIDIA.
Okay. Back to the desk. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at Moomoo. If the economy's got you nervous about a recession and tech stocks are all over the place, you should really check out Moomoo's cash sweep. They're offering a sweet 8.1% APY right now, way better than most stocks are pulling in. Moomoo is awesome, all-in-one investing app that's partnered with the NASDAQ and backed by the SEC. Your money's safe, insured up to $500,000, so no worries there. That's 8.1% APY. Isn't just for show. Your uninvested cash earns interest 24/7. You can put it out wherever you need it. So when tech starts turning around, you can jump right back in with that cash, giving some extra earning power. Don't let your money just chill when it could be doing more for you. Sign up now, fund your account, and you'll snag 15 free stocks and up to $300 in transfer bonuses. If you're in Canada, you'll be able to receive up to $2,300 in rewards. Just scan the QR code. Link is below in the description as well. Shout out to our friends over at Moomoo. We were discussing briefly there earlier. AMD this morning picking up former NVIDIA exec, trying to get some of that NVIDIA positivity. Paying off so far, 2.5%. Big red day yesterday, though.
Yeah, so this Keith Stryer individual, he's going to be the Senior Vice President of Global AI Markets. Previously, he did work at NVIDIA as Vice President of Worldwide AI Initiatives. That's going to be his role here. He's going to be looking to expand AI on a world scale. A couple of other headlines here. Well, another headline here with respect to AMD. They're going to present today at the Goldman Sachs Communicopia Technology Conference, slated to start at about 3:25 Eastern Time, 12:25 Pacific. So we'll be on the lookout for that, Brendo.
I just had like donut smell.
I can smell it.
Venturing over here.
Hopefully my egg waft will be able to...
We'll kill it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good call.
It's one of the worst calls I've ever heard in my life. You want to have egg smells over donut smells? Egg smell?
I don't even know where to begin with
the donut
that.
smell, man.
I don't know where to begin.
But Sharif's, to have Sharif's back, the concoction that he has here every morning smells great.
No, it does. But it's not like
talking
straight
about the egg smell.
Yeah, egg smell is not...
Rather than freshly baked pastries.
I mean, now this smell... Now that fresh baked goods, Sharif, you need,
They're freshly
you need
baked.
to
It says
check
right-
yourself
freshly says right
a
on the
second
box.
there. Freshly made. Huh? What? You don't want huh?
He's tempting. All right. Yeah. So as Neil enjoys that, we'll let him finish that bite right there, or what inhaling of the Dutchie. Oh, I used to like Dutchies actually, but
They're like
they got rid
half
of
out
those.
of
Yeah,
ten.
yeah. The apple fritter's still there. They used to have blueberry fritter. They kind of bring those back, and then I don't know if it's a summer.
I love those too, but Apple's where it's at.
Yeah. All right. AMD up 2.5, right? I mean, obviously a good story there as they starting to poach some, I was going to say traders, some executives and talent, I guess, at the end of the day. That's always going to happen in business, right? I mean, you're going to lose guys and girls, doesn't matter which as you go. So nice move to the upside here for AMD, up 2.5%. I still say fade all of this, but maybe a little bit too early to think about it. That's why I wanted to give the market a couple minutes. I mean, this has been a brutal move down, right? I mean, yesterday we wrote down yesterday, see if we can short 150. And we even wrote down, hey, if we ever get to 152, that would be a great short. But the short party started real early. And like what Adam said in the chat there about nailing Coinbase, it's just like at some point you got to say, all right, what exactly is this percentage doing? And is it just getting set up to get hit right back down? So I want to see that. Let's see if the bulls come in and get this thing into this 142 area. If we do, then I think yesterday, sort of where we tried to battle back from yesterday, right? We can open up this right here. Came back into this area, then fell. So I think this is a decent short area, 142.50 or so for AMD. And we're a lot closer now than we were an hour ago. So I feel like that is a play. But I don't want to, again, be sitting here shorting as it's ripping up. Let's let it settle down, and if we have to, we'll play it on a much calmer basis, not in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes, I think you just got to be really patient today because, like for NVIDIA to me, like that was more of like an SSR bounce early, but AMD, I want to see, can it hold 139 off the open? There was a distinct on the 15-minute, there was a distinct curl in this 139 to 140 area. Like you consolidated for an hour, and then that's where everything broke down. So if you hold that support, or even the 140, I think you can get up to that 142. So if we're holding that range, I'd rather look long on this name. And if you're underneath 139, I'm not fighting it. If you're underneath 139, I guess you're headed right back down to the lows, and they don't like the news after all. And even if it gets past 142, I could easily see 43, 44, anything out and about to the 45 level. I'd be patiently looking for a curl. You have to remember, okay, it's all well and good that they're able to get this AI guy from NVIDIA. From a valuation standpoint, like their growth isn't as big, and they're still relatively expensive. So there's a reason why it had been performing so relatively weak. It can run. We've seen it happen before. If the buyers step in at that 39 support, I have no issues respecting that level and looking for trend long. Like that's going to be the first look. But if you get anywhere adjacent to that 45 level or out in front of it, it's more like a 44.5, technically speaking. You start getting up into that range, and I got to be thinking fade on AMD. It would seem to me to be way too much given what we had yesterday, and it hasn't been that healthy of a stock. So I don't mind these early bounce plays, but we saw what happens when those trends reverse early on. And I'm just going to, just as an example, there's nothing wrong with taking your money. If there's a big move in the market early and you get a bounce, like I'm talking about something that happened early on Meta, went like $5 and gave it up. You had Tesla do something similar to that, like Tesla was running and it gave you multiple dollars before failing 220 and then it was a fade the rest of the day. That's where you don't want to get trapped. If it gives you that early move, nothing wrong with banking it on the long side and then just being patient and seeing if you have the continuation instead of just hoping it'll be a long all day just because it's strong.
Just noting, DLTR, their earnings call was 8 o'clock this morning, but I'm just trying to make a new low right now, coming off a report that was not good 71 coming into play right now for DLTR. There's also DKS, as we mentioned on the earnings front.
Yeah, look, Dollar Tree is having a hard time here. So are some of these dollar stores. We've seen Walmart, Costco, and some of these other larger retailers really do well while these ones pull back a little bit. Here's the look. So their revenue was up 0.7% year over year. That's quite anemic. Increase in comparable sales, same number, 0.7%. They missed the consensus estimate on EPS, so they missed on earnings, and their outlook was absolutely brutal. Q3 revenue guidance lowered, Q3 EPS lowered, and full year outlook lower below consensus. A tough look for them here. Truist maintaining their coverage with a buy and a price target of 140, Brendo, but it's down already 13%.
DKS just starting to get going here, back to the downside as well. I'll double check on that. I haven't seen any comments coming through, but it could be a call for Dix right now as well, guys.
Yeah, that would make some sense. You're now back into 2020 territory for a Dollar Tree here, and that's never a good thing for a retailer. I don't know how many times you can say it, but if the stock price is telling you things are as bad as the worst it could have ever been for retailers, and that's not a good thing. You still have this is here. That's 81. We're at 71. All you have left is on a weekly chart. The first support here at about $68, and then the actual COVID bottom was $61 for Dollar Tree. So until it gets there, that 68 would be the next big level. I think it's a look for the short and just find it where you can. If it ends up breaking, right now pre-market high is at 74. If that gets taken out, I'm not thinking shorts. I'm thinking it's probably squeezing to the upside or a relief rally. VWAP sits at 72. This is a let it settle and try to join the short and look for a trend, at least until it gets to that 68 level. And if 68 breaks, all you got left is the COVID low. And pull out the weekly chart to go try and find that one on Dollar Tree. I think it's nasty. We didn't necessarily expect them to do any fireworks here based on what already happened to Dollar General, but that's not a stock. If you look at Dollar General, which I think unsurprisingly is gapping down itself on sympathy, if you looked at what happened to it, it gapped down. It tried to pop off the open, so you had to be really patient. It did a pop off the open of about $5 or $6, and then just trended down for that day, and then the next day, and a little bit of a relief rally yesterday, and now gapping down again. So I'm just thinking a similar pattern here for Dollar Tree, because Dollar General showed us the blueprint.
Yeah, we had Justin on yesterday, and he was talking about Dollar Tree and Dollar General, and just watch out for their guide and everything like that. So yeah, unfortunately, that the beat up names keep getting beat up here as we go. I'm watching out for the TQQs as well. Yeah, we got that little story about Uber. I don't really know why I went from Dollar Tree to Uber here, but I just wanted to note, because I was just looking at the chart. You are at a breaking spot here for this name as well, in and around $71. So this could be, again, kind of looks like a flat bottom break maybe, but it's not that aggressive. That would be more if you were sort of breaking down into here. But at the end of the day, this 71 break, sometimes we travel into these magical levels, and the 50 period would be in and around 69, and then that's right where the 200 is as well. So I'm looking at this as a possible breakdown here, down 1% for Uber. No volume, so 200,000 shares, but just looks pretty sparse. It must be one or so big orders. But we'll wait to see now what happens for Uber today. Thinking a 71 break might be something to look at. Is, by the way, it's only 9:20. NVIDIA right here is pulling back in. So there's the 200 period. All right, so something to look out for now, 106.50. We talked about possibly hitting this as a short. And then we said also, let's give it some time. But I'm not going to hit anything in the pre-market. Let's just see what happens. If it comes screaming into this off the open, we will take a third of a position on that, because I don't want to miss that move. And then I'm sitting here saying, wow, we talked about that, but we didn't do it because it was too early. So we will lower our shares on early trades, but we'll still be in them, I hope.
All right, Zscaler here, the next on the list. Big move to the downside this morning as well, to the tune of about 18% at the lows. We're bouncing ever so slightly here. I'm just counting. There's 7 on the first page here of analyst moves to the downside on Zscaler as well, coming off miss for them.
So this was a good report, Brendo, until you got to the guidance, and then it all fell apart there. So better than expected Q4 results. EPS exceeded analyst expectations. Revenue grew 30% year over year, but here's where it really all falls apart. The full year earnings guidance dropped significantly. The street wanted $3.01. They're printing $2.81, or they're guiding $2.81. Also, revenue guidance missed as well. So we'll keep an eye on this. And they're also, one side of the coin here, which is not bad, is that they actually reported 32% increase in deferred revenue. Deferred revenue is a good gauge for possible future growth. So down, but two sides of the coin.
Just on DKS real quick, their earnings call was 8 a.m. So yeah, session lows here, but nothing right now for Dix, guys.
Yeah, speaking of session lows, Zscaler. The reason Dollar Tree over Zscaler, retail, and we've sort of seen that with Dollar General and the way that moves, so there's a bit of a blueprint. But then the second part is Zscaler is right at it's obvious support on the daily. Like, it just twice it's already bounced off this level. Today would be a third, of 156 on the daily, and it's right there essentially near that bottom. So it's a theoretical bounce zone for Zscaler. If I see it trying to SSR bounce in the middle of the day off 156, I'd probably take a shot at that. But as far as looking for the continuation short, just like Dollar Tree, a little bit better compared to Zscaler. The stock had been doing relatively well. It was above the 50 period. It was above the 200 on the daily. Check that. It was at the 200 on the daily, and it was above the 50 period. And now you're right back retesting some lows. Not a lot of pre-market volume either. The spread is currently exactly $1 on Zscaler. So I think you want to let this one open up. But that 156, that's a little bit too much of a support level on the daily to look for a continuation short down here. I'll probably sit this one out and look at Dollar Tree instead.
Yeah, not a good sign here. Zscaler right now only a short float of 5%, so it's not even, I guess it's shorted, but it's not heavily shorted. Again, cybersecurity, cloud-based platform, not going to be good. And that's the problem when you guide lower. I mean, stocks are priced based on what the future expectation is, right? So, you get a little bit of a problem there. I just look over at another software company, Palantir. Part of it's going to be on the back of some of these bad reports that came through, right? So right now, Palantir continues to get hit down. We're now below $30. I actually want to short up here, the 200 period moving average in and around 31. We got to there yesterday, and then we fell. We got there twice. That top was 31.13. I'll give it a little bit of room, 31, but not much, like 31.05 or so. Yesterday, we topped out there in and around that area. This would probably be one we missed because I don't think it pops up. But yesterday, it did this. Remember, we lost early yesterday because we were going long into where we thought there was some support. And then we're like, oh, wow. It dropped over about 90 cents there from top to bottom and then ripped right back up that same 90 cents, but could not break where it had sort of rested the day before. That was 31.60. So there is a possibility for this name to go through 31. So let's not give it too much room and look at right here. That's yesterday's VWAP for Palantir, 31.05. So I'm going to try to short this name as we get into 31, but only trying to give it about 20 cents. Trying to look for our average price to be around 30.80 or so to see if we can hold that out. Because I feel like if it fades that, we could easily get a move back into this 30.40, which gives us 2-1. So we'll take that in and around 30.80 for Palantir. That's another name here that's on today's sticky note. With only 5 minutes to go, we have Palantir as a short. I'm already sitting there with an order. That's the only current bid or offer that I have in the market today is on Palantir, about $1 higher.
All right, just checking out Nike here. I don't see anything, but lots of volume for NKE. Just made a session low, as well as probably just this dart pool dump that we got early on this morning. Intel also downside in a pretty big way, although trying to bounce right now. Broadcom not making it pleasant for them this morning after testing an Intel product. We'll get to that in a sec, but huge, another chip name, huge down day yesterday.
Yeah, Brendo. So we know that the turnaround strategy here for Intel is going to be the foundry business. So this is what we're going to talk about right now. So Broadcom conducted tests on Intel's 18A manufacturing process using silicon wafers. It revealed that the process is not viable for high volume production. So Broadcom hasn't made a decision whether they're going to continue with Intel to be the foundry for this new chip or whether they're going to look elsewhere. Intel's response is they say they're maintaining their fast track to be able to produce these. And, they didn't offer any more comments specific to Broadcom, but down 2 1/3.
Yeah, more negativity for the semiconductor group as a whole. It's just triple checking here on Nike, but I don't see much, guys. Just broke that session low, it looks like, for an NKE.
Yeah, so the imbalances hit for the NASDAQ at 925. NVIDIA was 2.3 million sell. Now it's 1.5 million to the sell side. It's the only name that showed up on the locator that wasn't already there before. It's just NVIDIA to the sell side.
And I love how I look down and I see in my notes here, wait a few minutes. Okay, 9:26. All right, we're in. All right, so we're short NVIDIA right now, breaking through that 105.50 area. We talked about if that was going to happen, we were going to take a small piece. So we don't. It's like I said, it's about a third. Well, the shares we were using yesterday, it's not a third. It's like more like a quarter of our position, or sorry, almost a tenth right now. But we are short here on NVIDIA. Again, obviously the way I'm talking, it's not going to be a huge position. I'm trying to bid something out here in front of 105. Yesterday it bounced off 105. We'll wait to see if that hits. But right there, it's NVIDIA. It's a sell. And it just tanked it, right? Like that was a move. It was just at 106. And then all of a sudden that imbalance came out and boom. Remember, this is short sell restricted. So the only way to hit this offer, hit the bid, is selling into it. You have to have shares in order to get this stock lower. So watch out for that. You could get a bounce off that just superficial early, but right now NVIDIA is short, and I'm all over that one. Look, I dumped, we posted this on the show last week, or at least we talked about it anyways. We got out of some Starbucks, and the majority of our, I just typed my name there, and the majority of our Nike shares at 84 and change, maybe 83 and change. I just don't know about the retailer. I mean, this is just continuously moving to the downside here. So we talked about ON. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Finally. Okay, here we go. We talked about ON and some of those other names, Hookah and all that stuff, eating into some of their margins. There it is, man. 105 and change. Just got a piece out. We start the short. I only got out of 20%. And again, we're just going to let this one ride, see what happens there. That 106.50 seems like that could be our stop if we're wrong, the 200 period. All right, over to Sharif with 2 minutes.
All right, guys, we're talking about trend lines today. We're going to continue the themes with trends. So if you're into that kind of thing, check out How to Trade with Adair and I on at 11.
Thank you very much, Sharif. The trend was definitely downside yesterday. NVIDIA just paired to 200,000. So the balance that was there before is no longer there. Intel, very, very quickly, not hard to see. It closed at 2010. It had 20.25 resistance in the afternoon. I think pretty sure I said in the afternoon, you're going to likely look shorts back into that level after covering Intel shorts at that price. That was a bad trail out. But if we get back up in here, 2025, maybe even the 20 even, I'd be looking pop and fade on Intel. I want to think short till it's not. If it's breaking out that quarter and going green on the session, that's a no fight zone for me on Intel. When the imbalances dropped, AMD actually managed to bounce to the upside there. So AMD still looking relatively strong despite that sell imbalance and that drop there on NVIDIA. One more, Tesla. Tesla bounce. I didn't see this on the locator, but it did bounce about $1 heading into the open. I still like this 212. It gets up to 212. I'm looking for a pop and fade. It's morning bottoms and a consolidation level. So about 30 seconds to go in here. Right now, AMD looking relatively strong, as I just said. Tesla popping to the upside, NVIDIA going down. Looking to short pops in INTC, which should be absolutely no surprise. We didn't really talk too much about crypto. But suffice to say, crypto's down again. Don't have any obvious levels for Mara, but I am looking short continuation. But yeah, they can't seem to hold too much of a bid over there on BTC. Adara, it is hump day because it's Wednesday already. Let's ring that bell in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ooh, Tesla's
all right,
strong like a bull.
we are open. We get another fill on NVIDIA there as we go. So we're going to wait to see if it breaks through 105. We do get that 105.15 again on NVIDIA. So good trading there to start the day. We'll take a 105 break, but we're going to let it settle down as we do get that fill. So here it comes right back up to the upside. Watch out. This name could run. If it does, we'll get out at 106.50 if it does run. Tesla's flying to the upside. Okay. I was also watching Amazon, but right now here comes NVIDIA back up to the upside. So a good cover there off the open. Let's see where we go from here.
Okay, Tesla absolutely flying into the upside, up to 212 already. Just double checking. The market's headed to the downside, so Tesla's going counter trend once again. Need this one to calm down a little bit here. Okay, Intel's also going to the upside, so logic.
Chip names are going.
Intel's starting to rally in. If it breaks 20, I'm looking pop and fade on Intel. So we're going to be short this at some point. It's just a matter of where this one decides to calm down. Break down on Affirm did break that flat bottom. So Affirm just broke 40.60 as well. That one heading underneath that support level from yesterday. So a couple of things we're watching. Want to short the pop here in Intel. Affirm just came in. AMD's trying to hold the 139, so that's starting to come down as well. But my eyes are peeled on Intel at $20 here. That's probably the second thing to come in.
Yep, so NVIDIA is coming in as well right now. Coming back to the upside, as Neil has mentioned there a little bit, as this market starts to go. So we'd say we'd be a little bit patient. Amazon breaks 174. We do take a starter position on that one, trying to give this to about 175 or so. Look, we talked about this could be a rally, market day. We'll see if that does come through, man. Still looking to get some more short here on Amazon. Here it comes. I mean, we'll see if it does want to fade out. NVIDIA all the way up here at 106. Let's add a little bit to this short that we already, Yes, then we already have, okay. So we get some there in the 80s. We are looking at like a 106 or so break anyways, to the upside to be wrong. That level right there was we'll give it to 107 to be wrong. So a good little reload there. Now in the money now, 40 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents. Let's take a bid here at the quarters. There it is. We take another one there. So yeah, man, what a difference a day makes as we try to stick to like what we meant to do with our stop orders ready to go as well. There goes Amazon. And again, as it was written right there on the sticky note, here it is, man. It's a 40-cent winner right now for Amazon. We talked about that one. We put it on, breaking through 174. I said, let's see what happens to retail. We saw Costco yesterday downside. It's written right there, 174, one of four ideas, on the sticky note, and it's going, man. Here's a big move. This is a nice trade. Down now 60 cents now in the money for AMZN. Let's see where we go now. As the market's still not doing anything, imagine if it goes down. Where's Amazon going? And there it is right now, a nice little crash in there for Amazon. We're still in the money now, 40 cents on NVIDIA. Let's take another bid, just in case we bounce off of 105 again.
Yeah, Tesla tried at that 12 level. It just busted and went to 13. So I got out when it got to 212.5. But this is just screaming into the upside on Tesla. It definitely needs to calm down a little bit here. Affirm just broke 40. Let me just get a bid. I didn't have any bids in there. Affirm just broke $40. That's headed to the downside. But Tesla's still looking incredibly strong and flying. AMD is looking strong off of the 139. That's a real wick at the open. This tanked about $1.50. Actually, check that, $2 we tanked over on AMD. Caught a bid at 139. Now it's headed back higher. So this is starting to look like a good trap. I feel like it trapped some shorts underneath the 140, and now AMD wants to go. If it holds 140, I should be in there. If we can get 139s, that'd be even better. I'm going to pop on the bid, give it to the local bottom on AMD, which is 138.30-ish. So I want to make sure we have a stop order in there. We talked about how whipsaw action it can be off that open. So I'm not thinking it can't retest some of these prices. You could easily retest the 139 here on AMD. And now that things might have calmed down over there on Tesla, just want to give it a heartbeat. It ran right through that 212. Don't know where top might be, but I'm still thinking do not want to assume first move is going to be where the continuation is on TSLA. Let's go to Adara.
Nice volume spike here for asset entities right off of the open. ASST, this one near day's highs, about 45%. No news on this one. It is a repeat runner. We've seen it running a couple times over the past 2 weeks. Does have a float here of just over 1 million shares. So pretty small float for ASST, guys.
What Neil said there, giving things a minute here to try to settle down. So that's basically what we are doing. I mean, we're trying to let settle down, come in, and see where we go. So NVIDIA right now, we're just adding a little bit to the short here. We're short at 76. So if this can fall back in, let's take something in the 40s, I guess. We are still waiting for another fill in the 20s. So if that comes in, that would be great for us. Okay, here comes a little. Okay, again. You know, yesterday we talked about the losers. Today we go the other way, and we're now short. Even though the market's trying to go a little bit higher here, I'm actually going to cancel my 105.30 or 20 fill, see if we do get another move down. So look at this, short, short, short. This is about as pretty as it gets right now for day trading NVIDIA, shorting all the pops and getting out on the drops. All right, so Amazon, again, another good fill down there. We'll put another fill if the market wants to get back in. Let's put something again in the 40s and then just continue to do what we want to do, right? Look for names. PLTR, yeah.
Tesla's at 415?
Okay, well, you got out of that short, so that was great. Watch out for Tesla. That name can move, boy.
Oh, boy.
Good morning so far, 2 for 2.
Yeah, so look, Tesla's absolutely flying to the upside. Good thing we got out of that one. The other thing that's coming in is Intel. So Intel got to $20. Let it get there. There's your wick, looking a little bit better off the 20 level now. So there's your wick above, a little bit of a reversal candle starting to come in. Allow it to calm down. It's been relatively strong off of the open here on Intel. Oh, come on, don't make me chase it. I don't mind 88. I do not want to chase into the low 80s though. So we're going to grab the short in Intel off that 20 failure, and now Tesla's starting to look a little bit weaker. But we're short that. We're short not AMD, Affirm, and suddenly the market's looking a little bit weaker. This is probably the spot to look for that Tesla short. Now that you got a high of 214.5, and the market's starting to come back in a little bit, so it's looking a little bit better for a shot at Tesla.
All right, I like all that talk. All right, let's just keep looking. So we just actually right there. Good trade. Oh, yeah. I feel bad about it because we own this stock, but right now we are $1 plus. You want to talk about coming back, guys? We said this yesterday, right? To get hit on NVIDIA and not be short. We said that we're going to change that script today. There we go, man. $1.50 now in the money on the short on NVIDIA. We're here for you, man. You have that day. You come right back and look at this. It's a wax job right now. It's on its gates of hell. Goes to the downside for NVIDIA down to 104. Just touch base there. We get out at 104.50 and change. Now, where's the next stop? We all may say we said 100. Well, oopsies, that's a daily chart, which we know don't work very well here. For that, we'll have to zoom back out. But right into here, 104 and change. So nice little trade happening here for us. That little bottom would be 104, I guess. So yeah, let's put another bid here. Let's put another bid at 104. Right now it's been a good one. Let's make sure that it can stay that way. Our out was always going to be a break up here. We talked about the 200 period. So now that's sitting there at 106.30. So well within our realm. But that's what it's all about. You come back better and stronger the very next day. And I think that we've proven that. So
the cat came back?
Yeah, the cat Tina came back. And we're radio every single day.
Is it right what I heard about? I'll ask you later.
Our cat. Yeah, unfortunately, our cat William.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I talked about it on the recap show there. Yeah, he passed away midday yesterday, and it was really sad. But he was a rescue cat.
Kids doing good?
Yeah, the kids were actually they're actually pretty fine with it. I was actually I had a little session with my wife there because we were pretty sad about it, and I felt bad because the kids were at school, and then it was okay, but they came home and he was old and he wasn't doing that well, and he had been dehydrated for a minute, so. Kind of not expected, but
it wasn't a complete.
Yeah, and Baxter was home over the weekend, so that was kind of Baxter's cat too. So
that's good at least.
He got to see it, but Baxter's happy about it. And Baxter, man, that's another complete different story, man. That kid is too much. Now this guy's living in Kensington. This guy's doing everything.
Holla, long Baxter short the market.
Go ahead, yeah.
No, saying long Baxter short the market.
Short Baxter.
You're not shorting Baxter.
I have to. This guy's costing me too much money. I need to make it back somehow. I get.
Flush it.
All
right. Flush the stocks. Except for, apparently there are things going to the upside. People talking about Faraday in there. I don't know. Maybe there's some small caps going up. So Tesla did turn off that 214. It just tagged 213 with a bounce. But what happened yesterday was the huge reversal and off a huge move to the upside. So if that's happening again here today, I want to give this at least until VWAP. We did take the first short that did not win. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you do that, at least you'll be telling us you enjoy the show. Whether you like stocks going up or down, trading is about trading whatever the market's giving you. And right now, that's a reversal just like yesterday. So I just got VWAP on INTC. I think we want to continue that short. But make sure you take your profits. Bank them if you can, because as quickly, look at Tesla. We were just in the money $1. Make sure we grab it, but it's running the highs again. This is a strong stock. This is how you stay in the pocket. Understand that the market can reverse on an absolute dime at any particular moment. A firm's looking okay, but let's go over to Adara at the desk.
So we have to be a pretty good morning here for Faraday Future, FFIE. This one near high of day, trying to break above that $5 level. Not seeing any news on this, but it does run semi-frequently. A short float here of about 11%, market cap about $42.5 million. So FFIE once again here on Watch, guys.
We go, wake up, boy. Let's go, wake up. Let's keep going on that one because, yes, look what's happening today. What a difference a day makes here. There it is. There's our 104. We talked about that could be a spot there where we'd want to get out. So we got out, man. We're only holding now 20% of our position. That was a great out. We just got, it was literally 104.05 or 104.15, 104.15 out right there right now. We did get a little bit of a reload. I probably, we could be wrong on Amazon, and we're fine with that if it takes out this level here of 170. I was going to use 175. Where did I put my stop, just to be exact? It was a break of 175. So if we break above on this one, we'll take the L, obviously, here. Wow, NVIDIA just ripped right back upside into VWAP again.
AMD is flying
right
now.
Okay, Faraday Futures also. We didn't mention that. I don't know what to talk about anymore. There's so much stuff happening. Faraday actually halted. I guess Randy took that $1 or $2 and bought some shares here on Faraday because that's a nice move up there. We know it was reverse split and all that kind of stuff, but there goes Faraday Futures now up 45%. And it looks like, we will have to, I guess, get out of this. Here goes the futures up to zeros now. Like we could get back to flat on the day for the NASDAQ. And if that happens, then one of the strongest names, Amazon, may not work to that downside. We've already taken some out. Here comes NVIDIA. Remember where our stop was? We were going to use 107 right there as our stop, but we don't need to be layered into this one. You don't want to give back what you've made because you make one or two bad decisions. So okay, there it is. So that's our last fill right there. Our stop is already in. If it breaks 107, we gone there on NVIDIA. Good little trade there, though, picking up some shares on the high side.
Yeah, so I was saying there was a big bounce in the market just now. VWAP got reclaimed on AMD, so it didn't get to 139 that second time. It did just bounce off of 140 in VWAP. If it loses that local bottom, this is 139.94 on a 3 minutes, so just underneath the 140 level. I'm going to throw the stop. If we get to the high of the day, that's going to be 141, and I do want to respect that. So if we get to that high, I want to get some out, join the trend into the upside on advanced micro devices. The other thing that happened, Dollar Tree was one heck of a short. Dollar Tree should just rename themselves to Dime Tree at this point because it's going to get to the COVID low. It popped, it faded, it's still fading. It's at $65. It's through. Pull up a weekly chart and then just count all of the prices that it's chewing through right now. I'm not chasing this move. Obviously, I think that would be a little bit reckless. The only thing I can think about is maybe if it does some kind of a pop, look to short the pop. What can you do? I'm going to stop a big fail on myself. You heard me say I prefer shorting that one to the other thing that was down was Zscaler. I should have been in the short. But Tesla got to the price first, and so I went over to Tesla and lost. But that was a big one. I'm going to have a bite of my apple fritter and see where we can get back into the long of AMD after taking some out off of VWAP.
Yeah, man, it's always nice to take, relax, take a little bite out of life right there. All right, 174. So as the market's going, we probably get green. So we'll have to think about what stock is strong and what stocks we want to go long on. Now, I thought that Apple yesterday, when we were talking about 222 and then 220, we're still short NVIDIA. We're short NVIDIA at 16s here. So 106 16s. We're out of the money now, 30 cents. So that's what's happening on NVIDIA. We did get that last short there at 40s, and we got out at 106 10s or whatever that was at the 50 period. We're going to try to see if there's something actionable down here at VWAP before we really lose our mind. Amazon, just good short there. We took some at 174.50. We average it out here at 40s. We're still short on Amazon, but we're short at the 20 level. So that's not a profitable trade as of yet, as Amazon's trying to pull back in. It's a profitable trade because we've taken out profit, but not like the huge winner that I would like to see. So we'll put another bid here, low teens, see if it floats down into VWAP. And then if we break that, then let's see about a little bit of a bottom push now for Amazon. We didn't quite get it, so we're waiting for that one. And then NVIDIA is going the other way. The other name that I wanted to check out on was Uber because we thought that 71 was going to be in jeopardy, but it's going right back up to the upside. So as that, Bank of Canada lowers. I just heard in my ear. So Bank of Canada lowers interest rates there, another quarter point.
Needed.
So good for mortgage talk, but we'll see what that means about the Canadian economy. Let's just go over here and quick. Weakness in economies pulling CPI down. They're just talking about it. But here's Royal
That's
Bank
not what
of
you
Canada not doing a heck of a lot on this move. So I believe that was, and it's funny, like way more in tune with what's expected in the United States than it is in our own country. But right there, I believe that was expected. So another 4.25 overnight rate. So there it is. All right, NVIDIA, here we go, 106, man. It looks like it wants to break one more time upside. If it breaks 107, we're gone. And we'll say, okay, we learned our lesson early, but now we're getting out, and let's try to play momentum here with NVIDIA. Just a little punch out. We're going to let it settle down here so we can get grips on that one again. We're still waiting out for Amazon and FF. I see someone in the chat. I'm glad we at least talked about it.
It's going.
It just halted again upside. So FFIE, bang. Now its tap is 650.
Go
so
figure.
you're up $1 higher already in the auction market here into the reopen of that one. Amazon now 107.50. Amazon, NVIDIA starting to go higher here. Maybe this is just the long, right?
Well, I mean, it might be as the Nasdaq's going up, but AMD just came down. So the Nasdaq broke the highs.
Okay.
Like, okay, well that should be good for the chip long, but it's not. AMD just lost VWAP. The first move got us 140 into about 140.80, and then we just lost VWAP. So going to have to look for something a little different here. It's not what I was expecting for to be up 2% with, I mean, everything flying. Like everything I'm looking at is looking pretty strong. Tesla's still going. NVIDIA's now going. Everything's looking relatively strong here. Need AMD to rejoin that party. Intel's actually about to get back into some of those highs. So it had the wick through 20. Now you're actually breaking higher as well above VWAP on INTC. So a lot of things are looking incredibly strong. Ooh, I just got a reload as well in a firm. So firm got all the way down into like 39.80. I thought it was going to be a flush zone. Suddenly, you're hunting right back into yesterday's lows, right? So yesterday's lows, that's me, the out. We had it on the initial break. It stopped at yesterday's lows, and we got it short again. It went all the way down like 70, 80 cents. Now we're shorted at the same price with the same out on a firm. But everything's looking very, very strong in this moment. All right, I got to get back over to Intel. Like, if the only thing that hasn't broken highs that I'm watching, outside of obviously AMD, is Intel's about to retest that 20 level. So as long as it's underneath the 20, I want to give it that shot again. Let's go to Adara.
Quickly go over that Canada interest rate decision there. So the Bank of Canada, that was in line with forecasts to just have the CAD to the USD ratio here. It was a little bit higher now, kind of forming slightly flat to slightly positive here on the day. We did have the decision here of 4.25% rate. So the forecast was 4.25% in line with expectations. That was a 25 basis point cut from the previous year of 4.5. So just to quickly summarize that BOC rate decision, guys.
All right, so we are a tale of two stories here a little bit. All right, I put it that if it breaks 107, there's NVIDIA right here. So here's NVIDIA actually breaking higher. I didn't think it broke there, so it did. So I actually got long before it broke, but it's still going the upside. We're going to try to play momentum. We talked about that today. If the momentum was going to be upside, let's try to get it. It just breaks that high that we just put in at 107 flat. Like if this market goes, right, we sort of want to be on this name. All right, Amazon there. Nice move down. We got some nice covers. Let's get another one at 174 as that name continues to go one way. All right, so NVIDIA, we're long right now. I'm just going to give this back to that little spot right there, 106.80. And if it doesn't go up and it fails off that level, let's just take small little shots at this name. Okay, here we go. NVIDIA 107.80s we're sitting at right now. Let's put an offer. Oh, we just missed it. Let's go to 78s. There it is. We get that. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to get, there we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a hot dog kind of day right now for us here. Let's see if we can get going now. We were short early, man. We talked about that. That was a good cover, obviously at 104 that we lost. We lost it right there on the day. On the move up higher through 107, and then we're back long now. And it's not a huge win. It's just 30 cents. Let's see if it can get a little bit there. We looked at that 112 area for NVIDIA. I still think that's an area of support maybe, or of resistance maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to, I mean, that's, yeah, I guess you come into here 108 coming into a play, and that's where we're at right now. So 108 maybe goes all the way back here to sort of that day when we dropped down into 90s, came back to 108, then dropped again. So we have to watch out for that play. Now that I see this 108 and change, maybe we should get out of some shares here as we just bounced literally off that top. I mean, we got a bunch of fills up there, so it's okay. And right now, almost back into the dollar club goes Amazon as that's trying to get near the bottom. We'll put some more bids down here, 107.70 or sorry, 107, 173.70, about to fill on Amazon. That's where we're sitting.
So I got to respect the fact that there's clearly like a trend forming on Intel. Since the open, there you go. You guys can see it. There's your trend from pre-market at the open, just after initial short when 20 failed, and then this last little dip held this trend line. So if we cannot break this to the downside, I don't think I want to be adding to shorts. I'm going to try profit in front of it. If we can, if it breaks 20, this could start to turn into a long. Like this could easily consolidate here, break out the top, and then the trend is just clean to set upside. So got to respect that. That's what I'm looking at. Where are we? Tesla is still just an absolute rocket ship to the up. 217.
Still?
Thank goodness. Well, that could have been nasty. But Dollar Tree still doesn't want to really pop. This is the first bounce that I'm seeing here in Dollar Tree. So if it gets to VWAP, I'm looking for a fade on Dollar Tree. I wanted to short the first pop. This would be the first available one for me if it makes a pull into VWAP. It's about $67 for DLTR. Let's go to the desk, Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders. Share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Adara.
Check those guys out. Benzinga, I mean, we got the news in our ear. That's where we got that sort of that update there about Bank of Canada and whatnot. So, okay, here we go. Okay, we're short. So we're kind of doing it again here, although it's 9:52. There goes NVIDIA, nice break lower here. We're only long here at 30s, but it is breaking lower, back down through 107 now. So maybe that top was just what we had seen there. 106.75 was the bottom. That was where we're going to get out. So let's wait to see if that does break. We're going to give ourselves 50 cents worth of a shot here. I mean, I think that's what we've been trying to do. Hold out for a little bit more, see if we can get it, and try to play names the right way. NVIDIA was down at 2 and a bit percent, now only down 1%. And the market went to highs and then faded again off 19,000. So maybe that's going to be a level. We can look at the TQQs for futures plays there as well. But it looks like NVIDIA, again, maybe we'll just look somewhere else because right now it's not really giving any consistent movement. Move down, now move up, now settling. So let's let it settle down. If it does break lower, we'll get out of that and regroup it. Amazon is still 40 cents in the money, and we're kind of just net right now on both these stocks. So, I mean, obviously we wish NVIDIA to go up, but we're very close to getting stopped out of NVDA here underneath 107.
So there's a lot of things moving. I acknowledge, Tesla and Chewy are apparently going. So there are some squeeze names. Tesla, GameStop and Chewy, are going to the upside. So I want to acknowledge it. But my focus right now is, the trend on Intel. If it holds that trend to the upside, looking for a reversal. The market takes 19,000. If the market takes 19,000, I want to look for some reversal plays. And Intel, if it can hold through that 20, does look like one. Dollar Tree's bouncing upside here. I don't know how far this is going to be able to get. VWAP sits at 67. That's a reasonable level. When I pulled out the daily chart, 68 was a big level. If you go all the way back to 2020, crazy on Dollar Tree. So anywhere in that range, I'm looking for that pop and fade here on Dollar Tree. Starting to look a little bit better, but it's down 19%. And I'm not thinking about any longs in Dollar Tree. So FFIE for everybody out there, I did put in the tap. It's now 608. So the theoretical auction price is now 601. Halted a second time. It's still going up. Bit of a squeeze play on FFIE. I think there's some sympathy squeezes. If I had to guess as to why GameStop and Chewy and FFIE are all headed to the upside. Looks like they're just kind of all going together in this moment. I'm not chasing any of these at the top. I don't know the reason why Chewy and GameStop are up.
All right, so we're going to go try to get roughly about 1-to-1 on these reloads here as NVIDIA's back to 107.50. So that's going to be a good call, hopefully, as they come back upside. And there it goes. Let's go, man. We're in the 70s now at the day's high. Back into the day's high right now for NVIDIA. I'm at 70. Like, if it just stops there at 66s, I'd be surprised. So let's see if we can get higher there. I'm not going to change my offer right now, although maybe I will. Let's put an offer at 63. See if we get that one. Wow, we just missed that move higher. We were at 70. I think it went to 68 there, so that's going to suck. Oh, no, come on, man. All right, so maybe it's not our day here on NVIDIA. It just rips all the way up there, and we are waiting right here at 70, right at that top. Let's see if it can get going again up there. Oh, man, we missed that by 2 cents. Okay, it was just a small piece anyways. All right, Amazon, another out there at 174. Like, this name's not going down, apparently, so we'll just scalp it out, put money in our pocket on this name. Hopefully it does make that fall down. Wow, NVIDIA, you really just did that. Okay, nice little dip down now for NVDA. I mean, if the market's not going to go, neither will this, I feel like. But it's definitely stronger than I had thought today. So let's see if NVIDIA now just wants to keep on working, right? I don't want to panic and get out our
Remember Jolts in 5 minutes.
Yeah, Jolt's job offerings. All right, so yeah, that's a good call.
I'm thinking like...
I'll put something in the 30s.
I'm sort of thinking I don't want to jump into something in the 3 minutes before Jolts. So like it means no reload of a position. The only thing I might take a trade on still would be Dollar Tree. I'm going to wait till the other side of the Jolts report to have another look at a few things. So Tesla, thank goodness we got away from that. Like it's just absolutely flying. I'm not thinking 220 is the big level, but until it gets to 220 or we get that Jolts, we're just going to have to be patient and waiting for it. It's Dollar Tree and a VWAP. I almost don't care about I mean, it does matter, but I feel like this is flying around because it's SSR. And if we pop on the number, we're $1 away from VWAP anyways, and that's the place that I wanted to grab this. So I'm just going to be a little bit patient with most other names or any reloads for the next 3 minutes. But Dollar Tree looks like it's going to be a good one. There is some movement still in that FFIE for everybody, although it's looking like it's about to fade the $6 level. Like it broke out after the reopen, got to 640, and then slammed back into the downside on Faraday. So there is some selling going on. I'd be careful about the back end of that. And if this goes to the downside, watch out. Chewy's forming a bit of a top as well. So both of these possibly coming back in, some of those squeeze plays. But I'm not reloading Intel. If it takes out this local high, I'm getting out before Jolts. If it pops and fails the break of 220 after the number, then I would look for a reload. And if it breaks this trend, that's another reason why I might jump and add to the short position. But for now, we're just going to play it by ear. I'm seeing a lot of people talking about Apple as well. Apple taking it on the chin and breaking 219. Really? Yeah, I'm still feeling bearish about some things here. When Apple's breaking down like this, sorry about that, my daily chart's not really loading there. When Apple's breaking down like this, it's hard for me to feel that great about the market taking out these highs. So Apple looking rather weak.
Yeah, not a good one there.
Good.
I was going to go over there for strength from yesterday. But what's weak is right now is Amazon starting to break a little bit lower. We did pretty good, man, to getting out of NVIDIA there. We did not have that very best print. We have a bunch in the 50s trying to go 1 for 1, but we are very, very close to getting broken right here. So we'll see. And I don't think it's necessarily to be involved in a name like this, especially with the jobs number coming. We know that can push the market one way. All you need is just for it to flush a little bit, and we'll get stopped out here, breaking through 175. So I'm well comfortable with that trade, and that does suck, man. We'll go 1 for. Someone in the chat saying, I saw it saying, "Oh, we're all wrong." I mean, I'm 1 for 2 today with a good one right here on Amazon. We will be red on NVIDIA. Just that last trade right there kind of broke lower. So we'll get out of that, and that's what happens. So we'll wait to see what happens right here with only 2 minutes to go. Looks like we want to push a little bit lower on this. That was such a great fill down there. I mean, I don't know how you know to get long or short on that move, but we covered some, which was good, right? If we don't have that cover, maybe a little bit of a different story there. But here goes Faraday, just opens back up and now keeps going higher and higher and higher. Looks like it might halt again. Just opened up at 587. It just needs to go, probably breaking through 650, gets that a halt again right there on Faraday. So get ready. Uber is green. Okay, that could be something that we look at there. And then I know Neil was on Affirm, but Affirm trying to hold 41. I haven't looked at that.
So yeah, a lot of things are going green. It's just I did get a Dollar Tree. It's the first red candle since that opening push to the downside. At least it would be. It curled at 66, but we got the Jolts number and happening now in seconds. Let's get to the desk with Adara.
Biggest number right now is going to be that Jolts job openings number for the month of July. Consensus here, 8.1 million. Previous 8.184 million. Just a couple seconds until we get that number, along with factory orders and core durable goods here for the month of July. We did get Jolts here much lower than expected. So 7.673 million versus estimates of 8.1 million. Factory orders month over month slightly above expectations here, 5% versus the consensus of 4.7%, but much higher than the previous print, negative 3.3%. Factory orders ex transportation 0.4%, higher than the consensus of negative 0.2%. And we also got core durable goods revised slightly lower than expected, 9.8% versus 9.9% expected. As far as tool shop quits go, still waiting on that number, but generally here, that much lower than expected. Joel shop openings worth noting. Also worth noting, they revised the previous number here down to 7.91 million. Big move down in the market on the largest volume candle of the day so far for the S&P 500, with that coming out again in case you missed it. Much lower than expected Jolt's job openings number with a downward revision as well. So interesting look there for the S&P 500 for the whole market. A lot of things losing the bottom here. We do have AMD still up about 1.3%, but continuing to fall here. Initially trading higher after announcing the appointment of former NVIDIA AI exec here, Keith Stryer. We also have Zscaler on watch here, along with Dollar Tree with earnings. Zscaler in particular getting quite a few price target cuts after having lower than expected guidance. What a day, guys.
That's a candle.
Drop it down.
That's what, and that's sort of the thing. You know the number. We talked about Jolt yesterday with Justin, but that's a nasty candle to the downside. I was on the bid already of Intel and got taken out. Like, it went right into those previous support levels and went right in 1970. We had just gotten a Dollar Tree. I said I was going to take that short regardless. It curled off 66. I got 72s. It just bounced off 65 even. Current low of the day, 64 even. If it bounces again off 64, I want to take that one out. But that is a huge reversal on a lot of names just now. And taking it on the chin, we'd already said Apple was taking it on the chin. Certainly that one is trying to find a bid. It touched 218 almost even down there. So that one's starting to look a little bit nasty. Tesla's recovering. That one's still a little bit strong. So Dollar Tree is the only thing I'm in right now, is that did a little bit of a bounce to give us the first fade. Possibly should have been short earlier, but you just go whatever you can. Let's get to the downside over here.
Brankles. All right, spin it right now. We just crushed Amazon, so shout out to all those guys out there. We are nicely positive. Let's go spin it again. We're long NVIDIA down here, man. We bought those dips down there at that 105.80 first, and then we got 106 and change on the break higher. We busted that through there on NVIDIA, so we let it fall down. Then we take the long right there break. So we take the long there, first of all, once we see that that's holding. So again, that's about 30 cents worth of risk at most. And then we break it higher right now on NVDA. And oh boy, was Amazon. Look, we have two trades today, man. One was short 174 on Amazon. We had that. We just covered it at 173 at 10 or whatever that one bid is, maybe even 173 flat. It's NVIDIA that's been sort of the Jekyll and Hyde trade for me today. And we'll be happy with it, man. This goes through 107. We'll be positive on NVIDIA, so we're really liking that one. And then, of course, P&L number one today will be Amazon. So we're really happy with the way this trade has worked out for us. We'll take another fill here at 78. I want the market to now rip. I mean, that was a huge move down on the NASDAQ, man. You could have just easily bought that bottom. I went over there to TQs and was like, do we want that one? But Amazon was absolutely screaming. And there it goes now. Nice move up for NVIDIA, man. It's a dollar club right here. Let's see if we can get back through this 107 area for NVIDIA. Nice move. We've already taken $1 on Amazon. Here goes NVIDIA. Try to get through 107. We just said that would be a spot, and we did not. Did we get a fill up there? Oh, we got a couple. All right, let's go again. Let's see if we can break through 107. Oh no, Fed's Bostic now speaking.
Yeah,
so,
he's gonna make...
all right, Bostic. All right. Yeah, I will in a second. Don't worry. Here we go. 106.90 coming through right now. Another out for NVIDIA. Hit the sirens, man. Good day turning out to be right here. What's up, A?
Potentially part of the reason here for that bounce that we can't know for sure is right after we get that news around 10:02, we start getting comments here from Fed's Bostic, who was not initially on the calendar that I could see, saying that, quote, we must not maintain a restrictive policy stance for too long. Also saying here that, quote, a soft landing for the economy may be within reach. So some generally dovish comments coming out of here from Fed's Bostic, though the market coming right back down. We'll keep an eye and let you guys know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that little shock by Bostic, let's let it calm down, because it looked like I was almost ready to put a re-entry on a breakout on AMD there, and we just pulled right back into VWAP. So AMD's managed to not get to the 139 unless you had that crazy candle. Liquidity down there was almost non-existent. It's about 139.5 it's holding, 140s around VWAP. Let's see where it settles. If it does settle back underneath 140, then I should be targeting 139.5 as an entry point instead of VWAP. VWAP no good on this name. A breakout of the top is certainly in play as well. I don't really mind that notion. Going to go back over to Intel. Now, I said if the trend broke, that would be a reason to add, but that was an acceleration on the number to the downside. So I still want to be short this as long as it's underneath the trend and underneath that $20 level. We'll take that if we get a bit of a pop on INTC. And then back over to Dollar Tree. It's an SSR name. It's short sell restricted. Sometimes you look longs. I'm actually looking short. I trailed it to break even because it caught a bid at an even dollar level. So instead of entering at longs on even dollar holds, I just want to get conservative when it makes an even dollar hold. So it pulled underneath 66 to 65. I got 72s as a short because you can't hit the bid. So understand that when it curls off a level, you can sit on the offer and get taken out as it goes up, but the price that you get when it breaks down an even dollar is just wherever you happen to get the fill. Still looking at VWAP for Dollar Tree over there, and we'll see what happens in Intel, just trying to get back into the upside. And then AMD, which was our initial long, took the L on it. It's starting to look a little bit better. But look how choppy this is on AMD. Clear support underneath 140, clear resistance at about 141. Now I have to play off those levels now that they're established. Forget about the 140 even. That was just a round number.
All right. Right, just looking here at what we're doing. So we only have two positions, and I'm pretty happy with them both, and I think we'll just sit on them for a minute. That is going to be NVIDIA. We just took a piece out at 50. We're long right here now, 106.25. It's not like a super amazing trade yet. I do think we can still break that 107. That's kind of what we're waiting for. We're above VWAP. We're above everything. We're going to give this to 105.50 if it breaks lower. We only have now about a third of the shares that we had. We'd learned our lesson, man. We got a lot out here in the 60s and 70s when it came up. So because we did remember, we already bought 90s. Sorry, I said 80s before. We had bought 90s on the downside, right? And so it was already sort of working out for us. And then we just pushed it higher when we broke through VWAP, thinking like, let's go. And it did go, right? It got to 107 and change before stopping, basically 107 flat. So let's pay attention to that. Hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of a higher move up. If not, Amazon will hopefully fall back in. And we already got, like, look at these fills. When that number came out, and it's a good thing we were flat heading into the number because it allowed us to sort of let this, well, we weren't flat, but we were getting flat. We let it drop back in. We didn't have any bids. So once this fell in, we weren't just covering at the same spots. We let it come back in to be right. So that was a good play. Now we're starting to rip higher, which is fine by me, man. There goes NVIDIA. We just, oh no, I thought it was at 107. Oh, we got to put an offer there. Oh no, there it is. Yes, sir, 87s. So there we go, man. It's $1 right now on, and okay, now it's much more than that as NVIDIA's trying to go back up. There it is. Now it's $1 on NVIDIA, trying to get back up to the upside right now. That 107.60, let's put an offer there. Let's go 107.50. Maybe we'll get that fill, and then we can go after that. So far, so good here on a little bit of a push higher. So far, NVIDIA could print 108. That'd be nice. If that was the case there, trade forever, or whoever wrote that, trade forever, yeah. All right, 107.40s just touched out on. We'll sit there and see if we can get a fill.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, anything can happen. 108, it's only $1 away. It is that high. I have the high at 90 or something like that, like 107.90. I don't know, our thing is wrong. I have to look at the chart. It says like 107.90 is that high. So it would be a flat top breakout and a double top, which is the same thing AMD is going to try to do any second now, which is take out the morning highs. So if I can't get that support level again, we're going to have to jump on the breakout trade. They said the only thing that I'm still thinking, I'm obviously GitLab at VWAP, but Intel underneath that trend, it still can't seem to hold above VWAP. It's starting to look a little bit different from the other names that I'm seeing. When you're pressing highs on NVIDIA and pressing highs on AMD and pressing highs on the market, and it's lower highs once again on Intel, that leads me to thinking short. So if it holds VWAP, great. I have to wait for the 20 level. If it doesn't, I'll look for the short underneath VWAP. But I feel like AMD is very, very close to breaking this top. We're on the dip. Said we liked it back into 139.50, but the next thing that's going to happen, I think, is going to be this 141.20 break. It's not an even dollar break. The high is about 141.20 in here. And there goes Advanced Micro Devices.
Let's go.
Just broke that high of the day. So AMD's breaking the top. The NASDAQ's actually at 19,000. So we actually have not broken the high yet on the NASDAQ. We're adjacent to it. But the market does seem to want to go through some of these tops. And it's doing its best effort. Dollar Tree's close to VWAP, but not yet. I do still want to short that name. But remember, it's SSR. So careful entries on any SSR entry. for me on Dollar Tree. You might see that pop in if I get a wick above VWAP in 67. So AMD's flying. The NASDAQ's at 99.2s, 18,992, and trying to make that break of the high of the day. But the market, Recovery Wednesday, is certainly looking like it's on.
All right. We talked about this yesterday, what a difference a day makes right there. I mean, and this is what's happening right here again today. We are now $2 in the money on this NVIDIA trade. So it's a good one coming through again here for that. So there it is, man. Now up huge on this trade. So it's starting to work out for us now. Up that $2. I mean, congratulations anybody that's been sort of trading this NVIDIA with me here, as you will be up, obviously, on that name today. And then Amazon. We have 2 trades today, Amazon and NVIDIA, both of them well traded. So what we like that. We like that kind of talk here today. As the market just continues to sort of do a little bit of a dance here. Now going to 19,000. Neil just well spotted on that one. All right. Hey, man, let's get another piece out. I'm on NVIDIA. We just ripped up there. Neil mentioned that we just came into that 19,000.
We just pulled back.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was going to say. It's a nice little pullback right now in NVIDIA as well. So we missed that complete top. Let's sit there. I actually offered 37s. I can't believe that actually turned out to be the top. Let's see if it comes back in there and do that one. But there it is again, man. It's a nice little smooth $2 winner.
Yeah, nice one over there. As I said, we just got to 19 again and pulled back a little bit. So anything that I was thinking short, you know what? No, Dollar Tree's not even there. It's got to be back over on Intel. I just put my stop in. Well, it's a trailing stop, I suppose, because we got some out on AMD. I might look reload, but there's another test of the high, and it's another lower high on INTC. So it's starting to come back in. See if we can get some 90s. Oh, in mid-90s, I should say, not 90 even. The mid-90s on Intel. If it breaks 20, I'm just going to jump out of this trade. I still think this can be a reversal because it's got higher lows on it into a flat top. It's so badly beaten up that if it does break out this top, there's so much room for it to rally. But until that happens, I got to go with the grain. And with the grain on this stock has been short.
Right.
So it is what it is. I understand the market's flying. This is still down 1%. I'm going to get some out VWAP and then that 1970. Anything that made a bottom right around when the number got dropped, I want to respect that level. So if that's where the buying came in on the number, I suspect that's where the market makers might start buying it again. So that'll be around 1965 to 1970. But VWAP first here on Intel as well. Oh, good note. Oscar just said we should be looking at DraftKings. NFL starts on Thursday. I haven't looked at DraftKings. There's a lot of chip names to get through first.
Yeah. I don't, NFL, I mean, college football's already started. I don't, we talk about sort of what creates these things to go up and go down. I don't know if something that we sort of know is happening. Again, remember, stock prices are what's going to be happening in the future. Is there going to be more betting happening on DKNG? I mean, I think so. So I don't mind this look. I mean, I've talked about DraftKings before and how much that I personally kind of like the stock down here at some of these levels. So I'd be foolish to say that I don't. But again, I'm not sure what kind of pain is left on the NASDAQ, to be honest with you. So that's kind of like where I am in all of this. But I like DraftKings. That's the daily chart right here, trying to break higher, up 2%. Look at that respect of the 50 period. I think it was a nice move up right now on DKNG, so I'd look for 34. I think a 34 flat or so fill somewhere in around there makes the most sense for me. So I think that would be a pullback area for DKNG. We could have just got out again at 108. We're not doing that on DraftKings. On NVIDIA. Now you got me thinking. So I'm just going to wait and see if it goes. We already have our out here, man. Maybe breaking back below this 106, 105.50 would be another area there. We did get a nice pullback, so we'll go another one. On Amazon. We'll go 2 for 2 today. And what a difference a day makes, man. Yesterday at this point, we were like scrambling because the market was tanking and we didn't have the right positions on. Today, very, very comfortable sitting here and trading this way. So 108 and change. I think now we can put another offer up there if we can catch another 40. Look, 40-cent win is still 40 cents, right? Like, and what I mean by that, we're at $1.50 in the money, but a retracement back up and be able to get out somewhere up here, I think is decent. So let's try. Well, I mean, we still have. I think NVIDIA can get to 110. So that's why I'm pretty hesitant right now to even drop anything out. I mean, that level right there is 109.60. I do have an offer at 109.50. So hopefully that can come into play. But I think on a strong push here, NVIDIA, there it goes. NVIDIA takes out the highs and continues to climb higher. So yeah, man, I like the stock and I'm actually not offering it. So let's see what winds up happening right now. with NVIDIA, and 109.50 is the target for me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just one thing. I saw someone in the chat just say, zoom out a little bit. If you do zoom out on the futures, you're going to find this 1900 is a pretty big level. Consolidation off the bottom here on the NASDAQ. ES, it's trying to break back out over prior support. So this would be a big level on the ES, this 55.5 and all that good stuff that we're looking at. I got out of AMD when it failed that breakout. So the initial break was pretty solid. And then I also said I would take VWAP on Intel and then look for a break. If it gets to 75, I'm going to take another out there as it holds on to the trend. So yesterday's lows on Intel are turning into that $20 level is turning into the clear resistance spot here. AMD, there's your break. There's your pullback into VWAP. Now it's trying to hold on to VWAP, looking for the VWAP re-entry. Just want to see the buyers come right back in there. The breakout gave you a nice little 50-cent move, but then it came right back in. So retesting VWAP as the market is looking like it's trying to consolidate up the top. It does need to take out that high if we're going to get enough continuation. I know Apple's moving around and all that good stuff, but I'm still sticking to the chips at least for now. They're the ones I want. Okay, some buying starting to come into AMD. See if we can pick that one up in front of VWAP, which is about the quarters on advanced micro devices. I know we still have some of those small cappers that are running around, but I still like AMD here. I like the trend that we're forming. If we break out the high, I want to get all the way to 142, 143, like this zone. Just try to take it station to station. If we've now got an upward trend, it's a buy the dips, sell into the highs, at least until we get to 142 for myself on advanced micro devices there. Tesla, I'm trying to be very patient with. I liked it at previous resistance spots, but look how far it went. At this point, not chasing it long, and 220 was such a big level yesterday that I would tend to think if it gets to 220 and fails the top, I'd be looking for a reversal, especially if we can't get through that 19,000 zone. If we never break 19,000, this market has come some way, but it hasn't gone enough. It's only 0.3%, and that's to the downside, actually.
Stupid hot dog guy. All right, so Amazon, we got, okay, actually, we can do this one.
All right.
There it is. I mean, 175 against 175. Yeah, right. We take it right there. So this is going to be a nice little reload long. We've got short there, 174. Sorry, reload short. 174.78. Oh man. Okay. Good trade here on this stock. You know, when you're doing good and when you're feeling it, you are. Yesterday was not. Today we are. And just to tell you guys, like, honestly, the number one name here today on the floor by far is NVIDIA, and it's just a change of pace a little bit here. It's not because of me. I mean, we're up. This will be a good stock, but it's been well traded here today. You could see sort of the dip buys, and whenever we hold kind of levels like that, for me, it just becomes that much easier. When you're holding these kind of levels down here, down here 106, 107, when you sort of had VWAP and you sort of had everything come together there, when it holds, it just becomes easier. A lot of traders, you know, believe in these kind of dip buy opportunities yesterday. And I told you this yesterday. Remember, there was no dip buy, so everyone got railroaded. Today, completely different situation, right? Big day, and that's kind of what we expect to have. You know, when the stocks move the way you think they're going to move, there you look to have some decent days on that. So yeah, we'll give it a shot here. See if we can go upside on NVIDIA, but we just did fail. We're still $1 in the money on this play. So we'll give it a little bit of a chance here. I'm fine holding it. I will try to reload it maybe in and around VWAP. Let's see if this market can hold and if NVIDIA can hold as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? You want to pay attention to this, because it's a game changer for stock traders.
You can get funds to trade stocks and don't even have to be a professional trader. Anyone can join.
Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money and no more PDT rule. You can even get funded up to $260,000 worth of buying power.
Wow, that's a nice amount there. You can trade real shares. You can even short penny stocks as well. And the best part about it is you do not trade alone. Trade with other traders in Trade the Pool community on Discord. So search it up right now, tradethepool.com, and you'll find all the information you need. Just hit that QR code right there. I really wish, Neil, that there was something like this when I started trading. It is truly amazing. Join the team there on Trade the Pool, get into their Discord, and see what that's all about. We want to thank Trade the Pool.
There you go. And scan that QR code below as we head on over to Adara. And small cap recap?
Sorry about that. Lots of positivity here. Actually, as we try to push green, we do have these higher highs, higher lows, a nice support there. On the Russell 2000, we have the asset as well here, asset entities. One of three names here on the small cap recap that is kind of a repeat runner. Asset entities, no news on this one, but a float of just over 1 million shares, currently up here over 50%. We do have WISA here. WISA Technologies actually here with a catalyst set to purchase some assets from DataVault for $210 million. So good look for them. And last but not least, we do have FFIE Faraday Futures. This one has reverse split previously here. No news on this one today, but short float of around 11% for FFIE. Lots of repeat names to look at, guys.
Yeah.
So they did make that pull back underneath VWAP in there. It's trying to hold on, but it's now underneath that highest halt price, which usually is a bit of a sign. I'm not saying it's going to turn here, but that last halt was $5.54. It's now trying to hold above. See, every time it's breaking out, kind of losing the bid above that halt price. So it might be a turning spot there for Faraday. I can tell you, Dollar Tree did get to VWAP, and unfortunately for me, yeah, a little bit of a misplaced stop as we're over there trading AMD. It curled. I tried to jump back in at the same price when 66 quarter broke, but it's now just kind of falling right back in there. So we'll have to wait around for VWAP. We've been in a couple of times on this bad boy, but unfortunately for Dollar Tree, I'm no longer in that short, down 19% and still absolutely bleeding as well. That ASST is also a bit of a mover here, making the assist to the upside. But my eyeballs are going to likely be on that FFIE. If I trade one of those, I'd pay for locates on FFIE if it can't hold that halt price at all. So Intel's the only thing we're still in. It's basically the same range as before, 1995 to 20 up top, 1975 into the downside as well. And Tesla's still trying to make that press into $220. I still think 220 is a fade on Tesla, just like it was yesterday. And Apple continues to bleed.
All right, we're the market's coming down as well. So right now, let's I want to give you an update quickly because this did break 175, but as the market was trying to figure itself out, I was like, let's just give it, and it's going to get stopped out again. Let's just give a little bit of a stop out here, breaking through 175.10. So it looks like, okay, so that's it. We're still positive, very positive on Amazon, but it just broke 175 twice. So we're not going to stay on this one. If we're going to be wrong on it, that's fine. I still don't think we really are, but Amazon being still down, still red against the market. I kind of like the short here, but not enough for me to be like all about it. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Amazon and come back to it. So we'll leave that one alone. We'll slap a fail on the last bit, but you guys want it. You guys want some winning trades. Amazon's a winning trade today. It's a good one for sure. We did not reload this at the 200 period, at the 50, which we should have. We were waiting for VWAP down here at 50. So NVIDIA does fall down back in there. Now I think we can try to test a little bit more if it does come into those 80s again right there and try to take an 85 fill. We could have taken it. We were waiting for a little bit more. We're trying to be a little more specific on what we're doing. Not shell-shocked from yesterday, but definitely shocked at the move that happened for NVIDIA yesterday. So we know it can lose the bid real quick. Real quick. All right, I know you're already in Intel. I know that's right around that $20 mark. I like that trade because it's a $20 even level, so that's going to be good.
Still could break the top. It's very possible it could join the party.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. That's we're long NVIDIA, so we'll stay positive on chip space now. Try to send its positive energies, but again, Intel and NVIDIA,
they're not almost the same thing.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Yeah, they're definitely not the same thing. So we'll wait to see what happens there. But I was looking at Disney as a possible strong name. again, their theme park business, like they still have a lot of good businesses, man. And obviously their IP that exists with everything that they own, that stuff's not going anywhere. It's generational content. It's just, this name continues. They don't have political headwinds anymore. Maybe they do. We'll see what happens on that one. But that's sort of gone by the wayside. And I wonder about an 89. I'm looking here. I'm not buying any more of this stock. It's been beat up a little bit. I still think that these bottoms could have been that washout, which is why we're looking there right now. You could pick some Disney up at any time and then hold it against that 84, 85. I don't think that's a horrible idea considering the potential upside that Disney does have. All right, the other stock that we wanted to look at today was Palantir. We actually have, so the names that we have here on our sticky note, and we can look at it. Let's just do that quickly just so you guys can review it. There it is here. What time is it? 10:25. Okay. Still a half hour. We do have there's our short on Amazon. But here's right here, NVIDIA 105 short sell. We have that trade. We made money. Obviously, we got out at 104, but our short started at 106, and then now we flipped over to the long. That's different. We'll wait for Palantir 31s. That's on here. There's the Amazon 174. So we've only traded NVIDIA, positive name, Amazon, positive name. We'll go check out on Palantir. And we actually, 1475 short on Mara was a breakdown for that stock. So we actually didn't get to crypto, I don't think, or I ignored it, and it just didn't come in. So 1475, look at that, man. That's the whole, that happens right there. Wow, that's the bottom of the day there for Mara. As you have to watch crypto. So I haven't been doing that, but that could be something to look at. There we go, man. $1.50 now in the money back on NVIDIA.
You say crypto's at what?
That 56.4. Is that lower or higher than it was? We'll have to look it up.
I thought that was lower. Market's at the highs.
That's what I'm wondering.
That's why I was just asking.
Mara was making the move higher there, which is kind of strange. But
that might be. Look, if Bitcoin doesn't break with the rest of. Whoa, what did I just open? Okay, thank you for the ad there on TradingView. Sorry about that. Using TradingView for Bitcoin. No, if Bitcoin can't break out with the market here, I should be thinking fade on Mara. But I'll get to that in a quick little second. I just went trend on NVIDIA here. So it's short sell restricted, but it's now attempting to hold a trend from the morning. This is similar to what Intel was doing. And just as I was about to say, NVIDIA is going to break and hold this trend line, it then does the reverse. So if it gets back into VWAP, maybe that's a bit of a level, but it might be breaking a little bit of a trend. Still just an Intel. Now I can go over to Mara. Like Mara just wicked the high, and Bitcoin isn't all that strong. And it's not just any high. Zoom out. This is afternoon resistance that Mara couldn't get through, that it just wicked the top on. If we lose 15, this should be a short. Actually, it put this level in, not as a top idea because Bitcoin wasn't moving, but 1535 to 1540 looks like a good resistance, presuming that Bitcoin isn't actually breaking any higher. So I'm going to put IBIT up, make sure we have that one available to us, because I don't see a reason not to look at Mara off this resistance based on what I just saw over there in Bitcoin. But it'll be that. NVIDIA now with a bit of a trend that I thought it was going to hold. It still can. Trend lines are usually loose things. You can easily just close right back above here. But this could be the first candle closing beneath the trend line. I just drew this looking for a long bounce off of it. And the second I drew it, the first candle on the other side of it is now emerging on NVIDIA. But I do like this Mara idea. So if we can get this off the high of the day or failing under 15, this still seems like a short relative to the market. Oh, here comes Tesla 220 as well. All right, 220 incoming on Tesla.
Oh my.
4% to the upside. This is yesterday's obvious turnaround spot, as everyone can see. The 220 level on Tesla. 4% and still going. Strongest thing that I'm looking at that isn't some kind of small cap.
Yeah, we're $1 in on NVIDIA, but definitely not $10 in on Tesla. That's a huge move there. So congratulations again, anybody that's been on that front, man. Tesla's been a beast there today. I'm just going to hold out on NVIDIA and wait to see if there's anything else happening right now. Starbucks. All right, so we had sold some Starbucks last week, but I'll have to double check the pricing again on that one, but I think it was in and around 94, which is somewhere around here. But if it was last week, then it would have been a little bit higher, maybe 95.50 or something. Definitely. Oh, that's right. It was the day after this. Yeah. So it was the day after this fail at 98. We got a little bit out, almost all of it out actually on Starbucks in and around $95. We'll see if that is going to be a smart decision or not as we raise a little bit of capital. Nowhere near the capital that we lose, of course, waiting for NVIDIA to do something. But all right, so right here, Starbucks looking to break down through the bottom as the market's relatively flat right now, breaking lower here. I just heard in my ear from Ramin, crypto. So we say, okay, to that one. And yeah, so Starbucks right now looking to break that bottom. I'd say 93 looks pretty good to me if we can break into there for Starbucks. And then before I go back, nothing like calling an Uber and sipping on a Starbucks at the same time. One is going one way, one is going the other. It looks like Uber, again, we talked about 71 if it broke, did not break and held, now up $1 from its bottom today. Let's go NVIDIA as it's trying to get back up to the high side. No offers on NVIDIA, only bids to get more shares. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Adara is talking about. I get a feeling that it's going to be crypto.
Two other updates quickly before we get to crypto. We do have some reports here from OPEC delegates that members of OPEC are considering some delays for their production increases. So keep an eye on oil with regards to that story. We also have the Bank of Canada press conference after that rate cut coming here at 10:30 with Gov Macklem. So if you're following the Canadian dollar, could keep an eye on that. Also worth noting here in terms of crypto now to get to this segment, market cap for crypto, according to this graphic here from Coin Market Cap, for total crypto market cap, you're actually hovering around that $2 trillion. So on the cusp of breaking below $2 trillion market cap for the crypto market as of this morning. So certainly a key area. Lots of analysts talking about this 54,000 level here on Bitcoin as a near-term level. You're going to certainly see it coming in here, both on a wick basis and a closing basis on this daily chart, especially on that quote-unquote Black Monday on August 5th. So this could be a pretty key level that we're trying to come into right now. Bitcoin holding on to 56.5s. Ethereum was just below 2,400, now trying to climb back to that level. Both of these down about 2%, though Bitcoin slightly weaker on the day. And generally, we don't have very many positive names here to speak of. USDC's basically flat. Toncoin down 6%. Cardano down 1%. BNB down about almost 5%. Lots of weakness in the crypto space today, guys.
Surprising weakness in the crypto space. Based on what we're seeing with the overall market, like you're getting some strength out there. I'll finish that thought in a second because Mara is not breaking down. So I was looking for a short when I saw that relative weakness, but Bitcoin is making a bit of a bounce. So Tesla went through the 220, got to 220 and a half-ish. I think 41's the actual local high. On the way back through, I got 88s. You got the best price in there. So initially looking for fade. If it takes a fresh high of the day, I want to be out. If it gets to 19 and then VWAP, those are going to be the targets to the downside. Try to be patient, waiting for the level as Tesla went to the 220 level yesterday and made its reversal. Mara, it just cannot seem to get off the bid. Market's flying here, and it's very, very slow to make any kind of a bounce. So as long as it's doing this relative to the market, I want to think short. If it's not going to be the high, I need it breaking down underneath 15. I'm just not seeing any crazy price action on Mara. It leads me to think maybe Coinbase is going to give some kind of a trade instead. Coin not nearly as obvious and clean, so I'm not liking it. I'll just stay away for now. NVIDIA held that trend line, and now it's above. So there's that trend. It reestablished it. Now you're breaking out the top, so the new trend bottom is 108. That's where I want to try to give this one back into, but I needed to reestablish this and close above the 108, or at least hold above that 108 level. Now for me, I want to join it. It was a good SSR bounce earlier, but it wasn't at the 5. It ended up being at the 04 level on NVIDIA. So I did miss an SSR bounce on this name. Let's go back to Adara.
BioMarin, BMRN, halted news pending right after they begin their investor day here today at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, led by their CEO and president. We're noting as well, this is not a small cap. It does have a market cap, from what I'm seeing, about $17.5 billion. So BMRN on watch here, currently halted news pending. We'll keep you guys posted on that.
Okay, so I saw a few people putting that one in there. Remember, if it's news pending, that means there's no definitive opening time. So it's not like I can sit there and show you guys a tap and say, the stock is going to open up, blah, 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 at this time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It might not open back up again today if you happen to be in BRMN. My guess is, given that I've never heard of it, most of you guys have probably never heard of it either. So there's a shot at Tesla. it does break higher, and we wait for it to get to the right level, but look at it still continue to go. Immediately reestablishes at 220, and 19,000 just broke on the NASDAQ. So if you wonder, it's okay to be wrong, it's not okay to stay wrong. You know, there's a lot of traders, and it's easy enough to say, I have an out or I have an area that I want to trade off of. That's an easy thing to say. For a lot of people, it's not easy to do. I care more about trying to preserve capital when I'm wrong than proving that I'm going to be right on an idea. But when I was looking for shorts on Tesla at key price levels, I don't mind. Get out tight. Get out tight. Get out tight. That's how I'm going to trade every single day, because when you're wrong matters more than when you're right in this business, and I've been in a while. So 109, this is a level a bit on NVIDIA. If it breaks through the 109 level, I think you got to wait for 111, 112. That'll be up there next. I want to double check on, remember I said Intel could turn into a reversal trade for me? It's not there yet. But this is where I'm not favoring this reload as much, because we just broke that 19,000 level. So Intel has worked shorting these mid-90s every single time that I've had it. It's starting to look a little bit more perilous this third time through. Or sorry, check that, the fourth time through. This is the fourth time it's come up here. So I'm not automatically reloading this. I need to see it fail the 20s, like get up there, fail back underneath, and then short it on the way down, which we've done before. But this could easily just break 2005, and then I'm going for a long breakout on INTC. So watch out. This one looks like it wants to go in here. I keep getting EVO saying Rivian. I'm not paying attention to Rivian, unfortunately, because my eyeballs right now are Intel at 20, which it's right back to the highs because the market's at the highs. And then Tesla just did this.
NVIDIA.
Another wick underneath 219. Or 220, I should say. So now it's got back into the 19s. I get wicked out and I like the level. I looked away for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Sweep me back up here. I'm sitting at 70. Sweep me back up because it just wicked the top and still looks valid on TSLA here. But yeah, for the first time ever, you're starting to look a little bit strong on Intel. Through fives, I'd reverse, but until it breaks it, we'll hang on to the short.
All right, finally. There we go, man. $2.50 now in the money. We were just $3, but we didn't have it. Well, almost $3. It went to 108.80. We weren't here. We got refilled our coffee up there, and now you can see what's happening with NVIDIA. It doesn't matter. We didn't have any offers anyways. Our offers are at 109.50. But now that I've seen this fail like that right there, we will. When did that was 107. Okay, we were talking about that when that was there. All right. Yeah. Anyways, we did not have any offers, but now that I see this happening, we are now at 108, 88, 88, 88. So we'll see if we get a little bit of a sale price there. If you go to Costco and it's 88s at the end, it's like they're getting rid of it. There's some sort of a thing there, or a 90.
Is that real?
Something. Yeah, it's real. Oh, it's real. Oh,
they
it's fabulous.
They have codes. They have codes, I guess.
Well, every store does. Walmart does too.
Yeah.
Like if it's 97 at the end or something.
I've heard that for Walmart. I've never heard it for Costco.
Yeah, it's for Costco as well. Yeah, because
I don't
they
go to
carry
Costco,
products.
so
Yeah, they only carry products for so long there. All right, some they carry forever. All right, $30.80. We're at $30.80, but there goes Palantir, nicely done to the upside. It's starting to cook as well. This could be a name. I mean, we're long NVIDIA. What a difference a day makes. But right there, I still wanted to try this up here at the 200 period. That's where we're sitting. If you come over to the chart, Ramin, just quickly, we'll show this. Right there, $30.85. That's where we're sitting right now, trying to use 31 as the top. So I still like it. If it comes up there, we'll try to fade that. That's a big move for Palantir. It's going to have to go green, then push a little bit higher into that. Okay, here we go, into that level. You know what? I'm just like, the net is piling up here. We got to take some out. I mean, I'd hate for NVIDIA to fall on its face one more time. Let's wait now in the 60s. It just stopped at 70 right there. So here we go. Go, go, go. We're at 67s. There he goes. $2.50 winner there on NVIDIA. We can sip our coffee and now relax. Big time trading, man. We're going to be positive on everything we've traded today. It's only been 2 names. Well in the pocket now. Good day. Green day. And today, not like yesterday. All right, NVIDIA. Yesterday, I was talking about that. It was a hard day in general. I think it's because of the way the trend was, and we sort of went over that. But right now, today, trend is higher. And, you know, for fact, when the longs come in, man, I mean, it's as a floor and as a trader, I feel that traders are generally more comfortable going this way, especially once you get the dip buy opportunities as it was written. So there goes NVIDIA right now. It is a $1, a $2, a $3 winner right now. We come back the very next day.
The cat came back the very next day.
I mean, you thought I was a goner, you know.
But the cat came back.
It came back.
The very next day.
The net came back the very next day.
The Katina, I was waiting for you to say the Katina, because that's what we said it. We did it the
I don't
first
want to
time.
overplay. I don't want to overplay.
No, we did that the first time. Yes, Ramin, we're going to sector watch so we can see how badly oil is going to the downside.
Did she not get an apple fritter over there? Where's her apple fritter?
She is being more nice today.
So then you're just being mean to her then? Yeah. All right. Over to Adara.
I just heard Neil mention oil there. Oil is one of the weaker sectors of the day, though not significantly selling off here. We did have some updates from OPEC delegates with regards to its production target. So interesting look there. We also have some sectors relatively flat, notably retail trade with the exception of CVS, pretty flat here. Process industries pretty flat. Communications intermittently very green and flat. A little bit of weakness, though, here in industrials as well. In terms of some of these other sectors with lots of strength, utilities green across the board, commercial services, consumer services, health services generally pretty strong, consumer non-durables, finance notably strong here. And of course, we've talked about electronic technology. Though Apple selling off a bit, a lot of these semiconductors, including NVIDIA, recovering from its strength. AMD continuing to trade higher after getting one of NVIDIA's global AI execs, so interesting look there. And we've also, worth noting here, technology services. This one pretty flat. We do have some strength in names like Adobe, which just got an upgrade or price target increase and upgrade. We have Netflix here trading higher, but it's also worth noting some of these cybersecurity stocks to the downside. CrowdStrike on day 3 or 4 earnings here, trading lower. And we also have PANW, Palo Alto Networks. Zscaler reported, not a well-received report, but PANW also closing its acquisition of some of the SaaS assets from IBM, guys.
There you go. I mean, nothing stands out more on that list than Apple. When the market is flying like this for Apple to be as bad as it is. It's just a standout. I can't tell you why. There's been so many questions. Why is Apple so weak? But you know what? Apple seems to want to break out. All right, here comes the top. If we break, I said no reload this time on Intel. If we break the top, I'm looking out. And then second, there's buyers holding it above 20. I'm looking reversal on this. You're now at VWAP on Apple. If this joins the party, the market can absolutely fly. And we're through the $19,000 level. You'd love to see it happen. There was a level here at 109 that we're mentioning. Let's zoom it out here for NVIDIA. This was afternoon resistance. So if it's going to hold on to the trend, it held the trend and kind of broke that top. If it's going to hold on to the trend, it really needs to make this breakout because it's a steep upward slope here on NVDA. Like to see it hold that breakout price at 108.40. If it doesn't, this could pull all the way back into VWAP. That was an obvious area. You know what? If Intel's not breaking the high, it doesn't get through the high of the day. If it's back underneath 20, I take it one more time. Intel, it looked like it was about to join it to the upside. Even with the market breaking out, it can't seem to hold this $20 on the bid. It's right back to 19.9. If I see that on the offer, I'll re-enter that short. I know MAR is at levels as well, but this is the level at Intel for 20 even.
So I just wanted to go back on that point. So there's been 8 traders trading today, 5 of which, congratulations, are green. And yesterday we didn't have anybody green. So just to tell you about sort of that stat there, about positive V, negative days, and how that can affect your mentality, especially as a trader. It shouldn't be like that because you should be able to push the short. But yesterday I feel like it was always trying to catch bottoms, a lot easier to sit. I think anyways, it's not easier to sit in longs. It's just when it's working your way. It's not as like yesterday. It was just like, okay, it's coming down to support level. It's coming down to support level. And that's the problem when the market's so heated. You do get nice support levels that you think are going to hold, which of course did not yesterday. So Polestar, why am I seeing something about Piper Sandler here? Okay, just maintains neutral. Okay, Polestar, sorry about this, Sharif. I know it doesn't really matter right now because it's only 10%, but there goes Polestar from 150 down to 124. So we'll see. Again, Polestar's had a great move, man. From the beginning of August, that's a month ago, Polestar's doubled. So great trade there for PSOK NY. Here we go. It's NVIDIA, man. Spin the money one more time. Got to have faith in this play. It did work out, man. We put on, again, good shares on this break. We loaded it up on that dip down. We bought that break higher. There goes NVIDIA, man. Nice move to the high side right there. Again, in what was a very boring day for me to trade, but a very profitable one, as Amazon, 1 for 1 on that, although we did lose when it broke 175. We did talk about that, so not 1 for 1, but that's a trade idea that we had. And then right back into our other one here with NVIDIA. So we only have 2 trades on. So far so good there. Just looking for, this is a name that's running. I know you're only in NVIDIA, so hold on a second here.
Well, Intel hit the high, but then immediately came back underneath. So I might be reloading this one short. It literally just wicked the high very quickly. Just wicked the high, actually reversed and was like immediately selling. So I don't think this is a breakout as much as I did before. The buyers are just not taking this one through. I'm just going to reshort this underneath $20. No change.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I want to say that 109 just came and went again on NVIDIA. 19,000 broke. We still are very, very bullish, obviously, on the stock, but there may be a point now where I have to start talking about stop losses. Stop orders. I guess it wouldn't be a loss, but stop order triggering out if we do break back down below, because this could run again to the 50-period moving average, right? And I think that would be a better reload spot. And then we don't want to, again, just reload things that we already have. We want to make sure that we're getting out of a position. Just thinking about putting some orders out there. If a break of 108, we can try to get some more if it comes back down to 107.50 instead of just holding on to the ones that we already have. So just a little bit of a talk there, what I'm thinking on NVIDIA and a possible out if we do break back down below this 108.37 or spot or so. We only have about 20% left, so it's not the end of the world. We obviously want to try to make as much money as we possibly can, but it's still 60 cents away. So that was a name. The other name that I want to get to here quickly was Roblox. Yeah, Roblox is absolutely ripping today again, man. Just straight upside there. It's only 1.37, but it's well outpacing. We've gotten out of our Roblox. We're still holding a little piece, but we got out in here around 44 and change. We'll double check the prices. The play for me was literally this. We got long at 34 on this break here. So this break here, 32s, and then some more here. Our average price was 34.40 something. And it was to play Roblox for the summer months. So that worked out. That dip was scary there. We weren't here, thankfully, when that happened. Huge move back up to 44 and drop it as summer's now over. So good move there for Roblox, back up to the upside. I'd say this could also be a fade at the top here, but the market may just be taking a little bit of a breather. So you had mentioned something broke out again?
NVIDIA broke lines again. It tried to go. It got to 20s there. That was the out for me. It was just a trail out. The trend line that we had in there on the top end of the move just got broken when we lost that 109 level. And as I said on Intel, when I got out of it and reversed, it just came right back underneath. So the buying that was so strong into 20 dried up right in there at 20.02, and now it's just fading back underneath. So I'm back short. I got 98s. I did try to get some at 99s and did not get filled. I'm back on the offer to add underneath 20s. If it makes a fresh high, get out. If it gets to VWAP, we take profits at VWAP. Don't want to change that plan too much. I do want to go back over just very quickly. Dollar Tree, while all that was happening, Dollar Tree got to VWAP right at 67 and broke down. Remember, it's SSR. So getting that trade as it breaks down, not necessarily the easiest one. So there was a swing and miss on Dollar Tree short at VWAP, but it's heading back into a downward trend, down 19%. If it does another sideways consolidation, I'll look to short the consolidation, or if it gets back to VWAP, I still have that one on the brain. Mara broke out, so thankfully we don't have to stand in front of that one. It did join the party like everything else, was looking for either a fail of 15 even or a fail at this price. As you can see, not even a red candle within sight of that resistance level. So you're still churning to the upside on Mara. If I see a level like this, if you have a key price level and the market trends away from it, forget about how you intended to trade it initially. If you didn't short it here first, if it just holds above and breaks away, it can just be a long. So that's what I would look for. Can it hold on to that bid? And as I say that, it heads back to the downside. So there you go, Mara. Intel's the one we reloaded. Unfortunately, was not aggressive reloading it in off of that high, and we slip up about a couple of pennies. But if the market pulls back under 19,000, I think it's fair to say Intel, which is still red on the day, is going to be a dog once again.
What's up, ST Mac? Oh no, I'm not. I'm wearing. These are just AF or not Air Force ones, Air Max 90s. That's all. But I like them. You know, match the blue. You know, got the. Thanks for asking. All right, so we'll continue with this. I think I'm going to get something out at 109. I was looking at Roblox again. We sort of talked about that, but I have 4 other screens on this side, so sometimes what I put on here, I don't actually switch it until we go back. 109. So we failed a couple times at 109. Let's go again. 109 change. So if we can get something, sorry, 108 change. So if we can get something out up there, I'm actually at 108.99. You know, heads up to the great one there. We'll see if we can get something out at that top. So 108.99 coming into play again here. So hopefully that will be it. Funny story, when I was in London, I went up to this dude. I was like, man, nice shoes, you know? And he was like, thanks, man. And I think he wound up being from Cleveland. And then he looked down and he saw we had the exact same I think he was wondering like, wow, this guy say this. And we had the same shoes. And we had a little bit of a bonding moment. Okay, there it is, right there. Spin it again. That's $3 right there. There, it's a chicken dinner winner. We told you that NVIDIA by far, and it's not due to me, it's due to the great traders behind us. NVIDIA is going to be the #1 name today, when yesterday it was the worst name. So here it goes. Nice move again, upside there for NVIDIA. We flip it around there today and come right back here. So it's pretty good. Thank you to ST Mac and to D Loaf right there. Congratulations, D Loaf, making 2 times daily goal. Hey, it's 11 o'clock, so I think that's pretty good spot maybe now if you've made your money to think about watching our midday show, which today will be trend lines. Neil had a trend line drawn there on NVIDIA. Okay, here we go. NVIDIA now 1910 and taking out its day high. It's NVIDIA. It's a beast as we've explained, and it's a Dara at ZDesk.
Sharp red candle here for the DXY after forming a base and forming a bit of a top. Now we're here just holding on to that 101 area right now, around 101.30 for the US dollar here. We did get these JOLTS job openings coming in at 10 a.m., much lower than expected, 7.673 million versus an estimate here of 8.09 million. The previous number here was 8.184 million. This is actually revised down to 7.91 million job search units. So downward revision and lower than expected number here for the JOLTS job openings, which is what gave that market that move down before coming right back up. Also coming out around the same time, their factory orders month over month slightly higher than expectations. But another thing we got around 10 a.m. with those JOLTS job openings were comments from Fed's Bostic saying that the Fed must not maintain a restrictive policy stance for too long, and that, quote, the soft landing for the economy may be within reach. So some generally dovish comments coming from Fed's Bostic. Keep in mind, when it comes to employment data, this is not going to be it for the rest of the week because we do have unemployment coming on Friday and also the non-farm payrolls Friday, both at 8:30 a.m. So if you're looking for more jobs data, that'll certainly be on the horizon. We'll have to see how that impacts the DXY, guys.
Yes, sir. More job action or data coming through. NVIDIA is at yesterday's afternoon resistance. Sorry, it was just Faraday flat bottom 520 is looming. So we were looking for that to get underneath VWAP. 520 on Faraday could break to the downside. NVIDIA is trying to get through this afternoon resistance spot. Only had the breakout once it formed the trend. I mean, once the trend line, it already made the move into the resistance level. I don't need to put it in there. It'll be obvious. If it breaks it, it'll lose like 108.5. But if it can take out this top, there's still room into 111, which was the morning resistance. 111.5, it looks like, was the actual top there on NVIDIA. So trend is going stair-step into the upside. It's also short sell restricted, which doesn't hurt a move like this. Hold bids above quarters. I'm going to try to go long again. If it dips and holds 108.5, I'd still go long again. And then, as I mentioned, Faraday, if it breaks that 20 level, had to pay for locates here, but if it breaks 520, that would be a flat bottom break, holding underneath that whole price for Faraday futures. So NVIDIA is still trying to hold a bid above 109.25. If I can see that, then I'll look for the long. It's got room to 11s, and this would be another key price. Let it go from station to station. 109 and above is another $2 move into the upside. Adara.
Keep an eye on some of these GLP-1 related names here. I have Eli Lilly's chart. I'm not reacting too much, but worth noting here that we do have the regulatory agency for medicine in the UK. That's going to be the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, or the MHRA, saying that they do not find any evidence supporting the link between GLP-1 receptor agonists and suicidal thoughts or actions, though they will continue to monitor this data. So basically not finding any reaction here between GLP-1 and suicidal thoughts. Keep an eye on some of these GLP-1 names with this news here coming out of the UK regulatory agency, guys.
Thank you for that, Adara. Look, let's just hit sirens up. I mean, Adam, you know, we talk about this all the time, real trading. There it is, right? NVIDIA, $3. Thank you so much for that. Love to see it. Love to see you in the chat as well. Thanks, Adam, for the nice talk and the recognition there. I mean, $3 is a good trade. So we're happy to have had that still on board now. And now we only have about 15% left, as we did take that piece out at Gretzky there, 108.99. We're long at 106.25. So it is now an official $1, $2, and $3 club member one more time. So that was a good one there. Ozan wants some, I don't know, he always wants this. So we'll get that cow going as well. Congratulations there, Ozan, and anybody else that's been bringing it today. Good day, like I said, just really turned itself around. 10:55 now, just minutes away from throwing it back over to trend lines today on the midday show with Adara and Sharif. I mean, it's really, this is why, man, there's not a job. Like, you could come back the very next day and do something like this. And, you know, it's just like, it's a good opportunity to learn, right? I mean, yesterday we had lost on NVIDIA. We didn't stay away from it, man. We came right back in, and we were short, then we flipped it, and boom, goes the dynamite. We play the momentum today. We said that yesterday, Neil. One of the hardest things is to follow trend. And I mean, today the trend is very, very clear. The NASDAQ is straight up. NVIDIA, although we had a great trade at the bottom, man, we celebrated that $2 winner as well. $2 short, $3 long. I mean, this is what we're doing here today on NVDA. It'll be my biggest stock, obviously, and we've already talked about it here for the show today, or for the floor. So again, congratulations all the guys behind me. Congratulations everybody that's a real one with this one on NVIDIA. Tough trade, man, because yesterday was clocked. So you come back here today and you see what you can do. So there goes NVIDIA, 109.50. Yeah, we didn't even look at WISA or really FFIE.
There was another one. It was began with W as well. There was WISA and something else along those lines. But it doesn't matter. Like, I think FFIE, I like it because of the setup. I had no intention on trading it to the upside. Usually with a name like that, either you want to take that thinking it's going to run forever, or you want to do like a mean reversion on it and wait for that. And I think it's in the mean reversion stage. NVIDIA, it's trying to go even higher. I hope it goes higher, but it ran into a bit of a checkpoint here at the 109.5, and it did what I was looking for next, which was to hold a bid above 109.25, above yesterday's afternoon resistance spot, and it's doing so. So it wicked underneath, held a higher low, and then came back, and the buyers are there. Now it's just trying to chew through the $0.50. So I did scalp some out when I saw that refresh. It just hit 50 for the second time, and it's not punching through. But this should take us to at least 110.5, 111, with the market now green, and the market trying to drag everything up, with the exception of Apple. I don't know what's wrong with Apple here, but it can't even creep above VWAP. I feel like the first real pullback that we have in this market, Apple could be headed back down into the lows. It doesn't matter what you want to happen in the stock. There is what is happening in the stock, and what is happening in this stock is it's broken for some reason, at least today, on Apple. I'm not going to be looking for longs in this. SSR bounce all you want. Just to explain it, I know I've said short sell restricted with regards to NVIDIA. It doesn't mean you can't short it. It just means it's the uptick rule in effect because it tagged 10% down yesterday. The uptick rule makes it a little bit more difficult for people to hit the bid and go short because there needs to be the last print green. That's what the uptick rule is. Intel reloaded it in front of 20. It's been essentially the same level the whole way. This time, if it breaks out, I'll go for a reverse if it actually carries above the previous high. Essentially, it just stopped me out at the high and then didn't go any higher. So I came back into the short. But this time, if it actually buys above the high, that's where you should reverse. You don't want to reverse at the actual high of the day. You want to reverse as it's breaking through the top. Intel has yet to do it like everything else is.
Yeah, exactly.
The tap on WISA, which someone was just asking, $2.61, which is pretty much where it closed.
All right, $3.50 now on NVIDIA and still going. I mean, We had talked about 110. I mean, there were people in the chat there. I think it was Trade Forever. There's a couple other chats there or talk about, where exactly this name may be going. But it's NVIDIA, man, right back to 110, making us feel a little bit better about the chip space here today. We haven't looked at any other names. We haven't looked at AMD. We haven't looked at Intel. We haven't looked at Micron. I haven't looked at the TQs. I haven't looked at Microsoft, Apple, or anything. We just stay with the stock, and right now we're having a great morning. Like I said, it's going to be near that top of what we're trying to do right here. Look at AMD, going, gone, but we don't really care about that one, but that's a great trade. Congratulations, anybody that's been on AMD long. As that continues to go higher. We did not write it down at all on here, but now we're getting into the $4 territory again on NVIDIA. So, thank you for that there, Sharif. A little bit of a comment there. 143 on AMD, so that could be a good breaking spot there as well. Here it goes, man. Now we're up to 110. I mean, we just touched out there the high. I don't know. I mean, our high won't work again, but the high of the day here just touched out there, 109.80. 109.80 right there. So nice little trade for NVIDIA. I see what Palantir is trying to do. It's 11 o'clock. And there it is, man. Was it you, Casey? Look, congratulations. It's all about teamwork here, man. It's all about feeling good about the trades, putting on the winners for you, talking about them, and answering your questions. And I hope we did another good job there today. NVIDIA now 350, no more offers. Let's see how far we can go up. It's been a good one here for NVDA today.
Yeah, NVDA leading the charge for sure. And it's a good week to talk about trends because the market for 2 days in a row have had trends. To the downside yesterday, to the upside today. Let's learn a little bit more about it with Sharif and Adara. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif, and we're gonna wait because YouTube is not fast enough. We already have Haji Sab though. He says good with a thumbs up. Very happy. We got Livu Roska. We got Jeremy Newman, Picky Eater, as well as a Proper Paradox. I like the picture of the dog, Proper Paradox. That's cute. Naps, we got Mo Banks. We got my man Adam DeLuce. We got Trading with Nikkei and Paul Milligan. Trump Corp. Okay. Peter, we got Rogelio Concepcion. Sorry, I probably butchered your name. I do apologize. Black Sheep Trades. We got Sewer Trader and Mr. Ian. Juan Alejandro Castillo and Vicky and Novak. We got Disk Drive, because if you don't have a hard drive, Disk Drive will absolutely work it there. Racer X9 2K1. We got Andrew Trow as well as TH 9 to 5 Grind. Love the name Ranjan and Anurag. We got who else? JK146 Kasan. We got Nazir. We got Pizza 395 JF Trader as well as our Timao and Jim Zed joining us today. Adara, and what would it be? What kind of a show would it be, Adara, if Big Asian didn't join us as well? So Big Asian's in the chat. Shout out to him.
I'll tell you what kind of show it would be. It would not be a very big show.
Oh,
there we go.
Putting.
Also worth noting, Sean and Obi are twinning again. You just can't see because they're not sitting next to each other, but I must share this fun fact because I found it entertaining to myself. Also, if there's any songs that you want to share, guys, let us know in the chat. ! Join, space, $, that ticker. Let us know. Now that I've done all of the spiels for this morning, how are you doing today, Sharif?
Fantastic.
I know you're looking at Apple. I've been looking at Apple.
Yes, I'm already negative on Apple, Adara. The show hasn't started. So I tried to take this bad boy short, and they said, hey, I'm going north. So we'll see what it does at 220. There is a bit of resistance there. Obviously, the whole dollar level will be looking for that. Anything you're looking at before we start the lesson?
Yeah, SPY here, that 554. I initially was like, we broke up at 554. I saw us make a new high of day, and I was like, that looks like a short. I didn't take it because I was like, I just sat down. I wanted to get my bearings. Good thing I didn't take it. We did get down there to 553.80s. We got kind of weak. We got a topping tail candle, and the SPY is like, well, the candle's not done yet, Adara, so, don't blow out this candle yet. We're going to go higher. I was like, okay, cool. I'll wait. I'll be patient. In terms of what I'm looking at, otherwise, NVIDIA, my levels have kind of been blown through, but Apple, A to the H to the P to the L, not what I usually look at, but I sit down and I said this to Sharif, I was like, look at my side charts, I was like, your girl Apple, looking mighty fine. This one, kind of interesting here from a trend perspective to give a little bit of a thing, segue to our lesson. This was in a downtrend, lower highs, lower lows. Then we get a nice flat little bottom here, and then we get higher highs, higher lows. If we come back and retest that 1960, which was a clear resistance support, flippity floppity, I would love to go long Apple. Take a bite of that apple. Right now, we're going to take a bite out of some learning. Trend lines.
Yeah, we do. We got trend lines today, guys. We're going to stick with that theme that we've been doing all week, probably into next week as well. Trends. So let's get right to it. This might seem like, just a layman's topic, but I promise you there's some stuff here that with trend lines that you probably haven't heard before. So might as well just give it a shot. Stick around with us. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two. So by the end of this lesson, ideally what we'd like to understand is the intricacies of these trend lines, including how to draw them, which sounds simple, obviously, determining their significance, handle small penetrations of or breaches of those of the lines and apply them to trading decisions. So let's get right to it. Introducing the topic as we typically do. Introduction to trend lines. So what are they? Well, obviously there's two types of trend lines here that we have. One's an uptrend line, which connects rising lows. An uptrend line, which connects the rising lows. So when you draw a trend line up, generally you're connecting the lows as opposed to the highs. Exactly the opposite for a downtrend line. Typically there, when you're drawing something down and to the right, you are connecting the highs. Obviously, you can connect the highs and lows and make yourself a channel. That's beyond the scope of this lesson. What we're talking about is just strictly trend lines. We'll get to channels at a later date. The purpose of doing this whole shebang of connecting lows or connecting highs is to identify and confirm market trends, which can offer you areas of support and resistance. So when you move up into the trend line from south to north, you're rejecting off it. If you're moving down to the trend line from north to south, you're bouncing off it, or so the book says. So drawing the trend line, probably a lot of people are now, their eyes are going to gloss over here, but let's just talk about it. So 2 points are needed. To draw a trend line, there is a minimum of 2 points that have to be connected, right? For a tentative trend line, 3 for validation. So obviously what you're connecting is not just one candle to another, but one low to another or one high to another. Going to show you exactly what I mean in a second on the chart. So 2 points needed at a minimum, 3 to confirm or for validation. The uptrend line, as we mentioned, you're connecting ascending lows. Downtrend line, you're connecting descending highs. And then, as I mentioned, third point to get that third touch there, whether for the highs or the lows, just to apply, adds validity, I should say, to the trend line. So how do you determine the significance of a trend line? I'll tell you some key factors. The length of the trend line is very operative here. Okay, the longer the trend line, both in terms of time and distance, are more significant. So basically, the general rule is the longer a trend line has been enforced and it hasn't been breached, and I'll explain to you what I mean by breach in a second, the more significant it is, the longer it's lasting, and both in terms of time and distance. Number 2, the number of touches. Sounds a little bit, but the number of touches by the price action on the trend line. So the more times the trend line has been tested and held, the more significant it becomes. So if you have a lot of, retesting of the trend line, both either for the north or south, the descending or ascending trend lines, and it's held, the more valid that trend line is. Also, the angle of the trend line. Obi often talks about this. He draws these speed lines to show you the angle of the trend. Why is the angle important? Because the more steep the angle, the less sustainable it becomes. That works for both the north and the south, the short and the long. So essentially what we're talking about here, steeper trend lines are less sustainable, while moderate angles suggest a more sustainable trend. So it behooves you to make a calculation about how steep that trend line is to kind of gauge whether or not it's something that can be sustained. And last but not least, obviously, market respect. The market often respects significant trend lines, making them reliable tools for forecasting future price movements. So you've got a respectable trend line if you can tick off as many of these boxes as you can here. So if you've got a moderate angle, the number of touches is a lot, as well as both the time and distance of the trend line are more than average, and that obviously becomes a subjective issue in and of itself. So that is kind of what I want to tell you with respect to determining the significance of the trend line. Some people don't know about this kind of thing with the angle, the touches, and the length and time. And then trend lines. How do we draw them? Now, obviously, I kind of explained touching the lows or connecting the lows, and then connecting the highs for downtrend lines. But that's not, the end of the matter. Drawing trend lines here, trend lines should be drawn ideally, to include all price action. Measuring the trend line meaning the trend line must touch or pass through as many price points as possible. So even if there are intraday penetrations, so breaches of the trend line on an intraday basis, but the closes above for the uptrends or below for the downtrend lines, the trend line remains valid. So the point to tell you here is, even though there is a breach of the trend line, if you're drawing it on the daily or drawing the weekly, and you get an intraday breach, it's not the end of the matter. What's most important is whether the price action closes above or below that trend line. You often hear me say, I want to take note of the money that's hanging out at the end of the day, not the 0 days to expiry options or, intraday trading where you got to be flat at the end of the day, but the money after 4 o'clock. How does it feel? What is it doing? What is it thinking? And so that's why I want to focus on the closing print. And the importance of inclusion of as much price action as you can. Ignoring certain points on the chart if they don't fit within your trend line can lead to misinterpretation of the trend. Let me give you an exact, a perfect example here on Li Auto, because it's just the first one that's coming to my mind. So let's load up the daily right now on Li. You'll notice that there's a very clear downward trend on Li. So in this particular case, we're connecting the highs, right? Because it's a downtrend. So what we need to do is connect the highs. Now, what happens when this kind of event here on earnings happens? It completely distorts the entire downtrend line. But, negating this price action over here when it made its way up into 46.5, I fail to look at the double top by negating this price action over here because it doesn't fit within my nice trend line analysis with these lower highs. Then I fail to see that I can take another possible trade if the price is to work back into 46, 47 as a result of this obvious area of resistance over here. So, it may not fit great or fit nicely within your analysis there on the lower lows or the lower highs, I should say, but you definitely have to include the areas that don't always jive with your trend lines. Okay? How to handle these small trend line breaches. Another important topic, let's get right to that. So these minor violations. What do I mean by minor violations? So small breaches of a trend line do not necessarily signal a trend reversal. They could be false signals or part of the normal market noise. Confirmation as well here is quite important. So you got to wait for confirmation through a close beyond the trend line or additional indicators before assuming a trend line is validly broken. So keep that in mind. Handling these small breaches of the trend line is where a lot of people go wrong because they see it breached intraday and they're like, oh, I got to get out. The line's been breached. So I'm going to submit to you two different options that you can use here. So if the daily trend line, or whether you're charting on the daily, whether you're charting on the weekly, if you get a trend line breach on a closing basis, you can do a number of things here. Two things. First, employ the 3% rule. So what you can say to yourself, all right, I'll get out if the price closes 3% below the trend line. So that's one way to go about things. The other way is to employ the 3-day rule. I don't know why 3 is important here. The 3-day rule is you get 3 successive, not, with a green day here and there, but 3 successive breaches and closes above or below the trend line, depending on whether you're going long or short. And basically what you're looking at there is, if you have that 3-day period below the close, then that's your key to get out. Or 3-day close above the high, that's your key to get out. Okay, so you can employ any number of different strategies for these trend line breaches. So just a couple of things here. Small penetrations of a trend line do not necessarily signal a reversal. Wait for confirmation. Confirmation can come through the 3-day rule or the 3% rule. And you also need to be aware of market behavior. Be aware of the market tendencies to test these trend lines with minor violations before resuming the original trend, okay? So just these intraday breaches should not push you out, but if you get a breach beyond the close, you can employ the 3-day or the 3% rule. Moving on here, basically this is what it is. You have an intraday breach. You can choose to draw a trend line based on that low, but you can see that obviously this is a bar chart. So these don't look like candles, Chinese or Japanese candlesticks. So this means it closed over there. So the left side is where we open and the right side is where we close. That's what those lines are. All right, so the valid break of a trend. What constitutes a valid break of a trend line? So breaking the trend, a valid break is typically confirmed when the price closes beyond the trend line rather than just breaching it during the day. And volume considerations here are also super important. A break of the trend line on above average volume can significantly increase the likeliness, or the likelihood, I should say, of it staying above there. And you're going to ask, well, what's above average volume? Well, if you're charting on the daily, then you got to look to the candles prior to that. Is it above average? If it's above average, you know, like really, when's the last time we had a candle that big? So you're going to look, you know, a year window, 6 months window, whatever, gauge this volume trend line or volume bar, I should say, based upon the others in the past year, the past 6 months, or whatever your time frame is. So you can make the calculation or the assessment there. So how trend lines reverse roles? You often hear me talk about, you know, resistance becoming support and support becoming resistance, as applicable to trend lines as it is to these horizontal areas of support and resistance. So yeah, support does become resistance and vice versa. So after a trend line is broken, it often reverses roles, right? An uptrend line that was once support may become resistance. A downtrend line, contrary here, that was resistance may become support. And the trading implications here are pretty simple. Understanding this role reversal can help setting up target levels for exits and entries after a trend line break. So definitely something to be on the lookout for, how resistance flips to support and vice versa there. And measuring implications of the trend lines. You often heard us talk about this when we talked about chart patterns. If you have a bull flag, you can measure the continuation of the bull flag by projecting the length of the flag upwards. Likewise, with the head and shoulders, you can measure it from the neck to the top of the head and then project that downwards. Similar, not exactly the same, but similar thing here for trend lines. So price projection is important. The distance between the start of the trend line and the first point it connects to, which is point 1, can be projected from the point of the trend line break to estimate the potential price movement. Love that. It gives you somewhere to set up beak wetters or set up your stops. And target setting, exactly what I kind of just alluded to there. Use this measurement to set up profit targets or to set your stop losses based on the expected price move following a trend line break. So obviously, you know, we all use trend lines mostly every day, but I don't think a lot of us use it. Well, you probably don't, Ramram, but it's all good there. But a lot of us didn't really know a lot of the uses that we could do with it. So shout out to John J. Murphy, because I based this lesson on his book.
Shout out to you as well. Havana Woody saying they really enjoyed the lesson. And also asking, does the trend line get drawn in the body of the candle, or do we include the wick? I think usually at least just in my experience, I think you can use the body, but also like if we have violations of the wick basis, that can also tell you things as well, right? Like if we're trying to break above and we can't, then hey, like, you know what I mean? This could be a pretty big area of resistance. Let's say if we break above it. So
back to the close.
Yeah.
The close. So the close is super important. So if you're looking at whether the trend line got breached, you got to look at the close, not the wick. But yeah, absolutely. For intraday trading, that wick is important. It stopped there for a reason. There's a buyer there or a seller there, whatever.
Somebody's there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How's your look?
Oh, thank you so much for going over that, Sharif. We are in GitLab, and I am really pleased as punch. We did get some shares out there. This was the largest position I've ever had of a stock of this price. Like, I'm going to be really, really upfront. I know it's not like crazy expensive. I've taken more shares with Palantir, but Palantir is a little bit less expensive. Basically, what I did here, you know, we should get this next guy ready to go with this profit taker. Let's see what we do with 31s. basically, and I'm just using these levels in case you're like, hey, why are these levels being drawn where they are? Okay, dope, we already got filled. I drew these levels because I was looking at any kind of area with these wicks, these price actions. Every one of these I found so far has given you some kind of fight. So I'm like, I stand by the levels I've drawn. Let's see if they continue to hit here. I would love to see break below 53. I know I drew the slide of 53.20s. Let's see if we get below 53. I have half the position left, I believe, at this point. Basically, what I was initially using as my stop was I got involved 54.20s with a pretty nice chunk of my position, was risking into 54.40s because you can see all of these chip and chops, right? Then I was going to add here 40 cents in the money if we got below 53.80. Did that. Okay, dope. Oh my gosh, you want to give me a little bit more here? Let's see if I can get a smaller amount of share. You know what? We'll do that. We get 53.01s, let's go. Basically what I'm trying to do is any kind of area of support or resistance I'm seeing as we get near that is where I'm getting out. Initially, that was where I added to when we had those interactions. And I would argue, I'm already gonna start journaling on this trade aloud to you guys. I should have been adding where, at least some of these exits should have been ads. I think especially that first one. And that was one thing too, I was saying when Obi was on the show on Friday, shout out, we were talking about how he and I were reviewing my CrowdStrike trade from Thursday. And he was like, are there any of these areas where you took out that you think you could have added in retrospect? And I was like, yeah. And then I was actually tempted to add to this with this first area. I took some profit here, 53.60s, but I was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, Dara, that's trading for P&L. If there is still a reason to maybe add there, get involved. Am I cognizant of the fact that we're having a little bit of a bounce here on the bid at VWAP? Yes, I am. I'm going to watch and see what we do here. I'm basically using prior bar highs here for my stop. So this 53.40, which is also, again, an area of interaction here, that'll be the stop. I'm okay with that. Currently average here at 53.86, and I do have half of my total position still left in this stock. Oh, RIP my GitLab chart. Also want to address why I took this name because I know it is a little bit cheaper than the stocks I normally trade. I liked GitLab because it was an earnings name. You knew there was catalyst, you knew there was going to be volume, and it has a spread. So for me, as long as I'm able to kind of read that spread, I am happy with my trades, and the spread really helped me out too when I got in and I added, and then I was about to get stopped out because I switched my stop at that point to break even, which would have been at the time 54.05s. And then what we do is we do this little chop, this little trade. I said, Dara, breathe, stay in the trade. And what I saw in the spread was pretty bearish. So let's see what we do here. I love this bearish 5-minute candle. Let's see if we can follow it up. We might bounce off VWAP, I understand, and we might have to get out of this trade, but I'm pleased as punch with what I did with this. Let's go. How are you doing, Sharif?
Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out of the big moves because you're too slow to the news? That's the case. Well, then Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yeah, join that thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, then go on, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. We're not going to comment about this gentleman today because we did that before. Happy with this trade over here. Got in at Tesla at 219.80. I was able to take it out at 20s. Took 30 pennies, but as per usual, I didn't take the full lot. I was really debating whether to hold this. The reason I got in on Tesla at this level, well, number one, it's really the best long in Mag 7 world at the moment. And number two, it's been very respectful, as you can see, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So it dipped into the 10. I saw a hammer candle forming as it got bought up off that low, and I punched in. Sometimes you don't get the best price. Obviously this did dip into 219.50. I ended up getting in the 80s, so we're missed that from the bottom there. But it does do a nice little move back into 221. However, what I'm noticing, obviously, here is the last, better part of 20 minutes, we've really had trouble taking 221 on a closing basis. So despite the fact that we just took that nice little long, I'm going to be on the lookout here for a possible 221 rejection. Definitely not where I anticipated the rejection to come. You anticipate that $10 level at 220 to be the real level of resistance, but we don't choose. So going to keep my eye out here on Tesla to see whether or not we can work into something below that 221 if it keeps testing that area again, Adara. So I'm going to keep my eye on that.
Yeah, let's see how that one goes there in that Cybertruck. Hopefully you're saying, beep, move it on my way. I got to take some profit. That would be what I definitely hope there for you on that Cybertruck. GitLab, we did take out 60% of the remaining position at the time there at VWAP. I know I said I was going to take out a little bit less, but I didn't like that interaction. We almost got stopped out in this, so I said, again, not fear, it's just being realistic, right? I was like, it is VWAP. You got to be honest, that is a level I liked anyway. So I said, take out 60%. I was going to take out 40%. So it's not a massive difference here, but I'm saving a piece for the dream and I'm going to get that beak wetter ready. Look at this 5250s. Look at this pre-market open. We hooped to the downside. Look where we wick up into. Ooh, ooh. Can we break it? No, we can't. Then we do. So I do like that 5250s. Am I aware? Like I said, bit of an optimistic area of profit. But what I really learned from that Lulu trade on Friday is that if your levels make sense, if you have them with technical analysis, if you are exercising patience, then maybe you will get paid. Shout out to the pun bears versus bulls sometimes drops. As of right now, again, using prior bar highs here on the 3-minute, which currently is at 53.40. Wow, this is starting to look a little bit bullish, though, some of these wicks, so I am being cognizant of that, but I'm not going to panic sell. We're going to breathe. We're going to go. Stay calm, stay chill, stay light and easy, breezy, beautiful, covered short, although not yet. But yeah, that was really on the nose. Or on, much like bronzer, it was on the nose.
You just got to sing it, Adara.
I guess I should have.
Yeah.
Shout out there to Tony saying nice trading get left. I do appreciate that. I'm really just trying to grow every single day. What I realized is you do have to have that confidence, that confidence, whatever you want to call it, right? GitLab, not normally a name I trade, but I had it in my side chart. As I sat down, I kind of noticed this could get a little bit reversey. The reversion hits, and I've been trying to do a bit more reversion trading lately, and so that hits, and I'm like, get involved. So I do like that look. Yeah, patience, everyone. So it's to Jasper Fernandez. He's not saying patience, he's saying patience. So I like that energy. I like that. Shout out to you, Dan Emmons. I appreciate that. I know I heard about your NQ long in the chat as well. So nice look there. NVIDIA, a lot of these kind of roundy little dudes over here. Not sure what to make of them. You're right, Tesla's being really bamboozling though. That's an interesting one. I've got Dollar Tree up here in terms of other earnings names. Zscaler. Oh. This one got scaled back this morning. I was saying that to Neil. Kind of a fun little morning pun. Because as Sharif will know and everyone can attest to, I do make everyone listen to my puns at all times, not just on the show. Zscaler, not really as clear of a pattern as I would like it to have. A little bit of a kind of a bat wings. Like it's like, where am I going? A little bit rounded. Interesting little look there. So we'll see how that one goes. It's also worth noting here, guys, if you have any tickers you're looking at, you're like, hey, what direction? What do I do? Where will it go? I can't tell you where it'll go, but I can tell you if you want that perspective, you can go into that chat and vote. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker. What do you get if you vote? You may ask. You're like, what is my hard-earned vote being going towards? Well, you will see Sharif gesticulate wildly on green screen.
I will.
You will see.
Maybe I'll actually do it, Adara, because we keep giving the people, we'll keep telling them I'm going to gesticulate wildly, and then I don't do it. So maybe we're building it up here, and that's not a good thing.
I think maybe that's what we should do. But either way, you can find out what Sharif will do with that green screen if you go into the chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, C poop. No, I'm joking. That was really one that was voted for. How are you doing over
Good.
there?
I'm in NVIDIA right now when we're doing the dance here. I'm trying to defend the 20 exponential moving average. Nice move into 110, and now it's coming back into that key area of technical support, or at least I see it as technical support. It's the consolidation area top at around 108.5. I'm trying to pack my patience over here, but my out is going to be through the break of the mid-30s, so we're going to have to defend this $0.50 level. I'm 10 cents out of the money at the moment. We're long 65s, and we're going to, we're almost basically break even now. I'd like to wet my beak around the whole dollar, but it's going to have to hold. So NVIDIA, good, decent day for it, but it may be a kind of like a late trade over here. We shall find out very soon whether or not this pays or whether I get stopped out. But I got to echo your sentiment. I think you're right. Tesla is still holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, whereas, NVIDIA is now coming down into the 20. So is the futures contract. We're below 19.1, obviously, but we're above the 20 exponential on the future. And this is zigging and zagging over here on NVDA. So I'm trying to pack my patience. Obviously, Meta, very strong as well. Let's bring in the side chart here on META. It's literally at highs, just printed 514.45. So, and it's printing now 514.18. So a lot of strength right now in META. And you saw a lot of strength in Microsoft as well, relatively speaking, okay? I mean, yes, they are just marginally green, but where they were to start the day, where they are now, looks like they've recovered a little bit here. Obviously, the market, same bag. We're only up 0.17 on the future. And then when you look, I think I just got stopped out there of NVIDIA. So we just got stopped out again of NVIDIA. So just, taking a bit of a hit today. 0 for 2, right? Well, no, 1 for 2. One decent trade on whatever this name or Tesla, and then one mistake on Apple, and then another here mistake on NVIDIA. So we're gonna have to get our bearings under us and maybe start looking short now as the market heads back into 19,000. We'll have to see. Number one, does it get a defend on the 20 exponential, on the 5-minute, on the future, which is at right now, literally. Or do we got to wait to come back down into that 19,000? In fact, yesterday, where did we close exactly? We closed at around 19,007, 19,008, something around there. So basically defend 19,000 or just a little bit above. So we'll see if we can defend that area and then catch a little bit of a bounce here. But yeah, the long has not worked out for me so far this afternoon. Keep my eye on that. Ryan Hamblin. Sharif, I must ask you a question. Why are the Gunners bad? I don't know. Have you been watching the Premier League the last 2 years, bro? I don't know. I don't think they're bad. Moving on to actually real questions. What are other people asking over here? Please be respectful in the chat. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about Arsenal right now. But that's a look there. Yeah, I've got really nothing at the moment, but I see Apple is headed right back down, baby. So maybe we are on to something here with the short. I like it if it breaks down below the 75 penny level. It seemed to have support there for whatever reason last time around. So it breaks down below 75. We're looking short, baby.
Yeah, GitLab is maybe trying to bounce. Okay, we're going to get out of GitLab, though I have to say thank you, GitLab, for the journey. This has been a really nice first trade of the day here on GTLB. Took out the remaining, still made like 50 cents here on the remaining fifth of the total position. So played as much with that happen here. I should definitely cancel, though, that beak letter because you don't want to accidentally get that filled later. But basically, again, to just kind of recap this, we had that break of the trend line. And this actually started the trend line lesson because look at these higher highs, higher lows here. We had that umbrella or inverse umbrella handle pattern. So the umbrella handle pattern for me has always been when you have a big downward move, quick spike up, then the rain continues. You got to get your umbrella out because you get more downside. We got the umbrella handle pattern inverse once. We got it twice. We get it a third time. Then we get this kind of topping tailish candle here into 55s. Then I basically, once we broke below the 90 MA, once we had the defined trend break, that's when I got out. So happy with this trade. Just going to recap what I did. If some of these levels come back in, I'll take this maybe in either direction, but I want to be able to breathe, chill. Super happy with this trade. I was, like I said, saving that last piece for the dream at 52.50. The dream didn't work out, so I got out in the prior bar high. No regrets, I must say. Also, to shout out the person that says this a lot, Obi, I am looking at Amazon a bit here on the side chart. Oh boy. I like what I see here in AMZN, and I've definitely missed that move. To be clear, happy I had GitLab, but wow, that was aggressive. Look at this Amazon. Look at how it held that. We had this resistance, and we had the support, and they flipped and they flopped, and then we broke below that 175.25, and RIP the Zon. Jeff Bezos is like, no way, Zos. Look at this move down. Let's see if we bounce here at VWAP. That could be a look. And it's not even just VWAP. It's also kind of a pre-market low of sorts here at 174.40 or 174.60, sorry. So that could be interesting. NVIDIA kind of coming into interesting levels. We had someone in the chat, I believe it was Kendall Lopez. There we go. Saying NVIDIA found resistance from yesterday's AVWAP. We encountered the resistance high of day at 109.97. As someone who was in that NVIDIA 110 short yesterday, that level was wild. Like once we broke below that, to be fair, it did have the added confidence that the entire market floosh at 2 p.m. But that level was pretty crazy. So you're right. It's very interesting that this is, again, a level that we come into resistance to. RIP my microphone that I just dropped. But NVIDIA, this is a really, let's see what we do here, this 107.80s. I know Sean was involved in this name around this level, I believe, at one point. Let's see if we bounce. Sorry, guys, I don't have any trades on right now. Nothing coming into levels for me as of yet. Just watching, waiting, scheming, plotting, scheming, maybe getting some money. Another earnings play for me, because I said GitLab, Zscaler was kind of doing a lot of nothing at that time. It just had a big move down. But Dollar Tree, look at this. We get one bearish candle here, move down, rounded top, floosh. Now we're getting another rounded top. How many times can one stock rounded top, Sharif? I think we'll find out today with Dollar Tree. But what I do find interesting is this kind of hold of support at 65.50. I know I've said this time and time again. Me going long SSR stocks tends to have a bit of a dicey success rate. But if I believe in the trade, I will get involved. When will I believe in the trade, you may ask? I will need us to hold 66 because that was a bit of an area of resistance earlier, and we're rejecting it right now. If we hold 66, this could be route 66 for me to the upside within reason. If I have levels that make sense, we're going to wait, we're going to watch, we're going to breathe, because I don't want to continue to make this mistake of going long SSR names. It's happened far too many times and never well. How are you doing? Hope
Good.
that and Redfin trade's going well.
Yeah, I was telling Neil about this one in the morning. It was quite directional. We're trying to take it on a bounce right now. Let's talk about the small cap gappers because we didn't say anything about those. So we got ASST. It's kind of pulled back a little bit here below the volume weighted average price. That happens to be at $3. So it's a little bit below that, 2 3/4. So we'll keep an eye, see if it can catch a bid. It did find support at a nice area. So there was a consolidation area top at around 260 there. Looks like it may have gotten that area or the 50 exponential on the 5 on ASST. Decent look, nothing to write home about. FFIE, this one halted earlier on. A couple of times it looks like, well, maybe. Let's look at the 1 minute over here to see how many times it's halted. Yeah, 1, 2, 2 halts. So not too bad. On Faraday Future, I still don't see a headline for this. Let me just double check super quick. But we didn't need a headline for this a couple of weeks ago when it was running after 5 red sessions. Yeah, nothing on Faraday, just telling me that it was halted and that sort of thing. Anyway, below the volume weighted average price right now, so not tradable under my system, nor does it have a definable pre-market high that we can base a level off. So just going to leave that. BNRG, this one was another good one to start the day. It's still up 13%, but as you can see, well off the highs. This one closed at $1, almost $1.25, and now it's almost down to 137 after being at 187, knocking on the door at $2. Doesn't look like it's going to continue here, so we'll keep tabs on that. SERV, obviously, this is not a small cap gapper, but I saw it was quite directional. Zigging, zagging, a little bit below VWAP, a little bit above. It does look like the best trade is now behind it. That directional momentum trade looks like it was just, between that 10 to 10 or 10 to 10:45 hour, and then we really dropped aggressively. Held initially here at VWAP. Now we're working our way above VWAP, so maybe there is a trade. Maybe it was that 8 defending. It seemed to find a little bit of support off the 20 exponential on the 5. It's back up to 8 1/5 now, so we'll see if this one can work its way back up. I can see Redfin is now coming down here below the 10 exponential, so I'm going to break, if it breaks that high 50s area, we'll get out, and then if it bounces off the 20 exponential, we'll get back in. Last but not, well, there's a couple more. AAOI, I should say. Thought I had only one more. This one is interesting. The only thing about this one that I don't like is the volume, but it's at a great area, finding support at the volume weighted average price, off the highs by, about 65 pennies or so. The only reason I don't like it, guys, is $12. It's only done 2.43 million shares. Let me find out what the float is. It's about a $500 million market cap, so not really a small cap gapper. 36 2/3 million share float. And this one, I promise you, is the last one of the 8 here, WISA. So this was obviously very strong to start the pre-market there. 4 o'clock, there was umpteen amount of buyers. We did a decent amount of volume, and we also set nice tops there in the pre-market. We're above the pre-market high. We're above VWAP, but this topping tail candle here at 11 o'clock is ugly. There is an area of support here at 250, which didn't hold. So the area that I'm looking at now is the volume weighted average price right around that 2 1/3. If that holds, that'll be interesting. We'll keep WISA up on a trading screen here, see if we can weasel a trade on WISA. At the volume weighted average price, Adara.
That's a really good one.
That's the only one I've got.
Thank you, Sharif. I appreciate that.
No
I like the punning here on this desk. I went long Dollar Tree. I want to talk about it. To be fair, I saw the break above 66. I was like, wow. Poo, poo, shoo, poo. Don't know what words I'm using. It was beautiful. It's the point I'm trying to make. That break above 66. But I didn't get the first break. I got the retest. I don't know if this will work. We are having a bit of a topping tail candle. We're holding 66 right now in the book. I'm risking 25 cents. Here, I'm looking to add if we break above 66.40. So not bad there. And then I want to be starting to piece out as we get near VWAP, not just because it's VWAP, mind you, but also because it is that 6660 area, 666. Shout out to, you know, the omen. Hopefully it's not going to be an omen for my trade, but hopefully we can Gregory Peck some profits out here with my beak wetter. I hope really someone understood this like 70s horror film reference here, because I did put my heart and soul into that.
That's good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So we see Neil eating over there, and it's reminding me that there's jerk chicken for lunch, which is kind of stressing me out because of my spice tolerance. But it's all good, baby. Hopefully this trade will be a dream. Couple cents in the money right now. Basically, I know like this going long these SSR names or SSR bounce names can always be a little bit dicey. It generally has been for me, but for this, I watched that push up. We had confluence. We had, to me, quite a stream of green candles. And the reason I thought we had confluence too, the reason the balance of the evidence for me was along is because look, we wick so many times here above that 66 level. We talked about, too, how you can use with trend lines. Shout out to Sharif for that awesome lesson. It's like, obviously, the closing of the candles is going to be really key, but sometimes you can see where we wicked into, seeing sense of direction, a little bit of the psychology of some participants. So I see these attempts to push above here into the 9 EMA at 66, whole dollar level. I like it, I want it. As of right now, I do got it. So shout out to Ariana Grande. That reminds me of Starbucks. I know we had Sean looking at that one earlier, so let's see. You know, as we see what shakes out of that dollar trade. Let's take a look. Oh my gosh, Starbucks, you're gonna push back because look at that umbrella handle pattern, not once but twice. We get that big move down, get a little, you know, you guys know what you mean, like the scoop handle umbrella pattern, and then we see chimney dump to the downside. Another move down here. I should probably be babysitting dollar trade, though it's holding up pretty well. This route 66 right now. Some more confluence, actually. The fact that we have that move down in the market. Dollar Tree is like, yeah, I'll hold 66. I'm like, I don't know if you'll still hold 66, but if you want to hold it for now, Dollar Tree, I would be pleased as punch. Hopefully we can make some dime straight. I don't know if we're going to get Dollar Club and Dollar Tree, but if we can even get, right now we're in the dime club. So let's see what that goes for DLTR. Starbucks, if you're going to have all these patterns and all this volume, I'm booting somebody off my side chart. Who's going to go? Pandub. You got to go, Pandub. Oh, I like your spread. Nah, Starbucks for now. We'll see what shakes up. This is the best part about side charts, Sharif, is you can kick names off if they're disrespecting you. You can switch them up. And let us know in this chat, exclamation point, join space, $ ticker, whatever you're looking at. Shout out to Bonkzilla saying no foam, please. Yeah, no foam for this year market. Yeah, Bears versus Bulls, remembering the umbrella handle pattern. I've been talking about this one for quite a while. It's one that I find to be a little bit interesting, can give you a sign of rainy days in this market. Let's see how we hold DLTR. I will be watching this one, not in the DL. I'll be watching this one out in the open. For DLTR. Let's see if we can continue to hold this vague uptrend. Shout out to Trends. How are you doing over here?
Good. Well, I just got stopped out of Redfin as it broke down below 60. So we're going to take the hit on this one too, and that's fine. I mean, that's just the situation, you know, we find ourselves in, can't get a good read on the market. We'll reset and look to see what we can do next. This one, it did breach the 10 exponential. I had a right idea, poor execution. So we'll see if this one can find its footing at around 10.5 or $10.45. That's going to be the next level I look at as an area of support. This one's been directional, so I want to take this one long. I don't necessarily want to look at a mean reversion trade. What I'd rather do is set up as a long at different areas of support. So the first area I'll be looking at, 10.45. The second area I'll be looking at about 10 to 5. Maybe front running that a little bit at 10.25. Probably be at 10.25 because VWAP will probably work its way right back up there. So we'll keep tabs on this one. BLFY also found good support at VWAP, trying to work its way back into $1.50. This one's not going to give you much in the way of an actual move, dollars and cents wise. So you're going to have to size in here. Make sure that you're taking account of commissions when you do size into these, because it's not giving you a whole lot. Like, I mean, the closing print's $1.19, the high is $1.55. So you can, it's certainly predictable. It's trading well off key areas, but you're gonna have to move in big boy on this one in order to really get that move. So keep looking over here. We've just given up the ghost again at 19,000, but on the NQ September contract. But I want to point out that there's this area of possible support over here on the future. Well, the future will definitely had support at 19,000. That closing print at 19,008. But there was price action support over here, right where we are right now. So if we break down, looking for VWAP, but then you know we could really see more negativity or more southern movement, more selling here on the market, and I kind of anticipate that at least until late October. And I think it goes a little bit even further this year because of the election, the uncertainty that presents. So we'll keep tabs on this. I don't have any trades right now. I've set up a dip trade on NVIDIA at the volume weighted average price to take a bounce off there. It's been a good trade off VWAP. Earlier, it did bounce off VWAP at around 10 and then again at 10.15. So we'll give it the old community college try here. We're still a little bit away from it. 70s we're printing, 107.70s on NVIDIA. I'm setting up in the high 30s, so still a little bit of time before that one gets printed. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't have much on the day today. It's been a bit of a tougher day for me. Started a bit negative, but this is the first day I've been negative in like almost 2 weeks. So, you know, we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's definitely good to get into those happier streaks. Right now, like I said, I've been hiding my P&L, and I think I've, just try to focus on the quality of the trade. Speaking of trades here, hopefully this Dollar Tree trade is of higher quality than some of the things sold at Dollar Tree. No offense to Dollar Tree, just, Dollar Store, bad
shade.
Joke. But I guess a little bit of shade under that Dollar Tree. Picture me getting shaded under a Dollar Tree. Halle Berry. Okay, if anyone knows Money Trades by Kendrick Lamar, shout out. I love that song. And I also love what Dollar Tree did at 66. Why I'm comfortable trading this, even though it is a lot cheaper than a lot of the stocks that I'm trading, is because it has a spread. And for me, when I have those spreads, I feel more comfortable reading them. Dollar Tree was sitting at 66 in a way that had me very nervous. We get 66.02s, 66.01s, 66. And you guys know when I have those big creep up or big creep down, I tend to find those to be bullish or bearish respectively. So I was like, okay, Dollar Tree, let's see if we got a runaway. There's like a coconut falling off the tree or something. But then Dollar Tree wicks into 65.99 on the bid, and then we pop right back up. I'm like, okay, we had a retest. We had some strength. Like I said, I do have a bit of a natural trepidation towards trading some of these SSR names as longs because I do find they can be a little bit slippery, or at least I've always slipped there. They always catch me slipping, I'll put it that way. Oh. But right now, hopefully we're not getting any ice falling off this tree because I think this is a nice look. I think I've had no reason to believe. Like I said, I'm risking 25 cents. Going to add if we break above that 66.40s level. To be clear, that is pretty clear resistance, but it's kind of resistance that I think if we do break above it, there could be a nice further strength in that name. Shout out to Boeing 160.60 yesterday. It was the same kind of look. I was like, are we ever going to get above this resistance? And then, you might not. That's the thing, too. But if you're willing to wait for it, if you have patience and you're waiting and it's still within your risk-reward parameters, then sometimes those moves can be really sweet and be really fruitful. Like a fruit tree. I'm going to stop making these tree puns. I really like that look you have there on Amazon with that bottoming tail candle too, Sharif. I saw that you got in there, and I was like, ooh. NVIDIA too, which I know, I like this. I like this look at NVIDIA. Look at the way we're like trying to hold there, planting our feet at 107.50. That is a nice look. I'm going to wait till I'm at a Dollar Tree to get involved in anything else. If I were to get involved in anything here, I don't think it'd be NVIDIA. GitLab, still interesting, your VWAP, but IWM, I don't want to trade this one on an IWM, but the Russell 2000 is trying to hustle back here, bouncing off VWAP like some of these other names. AMD, fiddling around with VWAP. We had NVIDIA with VWAP. Look at this IWM. Are we still in a downtrend? Yes. Shout out to Trend Day. But if we break above this 90 EMA, if we break above that 214, 13, that'd be an interesting look for me. So I actually might trade this at the same time as Dollar Tree once the Dollar Tree decides what direction it'd like to shake. Let's find out what happens there. And I do want to hear about your Amazon long because it looks like you were in the money. I'm pleased this punch for you. I love that entry.
Thank you, Adara. We're looking for a 175 touch. We're trying to get back into Greensville here. We're red on the day, full disclosure. That's the way it is. And by the way, I'm reading, listening to books on a tape. I told you about this on Spotify. Yeah, I can, Ram, believe it or not. I don't know. They made me read in school, Ram. I tried to stop it, but they insisted that I learn. No.
You two are ridiculous. I love it.
We're having a good time.
Shout out to the Ramin and Sharif Comedy Hour.
Yeah. Nobody can hear Ram. That's why we're trying to get this woman a mic. She's got a mic. She doesn't want to use it. Yeah, she's got one. She doesn't want to use it.
They made it work. I just don't like using it.
I'll be on. But that's so. What was I saying, Adara? Yes, I'm reading Diary of a CEO by Stephen Barlett. And so he's like one of the chapters. So all the chapters are laws, Adara. Okay, each law, and then he gives his reason why he believes in that law. So I think it's chapter or law 21 or something like that. He's like, fail people.
I like that.
Fail people. The premise is if you don't fail, you're not experimenting. If you're not experimenting, you're stagnant. and you're going to be stagnant. You're done as a competitor, right? So that's the look there. That's what I've been thinking about. And I tried to apply that to trading, right? I'm like, dog, if you're going to stick with the setups that you're comfortable with, that you think you printed on in the past, well, then you're not expanding your horizon. Sure, traders want to stay in their lane and stuff, but I can't pretend like I don't know even 1% of what there is to know. So if I'm not experimenting, I don't know what else I can get better at. So I just wanted to mention that today. I listen to that book when I do my walk. And so if I can pass on that knowledge, I'll pass that on. It's not only knowledge I can drop around. So I took nicely 35 pennies there on, Amazon. We'll look to basically take this short or long. Again, I don't want to let it off the hook. It's still a bit of a downtrend. Hasn't put in a newer high. A newer high comes in above that 175.10 area there. So we'll keep, there was some tags here. Shout out to my man, Adam. I appreciate you, Adam. But still, nothing to write home about. But it's been a good couple of weeks. Kyle Burdett, shout out to Halle Berry in Monsters Ball. Heck of a performance in that living room. Shout out
I know
to
what
you.
he's getting at.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen that movie, but I'm assuming there's some innuendos there, Adara.
Well, she won her Oscar for it, but that scene is it's known for other reasons.
Graphic, eh? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
but I just shouted out that line in that song there. Also, there was a super chat from Kyle Burdett. I think we forgot about earlier.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry, I apologize. We missed it. I just remembered it now.
Sorry, Big Spile.
$4.99 super chat from Big Spile Burdett. The unofficial midday show sponsor is listening in short. The ES using SPX puts. Big Chief, I sent you the plan on IG. Hope everyone prints today. Thank you, Kyle. We hope everyone prints today as well. Thank you for sending us that. And shout out to Big Spal Burdett. Shout out to all everyone who gets to be here with us. And thank you for all the super chats and all of the support. Kyle, I want to actually bounce off what you said there too.
Yeah, go for it.
With regards to not being afraid to fail.
Yeah.
Because like I said, my thing, I was my first week live, I had 4 to 5 green days. Yeah, we're talking green by a hair, and we're talking I wasn't really. There wasn't a lot of there was effort being put in, but it was a lot of very kind of basic trades. I was trading just to be green. I wasn't trading because I loved the trades. I wasn't trading because I had confidence or confidence or balance of the evidence or conviction. Shout out to Law and Order Conviction. I was really just trading because I wanted to be green. And so then when I went back to the style, and I want to shout out Sharif for some of the conversations that led to this. Once I got back in, I was really, focusing on what I did in the sim, what worked. And once you're focusing, and once you're trading for yourself, once you're not afraid to lose because you're trying to gain knowledge, I think that can be really key here as well. Also, shout out to Adam DeLuz.
Adam!
£5 super chat. Trading up and down Tim Hortons, beers, Blue Jays. Toronto's going to be great. Can't wait to visit at the end of this month. Let's go.
Can't wait to have you, homie. We've been waiting for a hot minute. The floor is ready. We're going to show you around, Adam. Obviously, we're going to be going out, so can't wait to have you over, brother. And it's been a hot minute since you and I found out we were both Arsenal fans. What's that, Ram? I'm not even going to read that. Ram, you want something? Put on the mic and ask him. That's the way it is, Ram. Okay? So shout out to Ram. Yeah, I love it. Shout out to Adam DeLuz, man. For real, thank you for the 5 quid super chat, my man out there from London. So shout out to him. All right, let's have a look over here at NVIDIA, Ram. And the thing about this one is it came down into that area that I'd like to take a long at. I was waiting at 39s or 40s. This thing came down to 52s. I had the right idea. It didn't execute. So now, what's the next move? Sharif, are we bouncing off here? We're back into positive on NVIDIA, but I'm talking marginally here, 0.07% in the green. It is at that break-even level. I'm talking about that 108-ish area. That is the closing print from yesterday on NVDA, and we've had a lot of interaction with this 108 area, especially early on, right? Because let me show you what I'm talking about. Here's the 5-minute look on NVDA. We definitely had wicks that breached this 108 in the IB, the implied balance open, which goes essentially from 9:30 to 10:30, which we know because we did an entire week on that. Shout out to Dan, the dang man Emmons. But we breached that 108 area, and then we zigged and zagged quite substantially here with 108.50 at the high and then 106 at the low in the same 5-minute candle. Then we take that level decisively. So I'm all eyes and ears to see whether this 108 area is going to act as an area of resistance or support today. Undecided right now, seeing that we're literally at the area, pennies away from it. So interesting area for NVDA. It does call into question, though, my resting order at the volume weighted average price. A couple of reasons. One, it's shown you its propensity not to respect or not to come back into VWAP, at least lately. It did initially. That's number one. Number two, VWAP and the closing print are awfully close together. So number one, I don't want to get stuck within that range. Number two, it could reject off the closing print and completely disrespect VWAP, not use it as support at all, which by the way is at around that 107 and a third. So a couple of candles of indecision here on NVIDIA has me feeling not sure exactly how to trade this. So we'll pack our patience there. The dead one, Apple, kind of setting up what could be, again, this is confirmation bias until it manifests, what could be a double bottom, a bullish double bottom. And the reason I say that is because the left side of the W a little bit lower than the right side. The only way to confirm that, though, is to get a break of this middle part of the W above $220.25. We're weaseling back above the volume weighted average price on Apple with a bottoming tail candle into 218. So around 219 and a third. I'm going to be all eyes and ears at this 220 and a third, 220 and a quarter Adira to see whether or not we can manifest that double bottom and possibly retrace. But I got to tell you, something is afoot with Apple. I think somebody's offloading a position again. Here's my theory. Just, take it with a grain of salt. Was it Friday? Yeah, it was Friday. Friday, the market was very green. Apple was the only Mag 7 name that was red. I initially thought that it was resistance at 230, and people were taking profits as we weaseled up there. There seems to be, some more aggressive selling in Apple, which just happens to coincide with some upgrades and these kind of good comments about Apple coming out as being a big AI play. To me, just my suspicious mind thinks that, once people have positioned and they've got the shares that they want, these rating agencies and big money buyers, then all of a sudden they drop the news items for everybody else to comprehend and digest once they built their position. So I'm going to be a little bit suspicious here with the price action on Apple. Of late, I won't be adding until a 200 breach. That's just my position. I have enough shares in my personal account from wherever I'm holding it from, and then I add it again at 200 on the dip on that Black Monday. I'm not going to be adding again until it breaks that $200 level. So that's my move on Apple, and I feel something is afoot with it that isn't entirely kosher at the moment. So that's just my, suspicion and 2 cents, and yeah, have at it.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Sherry, for going over that. Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I think you have to go based on what, sometimes you see patterns, they don't necessarily make sense, but all you know is it's something that you see, right? And you're right, it is interesting for sure. Analyst notes on Apple, that's one of the ones that I find gets the most backhanded upgrades or downgrades, right? We talked about this a lot.
Exactly.
When we say backhanded upgrade or downgrade, we mean an upgrade that is actually kind of with a negative note, or we get a downgrade with a positive note, so it's really bamboozling. Apple, according to my memory, which is not bad. Generally, I find tends to get a lot of those. Also, speaking of memory, you might remember I was long Dollar Tree, added to my Dollar Tree long as we got above 66.40. Then I switched, so my average at this point was 66.20s. Then I was like, okay, you know what, Derek, get out at 66. If we break below 66, you want to get off route 66 into something else. So get out of Dollar Tree. Then I see the way we break down 66. I'm like, oh my gosh, Derek, this should be a short, this should be short, this should be short. Right as I'm starting to think this, Dollar Tree's I was like, come on, Dollar Tree. You're not going to let me try? So I couldn't get filled, canceled my order to get filled, was like, cool, whatever. Then we have a false break of 66. I was like, okay, I'm not going to get. We're going to stop watching Dollar Tree because it seems like it just wants to move 20 cents and bamboozle. Should I get short Dollar Tree in case this does occur? I will be getting short at 66. Nowhere else. I will be risking into 66.20s, and I will be adding a free break below 65.75. So basically using the same levels that I liked on the initial trade, using those, flipping them, reversing them to make it into a short. SPCE. Do I want to be trading SPCE here when the market is in a bit of a state? Not at all. But 421 was a level I liked. I'm not going to lie, 421 did something for me. When we had that initial move on SPCE last week with all of the Hindenburg short report, and then we have the news that they're delaying their annual report. Look at this. Oh my gosh, Sharik.
What happened, Adara?
Look at all of this support here that we have just above that 421, and then we wick up into VWAP and we can't hold it. But This looks kind of umbrella handly, which is the only reason I haven't hopped in, but I like that 421 level. I like how we're trying to hold it. If we keep holding this level with the spread getting kind of as tight as it is, bit of a curl up here in the bid, I would love to curl into that trade and see what develops. I've also been watching my SPY. SPY having a heck of a rejection here on a closing basis on the 5-minute. We talked about closing basis and trends. Look at that closing. Like, this candle says, leave me alone, bulls. This candle says, bulls, get out my face. Look at that rejection. I actually drew these levels yesterday. Look at this bounce here off 551.60. To me, it's a really interesting look. Maybe not yesterday. Recently, I drew them. If we bounce here, I'm cool with that. But I'll be getting out before the bulls get out my face candle at 552.30. Because if it wants me to get out its face, I respect that. I would like to see us hold. I want to see one more kind of test and hold here of 551.70s. If we do that, like I said, take it long 552.30s. I'll be risking here into 50s. So risking like 20 pennies trying to make about 60. That is a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You know what I call that?
What?
Realistic and not bad. So the DLTR short would have worked. That's fine. I don't want to push into that. It's so frustrating when every stock comes to your level because then you have to make hard choices.
Good call.
Right? Like I'm going to be honest with you. At least I find it a little bit
That's the way it is, yeah.
GTLB finally maybe trying to get off the schneid here and break below VWAP. This is a level I liked earlier at 53. I know where I would risk it into, like the 53.20, or I'd get short 53.20, risk it into 53.40. Those are some levels I liked. The point is, I think if GTLB gives up VWAP, it's all she wrote.
Oh.
And I would like to be the one. I would like to be the she in that it's all she wrote.
That's
I would like to be the one holding the pen. So let's see if I can be the writer of my own trade here on this GTLB. I'd love to get into that GitLab, do an experiment. SMCI is still looking really bullish here. Yeah, I just have a lot of decisions to make. I apologize, guys. Not in any trades right now. Waiting to see what sets up. Though I do have to say I'm immensely proud of the dollar trade. I was able to get out of that before we hit that market flush because I followed my plan. Did take a hit, but as 21 Savage says, take less L's, make more M's. And as Neil said, your losing trade should be boring. DLTR, snooze fest.
So true.
I wish I was back in that short.
So true.
Grr. How are you feeling?
I took 35 pennies on Astis Sedera. It's back and it looks fantastic. What a directional move here for ASTS. Like, this is pretty buy programmy here. And the buy program looks like it got turned on right at 10 o'clock because that's where the hammer candle, actually it is a hammer candle. And there has been how many candles since 10 o'clock? Let's count them. Well, we should be able to do it based on the time. So so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, and we're on 5 now. Okay, so within 25 candles on Astis on the 5-minute chart, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles. So 20 green candles on the 5-minute, 5 red candles, and you can see this has been awfully directional. And even better about this is that it found its footing right at yesterday's closing print, right at that 29 1/3. Great move. The reason I got into this, it dipped into the 10 exponential moving average. That's all I needed. Something this directional. The 10 should be what you need. I got in. I didn't hold enough, obviously, and now it is above 36. But that doesn't mean Astis is done. Let's actually bring in the side chart here to have a look at where resistance could be found on ASTS. And then I'll give you the details on this. Okay, so we're definitely not at local highs. Local highs take us back to August 19th and August 20th. The 19th, we closed high, but on the 20th, we wicked higher. So the 20th took us all the way up into that $40.33 area. And we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows since. That is until we found a bit of a consolidation phase here between the 28th and the 3rd. And then we get a big boy green day again to hold the trend. It's an absolute love affair here between ASTS and the 20 exponential moving average on the daily. Yes, on the daily, not on the 5. Look how many times it's held, wicks or otherwise, with the 20 exponential moving average. ASTS, beautiful look here, guys. AST Space Mobile. What does this company do? Build cellular broadband network in space. Oh, to operate directly with standard unmodified mobile devices. Dog, that's serious. Without having to put like these towers everywhere, you could have a way wider, what do they call that? What's the word I'm looking for? Line of sight line of sight from space, way better than line of sight from, obviously, from Earth. The terrestrial towers that we set up here only have a limited line of sight because of the curves. Flat earthers, don't come at me, right? So that's the look there. This is a really interesting name. It's a fantastic looking chart, man. This chart is serious. From May to the highs that we put in there in mid-August, it's up 1,500%. Okay, so this is very interesting here. ASTS. Intraday, though, what we're looking at in terms of resistance is going to be every prior day's high. So this candle over here on August 23rd takes us to 37.20. The day prior to that takes us to 37.65. So we're going to have incremental resistance, it looks like, because of how high we were to end the month of August. But ASTS, we traded as a small cap gapper, and we're not really putting a lot of respect on its name. At least I wasn't. I'm not talking for anybody else. But this is really interesting. The chart is fantastic. The idea seems really cool too. Obviously, it's like kind of like a SpaceX rival, you have to assume. Or not SpaceX, SpaceX, because it's Starlink. Starlink's still under SpaceX, which is interesting. See what Brazil is doing over there? Yeah. That's an interesting story, eh? X and Starlink. So they banned X, that's all over, and until they get appealed, right? And then in order for Starlink, Adara, to stay in Brazil, they had to ban X on Starlink's data. So anybody in Brazil using Starlink cannot access Twitter or X or whatever. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, it's interesting, too. I was reading someone on CNBC apparently was saying that they actually think this could be bad for Tesla, too, because Elon has been putting so much energy into X and into his other projects. That's already been a concern for some Tesla investors. Absolutely. So a lot of the hard Tesla bulls actually love it. But anyway, so this investor, this analyst was kind of like, this could be a bit of a dicey look for Tesla, just given the amount of effort that Elon has been pouring into those other projects already. So, yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see what's going on there going forward.
Hold on,
certainly bounce back.
Neil was saying something. I need to address this because Neil's absolutely right. He's like, don't look at the PS of Astis and don't look at any of the fundamentals of Astis because it's not going to check out, right? This is a growth story. It's definitely not proven of any sort. So Neil's absolutely right there. If you're going to invest in this, it's got to be based on technicals. Otherwise, Alfred will get very mad. So shout out to Big Spile Burdette, $4.99 super chat. My man always was with the innuendos. Shout out to the curves. Have at it, Big Spile. Have at it. But the earth is flat. Yeah, I knew I should have said anything. Shout out Adrian Dotman. I hope, whatever. Cool. He believes that. Have at it, baby. No issue with me. Still keeping my dip trade here set up on NVIDIA at the volume weighted average price. I don't think I'm going to hold on to this look anymore. We're putting in lower highs and lower lows right now, both on the future and a lot of these Mag 7 names. So look, unless we take out 19,000 and hold it, I'm just not going to test the waters here on the long on the Mag 7 Adara unless I really, or like a Big Spile's going to get down. Yeah, we all know you want the world to burn, Big Spile. No, of course not. He doesn't want the world to burn. I'm just kidding there. But he is more short than he is long there. So that's
I mean, as someone who also likes shorts, I'll say rawr to that. Shout out to the Bears in the house. So Dollar Tree did not get that move, was not able to get short that. Still watching that. IWM, though.
UM.
I like this. Yeah, UM. I like this 213.50 breakdown. Not going to rush into that, though, because I like NVIDIA, and I also like what Neil's going to have to say here. Kill him with kindness. NEAL. Best ticker on the market. Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was going to happen right now. I apologize. I was not aware of Ramin. It's all good there. It was all a dream. Wait, are we ready now? No? Okay, cool.
Okay.
We're going to keep talking. IWM, that candle. And now, let's find out what candles Neil's looking at.
Right.
Your lesson of the day today is going to be brought to you by Moomoo and some small cap names I'm going to talk about. So Moomoo, if you're looking to maximize your idle cash, then for Canadian users, enjoy 6% annual on cash balances up to $10,000 for 60 days, along with a 2-month commission-free program. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Plus, take advantage of algo trading, allowing you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you to take your trading game to the next level, everybody. And it's interesting, like the only reason, I mean, whatever, like every single day, the lesson of the day is going to be hinged on something that's moving or we learned that morning. And I feel like when I was looking at that ASTS, which I know Sharif was just talking about, and we're talking about fundamentals not mattering, and I was looking at this and Chewy and GameStop, and I wanted to sort of talk about when you get these relief rallies after a major rejection on squeeze names, where there's not like a fundamental reason for it to go up, where the stock has a overwhelming tendency to pull back heavily, where it's already done so to a certain degree. So I'm going to start with GameStop, and I'll get to ASTS here and why it can be dangerous to chase some of these when you look at some past levels. So GameStop, if you've been following along with this one, and as I said, I'll get to the other ones a bit later, just to set the stage. Last 3 sessions, you were ramping to the upside on GME up until the open yesterday. So if we come to the chart for a second, you'll see this was at like $20 to 22, 10% move. You're going 21.80 into 24, another 10% kind of day. It tries to break it out, and then you get the rejection. So this is where it's coming through the back end of this trade, and you're getting a little bit of a change of what was the pattern. There's your 2 strong up days. You're getting a bit of a rejection. The daily chart is never going to be favorable on GameStop. But when it starts to go, the first thing I think about is, okay, you break out a local high, so it's trying to make a bit of a move. But if it never takes out or gets back into that fresh top, holds this prior, call it theoretical head and shoulders before it gets there, you've got to be really careful chasing that long. Because the obvious area of resistance, anybody that trades these knows if you're not trading on fundamentals, you're trading on hype and then some technicals. Well, if you can't get past that fail spot where it turned huge, we're talking a 20% move and it turned up at 24. Well, if it can't get up there, a lot of times that's a really bad place to buy because a failure is likely to give you that big V shape. And it's not always going to get back down into the bottom, but that's a dangerous, dangerous place to be hunting that long. Now, buying dips early, fair enough. It held a support level. You make the break, but once it couldn't get back to 24, you've got to be a little bit cautious. And I looked over at another name, which on essentially no news, just basically a sympathy play. You had Chewy. Now, Chewy isn't the exact same look, but it's adjacent to it, where there had been a pretty decent rally going back into here. You can see on the 28th, there's your breakout, tries to get to 30.5. After that, the lower highs at 30, and then a couple of days of resistance when you get to 29.5 before it gets to 30. So in sympathy, it breaks out, trying to go, and then look where it runs into resistance. Not the high, that lower high previously. Cannot chew through it. That's a very dangerous place. If you're looking at this and say you're only looking at a 3-minute chart, what you might see in that moment is, okay, it bounces, it's trending up, it bounces off VWAP, it's retaking some of those highs. This looks awfully strong. It's consolidating above the previous breakout price, but it's overhead resistance at that 29.5 level, really tight to the top. So it's a dangerous place to enter along when you look back at that 15-minute chart. It doesn't mean, hey, you just sit there and go short. It's not that simple. But it is a very dangerous place to roll into that one in the other direction. So I think you got to be careful in the long side. So you got to be careful with some of these. When in doubt, zoom out, especially runners that don't necessarily have a big catalyst and have already rejected the level prior. Now, there's a bit of a difference with the last one, because I promised I would get to ASTS here. Now, ASTS is a little bit different from the other two. And you're going to be able to sort of see why in here. So like ASTS, I'm not going to pretend that it got all the way to the top at 39. But when it made its breakout, let's call the break, I'm calling the breakout here, at 31 off the open. It was higher early right there in the pre-market. It then ran stops at the open to the downside. But the breakout kind of happens where you can get through after the open, you get through that local high. Let's just call it 31.5. Make it even more simple. So you're breaking out these local highs and rallying, rallying, rallying. Now, the difference between ASTS and the others is it tries to reverse here, traps the shorts, but instead of consolidation long, when it breaks away from that lower high, right in here, the next level, ASTS is able to break back out. So instead of trying to buy the dip or try to take it before it gets to the overhead resistance, once it's broken it, it's step to the next step, which is another cautionary level here for ASTS. Now, when people say stocks have memory, generally what they mean is prices that people are comfortable buying in the past, they might be comfortable buying in the future, and where people are looking to sell a stock, they might look to sell in the future. Now, this has a 3,700 price to sales. I would imagine there's going to be people trying to take profits when you get 20% gains. And what more obvious place than the place where it dumped before? So the difference with ASTS and what made it different is that it got to that level. I think it's a dangerous buy the dip in that situation because that's exactly the spot that it could crater. But when it breaks it back out and is above that 34, you've got room to go to 36. If it's a parabolic mover, if it's a short squeeze, then there's nothing wrong with it letting it squeeze through a price instead of always trying to get that perfect entry when it's going in lower. So when you look at these moves, I think you could have easily avoided GameStop long at the high because it failed in front of that 24, that prior resistance level there. I think you could have easily avoided getting trapped in Chewy at that top around $29.50 because, again, it failed that resistance level and there was no breakout above it. So it's better to just stay away from buying that top until it's confirmed strength over that prior resistance. And what they all had in common, and even ASTS, which continue to go, is when you zoom it out and you look at the top of the local squeeze move, none of them broke through the absolute top. But it's like a station to station type of play once you're on the breakout. Now, if they clear everything out, then shorts at pretty much every local price are out of the money, and that's a different story. But you have to remember, people that got that top are still in the money. People that reloaded those shorts are still in the money before you've broken those levels. So be careful when you get to them, especially after there's already been a hefty pullback at the price you're looking at. That's indicating to you that there's profit takers at those levels and some shorts that are winning. And when that's the case and there's no catalyst, you want to be careful buying those highs. There's nothing wrong with buy high, sell higher in a big trend, but you should be very, very wary of doing it right into overhead resistance, especially on these low float, high short type runners. So that's your lesson of the day. And good luck to anybody that's in ASTS. It has been a good one for you long. Just be careful.
Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts, everybody. He's dropping hot lines every day around that noon hour. So if you're with us, check him out. He's always dropping hot lines. Guys, I'm in Amazon at the moment. Adara is in a photo shoot, so she'll be joining us back in a second. Took the long here on the Zon as a result of it coming back into the volume weighted average price. Already wet my beak there quickly on a 15-penny winner. Let's see if we can weasel our way into 175. The range, at least for the last 20, maybe a little bit more minutes, has been essentially the volume weighted average price. There have been breaches on a wick basis and that 175 area. So what better way to play the range than to actually engage in it? So we'll see if we can wet our beak in and around that whole dollar level. Let's put the print around 88s to see if we can weasel up there. The break of the $0.50 will see me get out of this trade, but we already took a little bit of profit on it. Now, I got to tell you, the future highly undecided at the moment. We're a little bit above 19,000. We're a little bit below 19,000. I don't like these kind of consolidations that are at key levels. I don't like them because you can't base, well, I shouldn't say you can't. It's harder to base a trade off them. So if I'm trying to base something off 19,000 on the NQ September contract or yesterday's closing print at, say, 19,008, it's a lot harder to do if it's just interacting with it and kind of using it as the line of best fit. You know, that's kind of what it looks like to me right now on the future. We're a little bit above. Okay, we're catching a bit of a bid here. The future's pumping up a little bit through the quarter. Okay, get it, Katina, man. So we're going to see if we can continue to move up here. We just made another high. What's going on over there? I need to know. Dollar long on NVDA. Shout out to the Katina, man. He's in a dollar in the money on the monster NVIDIA. 107. Well, that is a dollar in the money. 107.60. AMD 140.80. 140.80 long on AMD, $1.50 in the money there. Shout out to the Dan Katina man. And we just took the print, Mr. Katina man, on that Amazon long. Okay, we started the day badly. We're working back a little bit here. We'll see what we get by the end of the day. Took the dip trade on the volume weighted average price. Get it, Katina man. NVIDIA is in an absolute state of pump. It is on the way up to 109. Likely the reason that the future is moving up here, Ram. NVIDIA moving up aggressively. The future moving up aggressively. Here are the local highs. We are at the local highs right now in the future. Sorry to jump from one thing to another. I do apologize. This has been the range we've been at on the future. 19,033 seems to be a local area top. We haven't been above that level since 11:30. We're going on an hour right now. So a bit of a local area of consolidation on the futures, much like the consolidation area that I just took on the Zon. So we'll see what we get there. Now, if I had to choose a weapon to my head, I won't say the other one so that we don't get demonetized on YouTube, but Meta. Meta is the one that looks very, very directional today. It's not up by that much. It's not even at 2/3 of a percentage yet. It's very close, 0.61. But this one has been money off either the 10 or the 20 exponential. The latest little dip there on the 5 came in at 5 after the hour. And if you got in there, you got in at 5.13 and a quarter. Well, guess what? It just printed 5.15 and a third. So it would have been $2 in the money. Meta, very directional today and maintaining, a decent look. Initially, though, I had my qualms with Meta because the range per candle was way too wide and we were very wicky, indecisive. Like the wicks were much bigger than the body of the candle, and they were on both sides, the north side and the south side. So I couldn't get a read. I feel it's a little bit different right now. So Meta looking real good over here. The dead one, Apple, also in a bit of a range itself, even though it's putting in higher lows. It does seem to find a seller every single time as it weasels into that 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And look what it did over here at the 50, right at 11.05. Breach the 50, which you could also make the argument it breached 220, which is also an important area. Right back down, making that 218 print, which is a local low. Get it. So we'll see exactly what we can get here on AAPL, whether it's long or short, I don't care. Right now, it's rejecting again off the 50, not by the whole lot, but 20 pennies lower right now. We'll have to see if we can weasel into a trade right now, Adara, on these. Meg 7, how was the shoot?
The shoot was okay. I don't necessarily love getting my photo taken. I feel like
Why
I don't know. I like being a camera. Apparently, if I have photos of, I was like, what's the post? You know what I mean? I feel like I always think it turns out well, and then it's really awkward. Like the ones I took for like my post-grad photos, like I look like a scared deer that like has a gun in front of it. Like it's not, I don't know. I feel like I always think they look okay till I see them. But right now what I'm seeing is, I like, congrats on that Amazon trade. Really nice look there. There's a lot of, there's a lot going on in these Mag 7s. I'm just trying to keep aware of NVIDIA looking nice and strong, Apple interesting. And yet I'm still here looking at non-Mag 7 names. DLTR, I was like, ew. It was already, to be clear, already below 65 by the time I sat down. It was like, 65 short would be dope. Risk it into that hard support area, 65.25. DLTR was like, cool. How about I drop 50 pennies before you have the chance to react? Is that cool? I'm like, I mean, it's not, but you're going to do what you're going to do. Dollar Tree. I want to clarify as well.
Get it.
I stand by the fact I went long on this earlier. I think there was something in the chat like to the effect of like, it's not contrarian to go against, to go like long when a stock's down 20%. It's against market wisdom. I think that's fair, but I think there are real potential reversion trades. I waited for the Dollar Tree long. It was a moment where they were setting up. I handled it accordingly. To me, I'm zero qualms about that. I'm qualmless. So it's one of the things I like about this community is it gives you the opportunity to get all of these different opinions on things and to kind of build your own perspective on the Eastern market. So that is my take on that. So I just wanted to spit up on that. I do appreciate this whole community, this whole market, and I just wanted to share an opine, if I may, on my thoughts on the Dollar Tree long.
By the way, it's coming into an interesting area. What are your thoughts about the lows there? Is that your kind of thing or no?
I would short this if I see something I like at 65, and I say that because of all these topping tail candles. That being said, you're right. We are, like, I have no qualms going long, as I just said, right? So I think you're right. If we hold this area that you're talking about, that 64.60s, we break above 65, that 65 is going to be my litmus test. Below 65 short, above 65 long, over, under. Let's see which way the dice will roll. Wow, GitLab, I missed that VWAP short. I could say grr, or I could be happy with the short I had initially on it. So you know what? I'm going to choose to be happy with the short I had Arguably could have risked way more here in that initial short, and that's fine. That's all good. You live, you learn, you aggressively journal, and you try to find some more trades. This is another one that's very interesting to me. We hold just above 52. I go long with this 52.20 area. If we break below it, we go short. I have a feeling we're trying to curl up to give a fake hold and then break lower. Look at all of these topping tail candles. Let's see what way these candles point and which way we go here. I'm going to stop recapping everything soon. I promise, guys. Just looking here to see what's setting up for me. McKee, the long would have been right. I wouldn't have been able to do it anyway with the photo shoot, so that's fine. No regrets there.
Oh.
Sorry for the gasping, but IWM, my WM. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Russell. Wow. Wow, we are pushing above the 90 MA. Wow, we have support here at VWAP. And it's confluence with that previous area of resistance. This is a really interesting level here for me on IWM. And I actually don't even think I'd risk it into VWAP. I would go long here. Let's see if we get a retest of this topping tail candle here, 75s. I'd risk it into 50s, risking 25 cents. I would be looking to add, if we break above these topping tail candles here at that 214.13 area, which is an area I said I liked earlier as well. You know what? I don't know if we're going to get filled. We're going to get a dip buy setup here, 76s. We're going to have a little bit of a position here. Let's see. Again, not sure I'll get filled, but you do miss 100% of the trades you don't make. And sometimes even the trades you try to make, you still might miss. But it's about putting in the effort. It's about trying to take those fills, trying to make those trades. AMD bouncing off VWAP. Starbucks continuing to be like King Bamboozler. Yes, Starbucks getting pumpkin spicy for me over here. Let me tell you. Also, I have a bone to pick with Starbucks and the fact that they only do the hot version of that apple crisp drink now, not the cold version. When I first started the cold version, I was working retail. I told all my coworkers, I was like, this tastes like a candle, but in a good way. And it did. It really did.
That's interesting.
And now they don't make it cold anymore. Rant over. The point is, this stock's looking pretty apple crispy here. So let's see if we can get some caffeine on this one. I like this because we have higher lows, but to me, I drew up this range because I love. And to be fair, this is tight. This is not even 20 pennies. But there's some levels of interaction I find interesting in Starbucks. If I find anything set up, I'll take the trade. Right now, I think the ovens are still warming up. They're still getting the first little pumps out of the espresso machine. So not sure a direction yet. But if a direction sets up, I know what levels I like. I know I'll be going after it with the viciousness and with an aggression. And IWM was like, oh, you want to do 214 at 213.75? Dip buy? Cool, I'm above 214 now. Happy for you, IWM. But you know what? That's okay, IWM. I don't want to chase you, but there's an area that I just mentioned that if you come into and you rest, I'll go long. And that area, actually, we're kind of in it. Never mind. We're actually basically here now. This area is just above 214s. If we do a retest here of this, what is this, 89s, I'd go long 90s and risk into 75s. That's what I'm really trying to do. Sometimes you're not going to get your first level, but you can use the levels you liked initially as entry points as maybe stops. Right? That's what I did for Lululemon last week, and that did end up definitely working out for me. So yeah, Lulu said hoo-hoo. So that was I don't know what that meant, but we'll see what happens here on this IWM. I like this look. How are you doing?
I'm good. You know, I just aspire to be able to taste a meal or a drink that tastes like candles. Like, I mean, that's kind of like what I want.
That a lot at work.
Don't you want to eat food that tastes like candles? Okay. Well, I do. Neil, you're not part of the joke. You didn't get it. And then you're asking, huh? Like, come on. I'm just teasing, bro. Yeah, well, I mean, Bears versus Bulls wants to know as well, right?
Dude, candles taste like crayon.
I saw that,
They're both kind of waxy.
Just asking for a friend.
Kind of tastes like waxy, I guess.
Like, hey, we both say funny stuff out here, so let's not,
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out. So I'm short Apple at this level because it weaseled its way into 220 again. So we're just going to give this one the old college try, see if we can print a little bit here on Apple. 220 has been an interesting level all morning. You've had breaches of the level, though. It's got up into 220 and a quarter. We are putting in, as I said, a bit of a higher low off that 217.60. We put in a low off 218, last time. So the lows are getting a little bit higher, but that 220 is still in play. So we're going to give this one a little bit of a try, see if it wants to work its way back down, maybe into the volume weighted average price at around that 219 and a quarter, 219 a third, wherever VWAP's hanging out at the time. when it does weasel its way down there. So let's pack our patience here with the dead one Apple and see what we get. We're already printing on it here. Let's just see if we can get down a little bit more. So that's a look there on Apple. We did work our way aggressively higher. Not aggressively higher. Big Spile was getting upset with me because I was pumping up NVIDIA. He's like, hey, it's only up $1. But that's the look. So I'm looking basically to see whether we can work our way back down into 19,000 or 19,010 in and around that area. If I had to choose the best ones to take long, I said earlier that I'd really be looking at Meta, but now it's kind of Tesla's back in the game, baby. It held that 20 exponential beautifully here. 219. What's up? What's going on? The Katina man's back $1. AMD, he's what, 140, 150, 140, 160 area. Shout out to him. AMD very strong, up 3.4% today on the back of that headhunting, or they poached a guy from NVIDIA that had to do with AI worldwide expansion. He's going to be working for AMD now. So we'll keep tabs, obviously, on that. But Tesla looking really strong here. That's a beautiful rounded bottom. Shout out to Big Spile. And it held the 20 exponential really well here, Ram, because that's with the yellow line that it was holding, put incrementally higher lows. Now we're putting incrementally higher highs. We're still below, though, that high a day at 221.33. So let's see if we can work our way into 221. I think that's the better level. Sure, the high is 221.33, but look where all the closing prints are. Just south of that 221 area. So we'll keep tabs on that. We're out of the money a little bit now, but 5 pennies out of the money on the last remaining bit we have here on Apple. I'm going to pack my patience. In fact, I like this trade. If we break down a little bit more, I'm going to add to this, okay? Because Apple's weak. It's 1 1/3% in the negative. It is the weakest Mag 7 name, followed by the Zon. And so, I'm not really doing anything too novel here, trying to short the weakest name. Just got to get the right levels, pack our patience, see what we get here.
Yeah, I'm okay. I know I just said, be going long these the SSR names is kind of maybe I've had issues with that. But if it sets up Sharif, I still believe you have to take it. You have to have the confidence. With that in mind, I am about to start a very small long position here in Zscaler. Why? Because I am aware the why could be a thing. Adara, why are you going long Zscaler at previous support? That is super valid. I want to talk about what my strategy here is. I like this long because the book is holding it beautifully. We pushed above that 90 EMA. Look at the previous resistance on the week basis. Do you see it anymore? No, you didn't, because then it pushes above. Look at this climb on the ask. We were lit from 62s, 63s, 66s. We're holding 54s. To be clear, could we Kodug? I mean, we could, but to me, this is a pretty bullish look here on the book. Some confluence there with the ask. We just climbed another 4 cents. The balance of the evidence telling me they don't want to go long here. But my other entry point, the risk reward here is actually better, is if I get long if we break above the 75s. I would start the position 75s, risk into this area, try to get involved in here at 50s, because initially the only area I would really have to risk into would be like 40 cents of risk, which Zscaler, that's realistic, but it's not ideal. You know what I mean? You want ideal R&R. You don't want realistic. You don't want I can live with it. You want I am obsessed with it, and it makes so much sense. So that's the look for me here. That being said, DLTR is also coming into some levels for me. If we try to push above the 65, Zscaler, though, for me, feels a little bit more pressing, and by that I mean it literally is pressing. So we're going to be getting involved. Okay, we're not getting filled. Got to get a little bit more willing to not get my price. The frugality got me here a little bit, not too miffed. Where's the next trade, as Obi says? And let's see here, like we're not able to break above this area here, this 159.20. So that's actually interesting. Bit of a topping tail candle, having the bid come and rest there at the area. So it looks like it worked out. It didn't get involved in this, Sharif, because we did get a little bit bamboozled in Zscaler.
Sounds like Mademoiselle.
Right? Bamboozled, Mademoiselle. Speaking of Mademoiselle, Lily had a catalyst actually right before. Some people here sometimes call this one Mademoiselle Lily for reasons I don't even understand. It's fun. But Lily, not a lot of volume on this. Still, wow, if this had more volume, I would trade this range every day, all day, every day. Look at this range.
All day, every day, baby.
Look at that 946. Look at that top here, 953. Come on, Lily, this is the same area I was trading you when you had those all those catalysts there. But anyways, there was a bit of a glip catalyst there. There was somebody, it was the UK Medical Regulatory Agency basically saying, hey, we don't think there's any, we're not seeing any correlation between GLP-1s and suicidal ideation. So I guess
Crazy.
yeah, good look, I guess, here for Lily in this range. Still down in the day, but I just wanted to look at that because we said Mademoiselle. But okay, GitLab. A lot of these earnings names coming into areas of reversion for me. Now EOZ Scalar trying to rest on that 158.50s once again. I felt better about that long before I saw that rejection there of this area. Honestly, I felt fine about the long going long negative 18. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. That was not a qualm I had. But now my qualm is, we get above the 9 EMA, right? But look, we're still rejecting that 159.20 area. I'm going to go get some, probably some water here, breathe, and see what Zscaler does when I come back, because I think there's a trade here, but I need to figure out what it is. And I'm not going to force it unless I see it set up. Also, I meant to say this earlier. I had the right level in the SPY. I lost like 20 pennies on this short. I kind of like, look, this was clearly the right idea. I played it wrong. I got wicked out. And now this long would have been 40 pennies in the money. You live, you learn, you lose some, you win some, and you find out how that Apple short's going, because I see some orders and some orders.
Decent. I got stopped out for the remaining little bit, got right back in because I liked the level, and I took 20 pennies on it. So I'm happy with it. We're still in the money on this, but I want more. I want it to break down below 220. And there seemed to be a little bit of defense at 220. I've put my my out in for the remaining balance over here. Let's see if we can work down on Apple. I'm bearish on Apple today. That's the way I am. That's my bias. I think, you know, I'm not really seeing what I want. It's negative. And I like this 220 level, especially up into 220 and a quarter, which is what I've been basing my trades on. I saw somebody in the chat earlier saying, well, look, hey, Apple's not the weakest name, it's Google. Well, you may be right in the sense that Google's below the volume weighted average price right now, but Apple's worse on the day. 1.18 actually for Apple in negatory land, and we're up on GOOGL, 0.06%. So your point well taken in that on the chart, it looks like Apple a little bit more bullish than Google at the moment, but Google's faring better on the day, and that's just the way it is. So we're weaseling in close to getting stopped out here again on Apple. If it breaches 20, that's the end of the trade there. We're going to give up 4 pennies on this last trade, and here we are at 20. So if it breaches, that's going to be the end of the matter over here on the dead one. Apple will look to get back in. I mean, if it gives way at 220 again to the downside, that I'll get back in. I have no issues with it, but it looks like it is finding a bit of a bid here, which is fine. So we took our bit of a beak wetter there on Apple. We'll get stopped out for the remaining 4 pennies here if it does breach, which it's making me wait. So there's somebody selling up a storm here at 220 because it's not breaching 220. Well, not yet. That may come, and it's working its way, it looks like, here for that breach. I should tell you that Tesla's at the high of the day. So Tesla's been very, very strong off that 20 exponential moving average hold on the 5-minute chart. It's at 221.55. It just printed the high a day. It breached those local highs from earlier. So Tesla now up 5% plus here, almost 5 1/5 right now on TSLA. Good strength with it. And it didn't give up a lot of the move. I mean, the worst it could do here was to hold the 20. It didn't even work its way down to VWAP. The last time it breached the volume weighted average price was right at that open 930, and it has not looked back. So a lot of strength right now in TSLA, and you're moving up possibly here into local highs on the fuge. We're awfully close to 19.1. We're at 19.084 or thereabouts, so we could see a 19.1 touch. I'm going to be all eyes and ears to see if we can continue through that level, or whether we reject at 19.1. I want to see if we can get back into the highs. The highs are at 114. So we won't probably have to wait all that long to find out. I'm still waiting to get stopped at Apple here. The fact that I have it means, to me at least, that there is a seller of note at 20s. And every time we move into 20s, there's absolutely no size to justify the rejection, meaning that there's an iceberg at 20. At least that's how I see it. Let's see if this iceberg is big enough to prevent the price action from ascending above that $1/5 of a dollar, and we can get below that 220 again, because I'm not taking it out until we break below 220. So I'll either get stopped out or I'll take the beak wetter below 220. But Apple catching a bit of a bid here, no question about it, much like Tesla and much like Nvidia, which is finding itself above 109 again. So fantastic look there. Down goes Apple into the single digits again. I'm waiting for a 220 breach. We're not taking it out unless the 220 gets breached. Seems like there's a bit of a buyer here for whatever reason at 9. Bizarre area to find support, but I'm looking for a double top. I mean, if this doesn't set up as a double top, fine. But this is a predictable setup. I have a good entry And if I'm wrong, I'm giving up 5 pennies, which is fine with me. So we're going to see exactly what we get. We will not get upset at there. No question about it. So what's your look over there? How is Zscaler doing?
Zscaler looks great. You know what I mean? Like, to be clear, I stand by waiting for these because you don't want to get involved unless you have full confluence. I think obviously you want to be confident, but there's a difference, and I've learned this the hard way, between being confident and between being cocky, between being uneducated, between being ill-prepared. You know what I mean? So I'd rather make sure everything sets up perfectly. And to be clear, I don't need all of the stars to align. I just need to see things I'm feeling comfortable with, and especially in the book, the way Zscaler failed that 159.20 area to me on the book initially was gross. So I stand by waiting. That being said, 21s will do something for me. I'm going to try to get long here. 159.21s. Should we get a retest? I'm not sure we will. I'm willing to risk 40 pennies on this because I think that's a realistic level there. We get to 81s, so we're going to take a little bit more size on this. I think we could see what happens at this trade. If we get filled here at 21s, like I said, risking 40 pennies, I would love to see what we do as I'd add if we break above this 75 level. Sharif trying to coax the stocks to come to him, as we all must do. Shout out to Sharif sticking the tongue out. That's, when he's feeling whimsical. That's when you know. So, things that you learn from sitting next to somebody.
Honestly, right?
Always very happy to sit next to Sharif on this your desk.
And your thinking face.
I'm like...
Yeah. She looks unimpressed, but she's really digesting
I'm
what
really
she
just
has to
digesting
say,
the info. I have no issues with what's being said. I'm just like, but also if there's anything you guys want to say, why is this not being said? Why are we not talking about that
I have
stock?
no idea.
You know what? There's so many stocks. We can never look at all of them. Yeah. But on the audience segment brought to you by Real Trading, we can maybe. So get into that chat. Exclamation point, join. Space. $.
Oh.
The ticker. I'm going to stop making music, but get involved. Let us know how you would like the cookie to crumble. My earnings plays names here I still have eyes on. Dollar Tree, this was this 65 long definitely did manifest. We're going to try to go short again here. To me, 65. We should go just above 65, 65.05. Let's see if we get filled there. That might be a bit unrealistic, but like I said, I'm still comfortable risking into 25s because that was that previous little area. So let's see if we can get some shares here. I also am still waiting to see if I get filled on Zscaler. If we do get filled on Zscaler, I would like to take that ZS to the upside, but I'm really not sure I'm going to get filled here. We're like 30 pennies away from my area of entry on the bid. The other earnings name I'm looking at now that I've waxed about those SSR names, I said GitLab, if you hold that support here, you're going to be spicy to me. Look what GitLab did. Held some here support. So let's see what happens here on GTLB. I want to wait to see if I have proper levels on this because 50, I like 53, but my level I always love more is 53.20s, 53.40s. So we're going to see what happens as we push above that level. I do love all these bullish candles. I love that support we had at 52, just above 52, because that was also the area of that previous chip top. Like all of this kind of, indecisive action. So that could be interesting. It looks like I'm not going to get filled on either my Zscaler or my Dollar Tree trades. That's okay. You have to recognize something. I was a bit late to the move maybe on both of these, or I wasn't, ambitious enough on either of them, and that's some things to reflect on. But where's the next trade, you may ask? You're always looking for it. I still have, those are the names I feel like I have the best levels on. EWIN, kind of interesting above 214. SBUX.
Get it there.
I said I'd wait to get any bucks here on SBUX because I wanted to see what decisions it was making within this range I like. Honestly, Sharif,
yes.
To me, SBUX kind of looks like a long here, and I'm willing to explain why I think that. Okay. Because look at these higher lows. Look at the support we had earlier here. I appreciate it.
I like that. That looks really good.
92.50, right? Then we reject it. But now we're trying to hold support here. If we hold this 92.50s, I like this long. I would risk it here into this 35 area. I think 15 cents of risk is realistic for Starbucks. Then you add your break above 65, so that's already kind of one-to-one risk to reward. The issue here would be profit taking. You'd really kind of have to be seeing what the stock does. That being said, that 92.95 is not a bad level for me at all. Not only is it in confluence with VWAP, at least as of right now, but you do have that topping tail candle. We're going to order our first latte here. Bit of a move down in the futures, which I don't love in terms of its impact on Starbucks. But Starbucks trying to hold back up here. We're going to get involved here 49s, and we're going to take some size because I would like to have, a grande trade here in the SBUX one. I only got part filled, but I'm okay with the size. I've got filled like 40% of what I want the total position to be. See what happens here. I'm still looking at Zscaler though, because I still like the look on that one. Now, I don't want to chase this. Like I said, there's levels I like. If we come back to rest off 50s again, in like a decisive way, that could maybe be a look for me. But you never want to rush it. You want to be patient. Want to wait in your trades. and see what is occurring on this here market. This looks like a textbook bearish pennant, says Joe. Is that Starbucks? Yeah, I mean, a little bit for sure. You do, but my thing with Starbucks, and the reason I don't think it necessarily looks as bearish, is because of the higher lows and this interaction with this level. To be clear, if we like hard reject that, what is this, 96, 65s, that, you know, might be a little bit more bearish, but if we keep holding that 92.50 support, I like the support to resistance flip. And I think what's great about this market, there's so many different ways to trade these stocks, to trade this market, to interact. And so with that in mind, you got to stick with your guts because, like I said, that CrowdStrike long I had on Friday, I took that long low of day and I said, this might look crazy, but I stand by it. Now, I don't want to keep harping on Friday's trades, and I'm not trying to do that. The reason I keep mentioning Friday is because that was the day that I had my best trades P&L-wise, and it reflected, my best trades process-wise, and it reflected in the P&L. Nice. So I'm trying to figure out what worked those days. I think the biggest thing that worked was I was only in my bag. I was not thinking about anybody else's bag. I was trying to get my bag and fumble it. So, or not fumble it, flip it and tumble it. Everyone says, oh, Derek, you always say those lyrics wrong. Shout out to the Migos. Let's see if we get the bag on Starbucks. Couple cents in the money here. Let's see if we get going. How are you doing?
Good, Adara. I want to shout you out. That's great mentality there. Look, we're going to do the lesson in a hot minute, but we've got a bit of an ad read here, a little nice one before that. So we're going to delay the lesson a little bit, guys, and then Adara will do it a little bit later after that 1 o'clock. So we'll be talking about trend lines, baby. Right now, I'm at Apple, so I was able to take, I'm very happy with this trade. I'm still negative on the day. Full disclosure, we took that short, baby, to around that 220.20. I think I had 18s or something like that. And then we took it in the high 80s, and I'm happy with this trade. That gives me about 30 pennies here on the dead one Apple. It's still whiffling and waffling at this 220 area. It looks to me, though, like it's setting up for a bit of a longer to manifest double top. Like clearly here, this double top manifested in 2 1-minute candles. You moved up on this one, and then you moved down as quickly as you like on this one. Now we're not in the liquid time of the day. We're in a less liquid time of day. So now it's looking like it's using 220 as resistance, okay? And there it goes down into that $0.75. Lots of weakness down. The future, as well as I see from my side chart, right back down as well. It couldn't take 19.1. So down go the futures again. NVIDIA heading down. We've got weakness on Softy, Meta, Amazon, everything curling back a little bit down here, but we're not at lows. Let's not get carried away. In fact, the Amazon just bounced off VWAP again. So this trade that we had earlier is still in play, this VWAP 175 range, at least for the moment. If it gives up the ghost at the level, then it gives up the ghost. But it's wicked down below before. It's doing it right now. We'll see if the future continues to head back down. It's broken below the 50-point level again. But when you look at the Mag 7 names, like some of them are still at good key levels. NVIDIA at the 10 exponential on the 5. Likewise with the future. VWAP still an elusive target for Google. But you got like Softy bouncing off the 10 exponential as well. Same thing with Meta. We made the point that Amazon may or may not break below VWAP. And then you have Apple still also bouncing off the 10 exponential. So even though we got a bit of a sell there right now on the future and the Mag 7 in general, you're still at good levels. We'll see. Let's look at some of the small cap gappers. I feel like we haven't been giving them as much love after starting off looking at a lot of them. ASST. This has been very interesting here on ASST, and the reason why is we're putting in higher lows. Could this be, an ascending wedge with a flat top break through that $3 area where VWAP is? So you have incrementally higher lows, essentially from the pre-market onwards. You're not at highs by any means, obviously, and you've got to get above that 3. But this is interesting here. You're not going to catch me taking this long below VWAP. It's got to get above that, and then maybe we'll talk. But it's looking good. ASTS, though, I know they look the same, but ASTS, that's the trade that we had there. And this one has been very consolidative after making that high at 36 and a fifth, 36.20, a little bit above 35, a little bit below. You could kind of make the argument, though, that there is a bit of a buyer at 35. There is nary a closing print south of that 35 level. Sure, you get a wick or 2 or 3 or maybe 4 below that $35 level, Adara, but you are putting in lower highs with a flat top. That usually means either a bull flag or you're going to get a flat bottom break. So there's definitely some support locally locally at 35 bucks on ASTS, but these lower highs are also instructive as well. Look for a possible bull flag manifestation here. If not, then you're looking for something maybe to come back in to 33, 33 and change. It kind of coincides with this flat top that this area crest that we have from the pre at around 32 and 3/4. So good area of support there on ASTS here if it really comes down. That 33 where VWAP is, as well as the pre-market high at around that level, super interesting as well. Are you ready for the ad read?
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go. This will be.
Which one are you, Adira?
I can be number one, or I can be number two. I'll be number two for fun.
Okay.
Number two.
Well, cool. All right, so let's get right to it, baby. Are we ready, Ram? Don't sound so enthusiastic, Ramin. I can't handle all that. Okay, now you want to pay attention to this because this is a game changer for stock traders.
You can get funds to trade stocks, and you don't even have to be a professional trader. Anyone can join.
Really? Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money and no more PDT, pattern day trader rule. You can even get funded with up to $260,000 buying power.
Yeah, and you trade real shares. You can short any penny stocks, and you don't trade alone. You can trade with other traders in the Trade the Pool community on Discord. And you'll find all the information. Search for tradethepool.com, and you'll find all the information you need. I wish there was something like this when I started trading. It's amazing.
I'm going to definitely check this out. Trade the Pool, baby. That's the website there. Check them out. Thank you very much to our sponsor, Trade the Pool. Yeah, it's the first duetto read we've ever done here on this show, Adira, but there's a first. Yeah, there's a first time for everything. All right, so that's a look. That was waxing poetic there about our ASTS. There's also Redfin. Now, look, I'm a little bitter about Redfin because I'm red on it on the day, but that doesn't mean that we can't go green on it. Now, this one, a little unpredictable for me. I wouldn't have had a read that it would hold up at 10 1/3. Where is this 10 1/3 coming from? There's a double top here from yesterday. Like, I didn't have a read on this. I mean, I would have been looking at VWAP, the 10 or the 20. So I don't feel too bad about not having traded Redfin properly. It's not something that I could have executed. I would have never been looking at 10 1/3, 10:30, something like that. I realized that this was a bit of a hold up yesterday, but that's not how I trade. So Redfin still in focus. Definitely not giving up the ghost. WISA as well, very strong, 66% plus. This one at VWAP, but below it, so below that 2 1/3 area. So there's some good small cap gappers. It's not the best day for them, though. We'll keep an eye on these, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, right now we are in Lemonade on Starbucks. So that's what's happening here. Here's the Starbucks trade. I'm really proud that I took this because I know it did look a little bit bearish, but I said, hey, we have higher lows. You love that level. You said, wait to see what sets up at that level. You know what set up at that level? This long. So I took it long. In terms of the stop right now, we're going to give it here I'm going to do like 1 minute prior bar highs. That's probably, I think, makes sense for a look here. So we're going to see what we do here. 65s right now would be the level for this stock. Like I said, I'm still trying to work out my stops when these trades where they kind of work out well and you don't have like necessarily as defined of a level. You're just kind of letting it chip, chop, and churn. That being said, I do know for a fact, and I mentioned this earlier, I will be getting out a quarter. I don't think I mentioned how much, but I will be getting out a quarter here as we get into VWAP. I liked all this chop and churn in the area. I do want to de-risk a little bit there. Now I want to talk here about Zscaler. So Zscaler, I had the first log here at 159.50s. I knew that this was not the first area I wanted, but I was like, you know what? I like the level. We'll see how it shakes up. I risked it into 159.20s. That was the level I wanted more. I was like, why weren't you waiting for that level in the first place, Adira? So I built a position. I think this is the same size. Both these positions are really small. I'm adding if we get decisively above 159.50s. I'm adding if we get above 159.80s, and then we'll be trying to take some profit as we push above VWAP and into these other levels. This is what confidence is, what confidence is. I'm risking 40 pennies, and I want to make a heck of a lot more. Like, I'm adding up to 60 pennies in the money, right? So it's about basically trying to make sure that the trades you're making make sense to you, even if they don't make sense to other people, because who's going to be trading them? You. As long as you understand your levels. Like, honestly, me being in 2 longs right now, when the market is a little bit topsy-turvy, not the chillest thing, but you don't want to be comfortable as a trader. You want to be able to get your face slapped. You want to have that confidence. You want to have that confidence, and you want to make sure you're working to get better every single day. That's what we're trying to do here at How to Trade. I love this community, and I love learning. Let's get it.
All right,
my gosh.
we're ready. We're ready to do the thing here, Ram. All right, so this is the lesson of the day, and
Oh, that's why you were telling me to.
yes, Sadara.
I didn't know that was a surprise story.
I don't know, Ram, put it back on. Ram, put it back on. Why are you wearing your glasses in the photo shoot? I need explanations. She's such a badass.
That's the most
yo, bro.
Ramin photo I've ever seen.
Yo, bro, what is going? Yes, Ram. Come on, Ram, put it on. Nah, come on, Ram. All right, fine. We'll stop teasing. I love that. Anyone can rewind if they want, by the way. All right, just throwing it out there, Dara. Just throwing it out there. It's no big deal. All right, guys, we are talking about trend lines we're talking about trend lines today. We're going to be talking about trends all week long. The objective of this lesson is to understand the intricacies of trend lines, including how to draw them, determining their significance, how to handle breaches of a trend line, and apply them to trading decisions. So let's get right to it. So as we typically do, let's just introduce the topic de novo. Right now, there's basically two types of trend lines we want to talk about. In general, there's only two types anyway. There's an uptrend line and a downtrend line. The uptrend line, we're connecting the rising lows. So we don't connect the highs on an uptrend line, we connect the lows. Conversely, when we draw a downtrend line, we're connecting the highs. So you connect the falling highs. Shout out to Vicatina, man. I'll look at it in a second. I just got to do this. No, actually, I want to know. So we're going to have to look over here because the Katina man sent something, so I need to see. There it is. It's a screen cap. Exactly, Katina man, as we instructed. So she's not happy. You shouldn't have put it in the group chat, Ram. It's your fault. You threw in the group chat. You got to deal with what comes from that. Okay.
Oh, I get it.
I know you did. I could see because it has my the lesson in the background. I see you, brother. I see you. I got you. All right, Ram. So two types of trend lines. One's an uptrend line. One's a downtrend line. The purpose of drawing these trend lines and the purpose of using them in general is to confirm market trends, and it offers you areas of support and resistance that you can gauge. So we'll talk about a little bit more about how to draw them now. Okay, so there's a couple of basic principles. It might seem super rudimentary here, but let's talk about some of these basic principles. Minimum of 2 points are needed on the trend line, but you want that third for the validation. So minimum, you're connecting two lows, you're connecting two highs, but you definitely want that third to get that confirmation. The uptrend line, as we already talked about, you connect the ascending lows. With the downtrend line, you're connecting descending highs, and obviously, third point of confirmation, or third point touch for confirmation. So a third connection there for the trend. How do you determine the significance of trend lines? So I'm sure anybody can find a chart, and they can connect two lows together or connect two descending highs together. But how do you figure out, or how do you determine, I should say, the significance of the trend? So I'll mention a couple of key factors here. One, the length of the trend line. The longer the trend line, both in terms of time and distance, the more significant, okay? So the longer that trend line has been in place, the more important or the more significant it becomes. In addition, the number of touches by the price action on that trend line, the more times a trend line is tested and held, the more significant the trend line becomes. Also, the angle of the trend line here is also instructive. I mentioned this first time around, I'll mention it again. OB often draws these trend lines to gauge the steepness of the trend. The more steep the trend, the less sustainable it becomes. The more, the more, the moderate the angle, the more sustainable the trend is. So keep that in mind. Length of trend line, number of tests or touches, and the angle of the trend line. And the market often respects significant trend lines. So if you can check all those boxes and you've got yourself a significant trend line, chances are the market's going to uphold those levels more than they would uphold, a less significant trend line. Really interesting. I'm not surprised by that. I got to tell you the truth. Did you see the interaction with him and that? Yeah, I got to send you a video after. All right, let's talk about there's a general rule basically, which basically says you should try to include as much of the price action as you can within that trend line. So here's what I mean by that, drawing the trend line. Trend line should be drawn to include all price action, meaning the price action must touch or pass through as many price points as possible. That's not always going to be possible, but when it is, you really should try to do that. You really should try to focus on that. And intraday breaches, even if a price breaches the trend line intraday, but it ends up closing above the trend line. So intraday breach, but closes above or below for the downtrend lines, both, same thing, the trend line remains valid, okay? And the importance of inclusions cannot be overstated here. Ignoring certain price points can lead to misinterpretation of the trend, potentially leading to false signals. The example I gave first time around, and I want to give it again, is Li Auto. Li Auto has an obvious downtrend line here. You can also draw a downward channel, but look at this. It's super easy to connect these points, and it respects it here, 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 over here, and over here. There's one outlying area, as you can see, in early March, late Feb, where it went all the way up into that 46, 47 area. Now, if I saw what I wanted to see and I removed this area from my trend line, then I would be completely oblivious to the possible double top that I could have at 46 or 47 if Li Auto is able to make it back up there. Okay, so I don't just want to see what I want to see or what fits best with my analysis. I got to be real about what the actual price is. And this is one of those ones where every single point seems to respect this trend line, save and except for this earnings outlier over here. Okay, but general rule is I need to include it. So how do you handle breaches of the trend line once they do get breached? So we'll talk about a couple of different things. We'll talk about minor violations first. So small penetrations or small breaches of the trend line do not necessarily signal a trend reversal. They could be false signals or part of the normal market noise. You should be looking for confirmation here though. Wait for confirmation through a close beyond the trend line or additional indicators before assuming the trend line break is valid. Those additional indicators I'm going to give to you right now. There's two general rules that you can use here with trend lines. One is called the 3% rule, and the other is called the 3-day rule. The 3% rule is super simple. What you're looking for there is a close above or below, 3% above or below the trend line. So if we get that breach below the trend line and that amounts to 3% on the close, the trend is reversed and you've checked off that box. Same thing goes for the long. The other rule is the 3-day rule. What you're waiting for there is 3 successive days where the instrument that you're trading closes below or above the trend line. If you get those 3 successive days, the trend line's been breached. I don't want to say like on a permanent basis because it could get taken again. That's a valid breach. So you can employ any one of these rules. And market behavior here is also very instructive. Beware of market tendencies to test these trend lines with minor violations before resuming the original trend. And that's why I really am trying to push through the closing print, the 3% rule, the 3-day rule, whatever rule you want to employ, just make sure it's a standard and you're using it consistently. And there it is. We have just a quick breach below that trend line, then a move right back up. Now, you could choose to do what John J. Murphy does and draw these, other sort of dotted trend lines here to kind of gauge where that low is, but that's not typically what I do. You can have at it however you want. All right. Now, we talked about these trend lines getting breached, but what constitutes an actual valid breach of the trend line? That's what we're going to talk about here. So breaking the trend line, a valid break, typically confirmed when prices close beyond the trend line rather than just penetrating during the intraday trading and then retracing right above there. And you really need to be considering volume here. A break on high volume, a break of the trend line, north or south on high volume is more important than, something on lower volume. Big Spile always talks about, these counter market moves being on low volume, and that's how he looks to get short. So if we were negative on the day on the SPY, then we got a little pop-up, but the pop-up in his estimation was done on low volume. I don't mean to put words in his mouth, but he always talks to me about this. Then he's looking to get short there. So this is kind of the thing you should be looking at. Gauging volume is already subjective in and of itself. My suggestion to you is to look at the recent volume bars around that breach. So Was that volume candle that breached the trend line to the north or south side, was it above average than its counterparts? So you just need to look at before. You can look 3 months, 6 months, whatever you want to do. Figure out what works best for you. So keep that in mind. Now, how do these trend lines reverse roles? We often talk about a support and resistance flipping roles. So that 200 on Apple was obvious resistance for years and years and years, and then now it's acting as support, at least for now. The same thing is true with these trend lines. So support becomes resistance and vice versa. So after a trend line is broken, it often reverses roles. In an uptrend line that was once support may become resistance, and a downward trend line that was resistance may become support. Trading implications here are quite obvious. Understanding this role reversal can help you in setting target levels for exits as well as entries after a trend line break. So one of the things that John J. Murphy says in his books is if you're able to extend your trend lines as far as your software will allow, you don't know when that trend line will act as support and resistance again because they flip roles. So you can kind of be like, oh, well, we're so far away from the high part of this trend line, I don't even need to extend it. You don't know. Just extend it. I got an option on my software that naturally extends the trend line as far as it'll go. If you have that, I would suggest you use it as well. And here's kind of what it looks like there. We're moving up, and then you get a decided break. And look what it does after that. It comes back and tests the trend line as resistance this time, not support. Look how many times it bounced off it as support, but once it gave up the ghost and dropped big, it came back in, tested that trend line, and rejected. So extend your trend lines as far out as your software will allow you. And then last but not least measuring implications of these trend lines, kind of like what we talked about with bull flags, measuring the continuation play of the bull flag, the continuation play of the head and shoulders, how we can project from the head to the neckline break of the head and shoulders, how we can project that downward or upward to gauge where to take profits. Same type of thing here for these trend lines. So the price projection, how do you do this? The distance between the start of the trend line and the first point it connects to, which is point 1, can be projected from the point of the trend line break to estimate the potential price movement, which is good for target setting because this measurement will allow you to set up profit targets as well as stop losses based on the expected price move following that trend line break. So measuring implications for these trend lines as well as using it as support and resistance.
That's a really interesting way. I appreciate that too about extensions because there are sometimes levels too. Like, shout out to Brian Shannon. When I was on the market recap, RIP my time in the market recap, I really did enjoy myself. Shout out. I know Brian Shannon mentioned 40-year anchored VWAP on Intel. Someone was saying yesterday they talked about a 30-year anchored VWAP, and I think Dick's Sporting Goods or Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. Thank you. I appreciate that. So shout out to Brian Shannon, as Darwin in the chat sometimes calls him Mr. Bespoke VWAP. So the point I'm trying to make is like these trends can be older. There can still be levels of interest, right? Going way back. So I want to shout that out because I think that's key. Z-scaler. Guys, you might have seen on my blotter, it was up, down, all around. I was in a lot of different stocks in this time period. Actually, it was in 3, but I want to talk about them. Basically here, the Z-scaler short. So I tried the long here. I stand by the second long more than I stand by the first long, but because I really just should have gotten in earlier than I did. That was really the issue there with those longs. I think the idea was not, horrible or anything. We had that hold off support, but I should have been getting long way earlier than I did. It's all good. Why am I short now, though? This is a level I liked as a long that I didn't end up taking as a long earlier. Then I watch here at the book. I use this as my stop for my second long. And I said, okay, if we start seeing rejection here, get short. We already saw a rejection. We kind of had that rejection, then we came back down. I basically got involved here, 158, just shy of 80s. I will get decisively below this little trophy area here of let's do 50s here first with all these wicks. Then I want to see what we do with 30s. I think if we break below the 30s area, I think we can have a bit of a quadunk. This is a larger position than I had in either of the longs. I feel good about this trade, feel good about the stock, and hopefully we'll feel good about what's happening next in this market. I want to talk about S-Bucks as well. Got in this first long here, got out half the position. I initially, like I said, I was waiting for just shy of 90s. Didn't get that on either of these exits. I got half out here, 83s. Got the rest out here basically when we broke below that prior bar low here at 80, or I think it was 78s. Lisa's punch with that trade. Happy it was executed. Dollar Tree also I had another long on this. Did not work, but this guy, I think, still having higher highs, higher lows. Bit of a rounded top, though. Every time Dollar Tree's gotten a rounded top, we do get some more, shade under that Dollar Tree to the downside. Shout out to Kendrick Lamar Money Trees. But let's see, if we can J-Rock any more trades on Dollar Tree, I'll be cool with that. If not, I'll wait. But basically my impetus with this was higher highs, higher lows. I thought we'd get that 65 breakout. Risked into 64.75, which is the level I liked. We broke below, I got out. So all of the trades having levels I like, having plans that make sense. We do also, make sure you guys only have about 45 minutes left to vote for your ticker of choice. So get into that chat, ! Join, space, $, ticker. What happens if you don't vote? Well, that means you don't get to be part of this awesome audience segment, which is brought to you by Real Trading. Also, I do love Ramin's swag in the grad photo with the shades. That is dope. Shout out to Ramin. Shout out to this whole community. Everyone you see, everyone you don't see, as I like to always say. Microsoft, the chill vibes. I guess saying Microsoft's not being too chill. This one heading to the downside. Let's see what's going on over here. Also, guys, too, the thing is, if you're watching and you're like, hey, how do I vote? You have to be a member, part of our members only chat or subs only chat. Sorry. Make sure. Oh my gosh, chill vibes. You're right. I'm not chill anymore. I'm losing my chill over this Microsoft. Look at that base streak.
Yeah, it's great.
It's not like a flat bottom. I don't want to say flat bottom. I just want to say like huge support area that might break. I don't want to say flat bottom because we've had lower highs and then higher highs. And then, you know what I mean? Like it's been kind of bamboozling. But what hasn't been bamboozling is that base. Okay, we're not going to get that. Yeah, that 408, 80 Kadoon King. We're a couple pennies in the money here. Zscaler. I'm going to add, if we get below here, 158.50, maybe the lesson of the day for me. Anyway, shout out to Neil, who has his awesome lesson of the day. You can check out around noon. Maybe my lesson of the day is don't go long SSR names. To be clear, I stand by the impetus of the trade. I did take less size on these Zscaler ones. Took a bit more size with Dollar Tree, but I felt there was a lot of conviction for that one. So I was okay with that. But Zscaler, sometimes just the short works out. To be clear, though, I wouldn't have had these levels had I not been looking for the long. So you got it. Everything's going to give you a little bit of everything. Let's pretend that made sense and was not a weird platitude. Let's see what's going on in this market. I like your long here, though, on the Apple one.
I don't want to give any more back. I'm already negative to start the day, so I hope I don't make any more mistakes. So we'll see exactly what we get there, and we're not going to get upset regardless. So that's the move. Now, I want to mention a couple of things over here. Guys, I know Adair does the best job of this, but I have to remind you that the afternoon segment with Neil and Sean doesn't make sense without you voting. So get into the chat right now. Have your vote every day. David, he wants to talk about Coupang. You know what Coupang did to Adair today? It got an upgrade.
I was going to say,
yeah. CPNG. My man David, get into the chat. Exclamation point. Join, space, $, and then the ticker of your choice. Bears versus Bulls telling everybody to vote, vote, vote. Jorge, he wants to talk about Apple, Tesla, and NVIDIA. Vote for one of them, man. Vote for one of them, Jorge. Chill Vibes. NVIDIA is pamping. Yeah, got into 109.25. Get into the chat, Chill Vibes. Vote for your girl NVIDIA there. Tesla flying, says Stacks. It's been the strongest Mag 7 name on the day. Get into the chat, Stacks. Vote for NVIDIA or TSLA. Neil and Sean, they'll tell you how they traded it. If they didn't trade it, they'll tell you why or how they would have. And if you want to know how the big kahunas would have traded that, I know I do. Get into the chat right now. Have your say every day. The afternoon segment literally is nothing without you guys. So we really need you to participate in this. Shout out to you guys. Best chat around. So I just wet my beak there quickly. As you like on Apple, I'm almost 20 pennies in the money over here as it does defend that area. But this is the exact area that we're talking about, which has been selling all day. All day, yeah, sure, we're putting in these higher lows. Okay, now we're weaseling up into the $0.25. Great, we're 20 pennies in the money. But this has been the area that we initially found resistance at around that 11 o'clock time slot. We found it again over here at 12:30, and we're finding it again now at 110. So unsurprised that Apple has resistance at 220.25. I'll just hold this piece here to maybe if we do flat top break through that 220.25, I'll be part of it. Otherwise, we'll look to get out if it breaks below my entry, which is 220.05. Thank you guys for voting. I see you guys there are all voting in the chat. Abhi Jazz, BA, he wants to know about Boeing. Abhi, get into the chat and vote for Boeing. The Neil, the Sean, they're ready to cover it for you every day. Go Apple. All right, now we're 30 pennies in the money as Apple breaks through the local top, but it's not over yet. We're obviously having resistance at the $0.33. To be quite frank with you, I don't see resistance on Apple if we hold, big if we hold above this level right here. Let's see where this one takes us. This one took us to 220 and a quarter. We just got to 220 and a third. If we break and hold above 220 and a third, we're not looking at resistance until 220 and 2/3. We have 3 candles worth of resistance there from the IB, from the balance. Open there from 940, what time was 940 to about 950. We'll see if we can get up there. There is a bit of a consolidation area bottom there from the pre, so more possible resistance, not just that little 950 time slot. There was actually resistance there in the pre-market. So we'll pack in our patience here on the dead one Apple, and we'll see if we can eke out a little bit more profits. Shout out to everybody. 2 New York cents. You didn't put the exclamation point with the word join. The word join and exclamation point got to be together. I know it's a bit convoluted, my man, but sorry about that. Your vote didn't register. You didn't get the confirmation from Streamlabs unless you entered it again. So shout out to you. Absolutely. I can do that right now, Ram. Just give me an absolute, or give me a second over here to load this bad boy. We're doing the campus program. Is that right? There it is. All right. So you got the picture? All right. Here we go. Hey there, Canadian traders. Are you ready to get back to basics and become a real trader? Let me just minimize this for a second. A real trader? Real Trading's campus program is on now. Our specialized learning experience is here to guide you through the essentials of trading. You'll learn about market microstructure, explore various marketplaces, and understand the different order types. This upcoming cohort will focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully selected stock list designed for optimal learning. No high flyers here. As you demonstrate your skills, you'll unlock expanded symbol availability. So join us to bridge the gap between professional execution and retail trading. Let's build your trading foundation together. That sounds awfully uplifting. Go, Apple, go, baby. Here we go. We're going into highs here on Apple. This is local highs, definitely. I'm going to wait for around that $0.50 to 2/3 before wetting my beak here, but we are, feels like possibly breaking out. And as I say that, we dip down again below 30. So maybe I should just be quiet about it. Adair, what's your look?
My look is, I'm very happy with my book read here on Zscaler because I got it right before the pop on this short. To be clear, it looks like we were still holding support, excuse me, on 158.80s. So I tried to take the short. The short did not work. We had these bottoming tail candles. Wow, I said I'd risk into 159. We get above 159. I get out. It's all good. This thing's too whiffly and too waffly. There are levels, but they're not interacting in the way that I thought they would. If my read on this is not correct, I'm happy I tried it. I didn't take massive size in any of these trades, but it's time to see what other stocks are in these pastures. SMCI, I was like, oh, I like the 421 long. Yeah, that actually would have been fine. You would have been printing all day. So happy with that level. I get why I didn't take it. There wasn't really in my opinion, a supernatural area to risk into. I guess 420, so that could have got, but I guess I said puff past to that. I don't know. But that is a really interesting level here for me in SMCI. Then we get this big topping tail candle on SPCE, and look where we top into, Sharif.
Where?
This previous resistance area of 429. I smell a short, in my opinion. So let's see what happens here. I'm not going to trade this while I do the lesson because I will not.
We just did the lesson. We're good, Adair.
Oh, okay, true. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, if it's, like I said, it hasn't super set up for me yet either is the thing. If I did take this short, and to be clear, I don't want to view this as a revenge trade. Basically, I look over my side chart. I see that uptrend, and I'm like, wow. And then right after I see the uptrend, I see the topping tail candle, and I'm like, Adara, RC blows. This thing might go to the downside. So I don't know why I'm a pirate now, but I think this could be a bit of an interesting level here for the SPCE one. I want to see what we do here at 427. Get 427. I'll risk here into like this. This is the thing too. You always with SPCE, you always have to risk a bit more. So I want to take a moment to think about the risk reward principle before I get involved. I know I've been a little bit like waiting sometimes with these trades, but I'd rather wait and feel perfect about it than, you know, get a little bit overzealous and have a trade that is not executed in the way I want it to be. Dollar Tree. Are you really gonna be along here? I'm not trying you again. I don't feel as good about this trade as I did about either of these other longs, and I did feel good about both of them to clarify. But Dollar Tree still has higher lows. Is it SSR? Yup. Is it near low of day? Also yup. But the balance of the evidence here is telling me higher lows as the NQ actually kind of stagnates. So to me, there's a bit of a, there's a word for it. not confluence. There's divergence there that I think is key. Let's watch. I want to keep taking these trades here, so that's going to be the look here. And to be clear, like dollar tree, like I said, I can look at the balance of the evidence. I can still see a trade that makes sense for me at levels that make sense to me. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not going to be scared about going long a stock, low of day. If the stock's down 20%, if there's levels I like, if there are things that make sense. I know we're kind of in a downtrend of a downtrend of a downtrend on dollar tree, so that's why I'm not going to get back involved now. We'll see what happens here at 65. I want to be learning, every single day, and I'd rather learn from taking trades and failing than not learn by sitting in the sidelines. But with that in mind, I still don't want to be taking trades just to take them. I want to learn from trades that I felt good about for whatever reason, then learn why they didn't work. So.
Love it.
Rant over. How are you doing over here in Apple?
Well, not very good at the moment, but I obviously got my original position out. I added at the highs, and that's why my price is obviously a lot higher there. I'm looking to defend that 220 because we are putting in higher lows and higher highs. So it's just about trying to ride the trend and getting in at the right area. The right area to me has been around that 10 exponential. At least that's what I'm seeing ex post facto. But I'd like to defend the whole dollar level or the $10 level if that area holds. Now, the future is putting in lower highs. So I need to be alert to the fact that the future is changing its tune here a little bit. You've got the likes of Tesla going down a little bit, curling down. NVIDIA's still strong, to be fair. But you've got Microsoft pointing down, Google's pointing down, Meta's kind of pointing down. Amazon certainly is pointing down at these levels. So if the winds of change are going to come on the market, I don't necessarily feel, like I need to be going against it with Apple, like it's the only one that's going to be running to the high side. So if we get a decided breach here of that 220 area and the 10 exponential, that's going to be the end of my trade. But I'd like to see if we can hold up a bit here. I almost got my beak wet right in front of 40s there. It did come into my area, but it didn't cross. And the spread on Apple's been a bit wider lately. As usually it's like a 1 or 2 penny spread, but I've seen it as wide as 3 and 4 pennies today. So that's just something you're going to have to live with if you're going to trade this name. It's not stagnant. It is a dynamic name, and it's not trading the same way it does one day as it does the other. So we'll have to adjust to this one and try to roll with the punches, so to speak. So I'm in the long. I know it's not the best day to be long, certainly on Apple, which is the weakest of the Mag 7 names, but I like the trend that I see here, and I'll take it down. So here we go, back up into the 30s. If we can continue to move up here, test those local highs like we've been doing, literally. This entire area has been a test of the local highs and making of new local highs. So if that trend continues, well, then I'll print on it. Otherwise, I won't. So back into 35s, we go here again. I'm looking to wet my beak, just like right in front of that 40 area. So yeah, Apple, come on, bro. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Now, Tesla is at the 20 exponential moving average, the 10 exponential moving average, which is interesting to me here because Tesla's been awfully strong on the day. And if we want to take something long, well, Tesla looks like it might be one of those ones. So let's bring in the side chart over here on TSLA. I'm trying to monitor Apple as I do this as well. So forgive me for kind of just having a bit of a rubber neck right now. Looking left, looking right. But this is the look on TSLA. First time it comes into the 10 exponential, so it's retaking it at 1220. So it's been an hour of no touches off the 10 exponential on the 5 for TSLA, up 5.15%. We know that Tesla will have these outlying days, when it does catch a bid. It's a high beta name. That's just the way it is. It used to be way more high beta than this, by the way. You think NVIDIA is high beta. If you haven't been trading for that long, you should have seen Tesla a few years ago. Oh, baby. So it's definitely one of those ones that can move up a storm on any day. Let's go. There's obviously a seller here on Apple at 35 and 36. I won't be convinced otherwise. Every time we move up there, yes. Every time we move up there, now we're 20 pennies in the money on Apple. Go, dead one. So I'm going to go up here. I'm going to look to wet my beak in front of that 50 penny area if we continue to move up. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to add on this one, just like I've been doing. It dips in, I wet my beak, and I add. That is until the trend gives up. So I'm waiting at 48s over here. We just printed 47s. I can see that. There's the 48, and there's the print, Adara. Again, we got a nice little addition on AAPL. Started very red on this name. Working back, though, baby. Now, I'm going to be looking to add at 220 and a quarter. So that's the look right now. This is the look over here, that 220 and a fifth. I'm going to front run that for the little move back down on Apple. If we come back down into that $0.25, into that $5, I want all the smoke and its mother's son. So we'll see exactly what we get there, Adara. AAPL now only down 1%, trying to curl back up here.
So I have a question. You said you want all the smoke and its mother's son.
I don't want it.
You want all the smoke and
It wants
itself?
all the smoke and its mother's
sorry,
son,
it
not
does.
me. It wants to take the level.
I was just, so it wants its sibling. Because all the smoke and its mother's son.
I guess.
I guess it wants his brother. I don't know. That's kind of weird and edible. But
I really don't care as long as I print.
that's fair. I want you to print. So shout out there to Sharif. So Mickey, I tried this short. I'm happy with the management of this short, but I do have some qualms with my entry in the first place. One qualm is, Adara, why are you tired trading SMCI? But like I said, again, management's fine. That could be the one way I could grade myself in this trade appropriately. Like, it's like, okay, you know, people say when in doubt, zoom out. I think that's a good thing. Sometimes when in doubt, zoom in. Because look at this support resistance flip-flop. Why are you going short here? Adara, asking for a friend. So anyways, got short. We got into that 427 on the book there. I got out. Actually got, just with the spread and the key I used, actually, like, I lost 70 cents on this. So for SMCI, not bad at all. I took a very, very, very small position size there. But again, it's not about the P&L. It's about the other thing.
Learning.
The progress. Thank you, Sharif. I appreciate that. And so the progress is like, Adara, zoom in, be like, hey, why are you getting long here or short here? So that's kind of my issue. I also don't think it was helped by the fact that when I first was looking at this, it was looking weak on the book because the Qs were pushing lower. As I was getting involved, the Qs pushed higher. I was like, you know, good times when that happens. Also, Z-scaler continues to chop. I have no levels on that as of right now. What else is going down? You're just keeping an eye on these markets, seeing if there's anything I like shaking up right now. IWM holding on to VWAP with lower highs, but we already had a false breakout of that. Dollar Tree, though, new lows for DLTR. So on the DL, I would kind of like, not even on the DL, out in the open, I'd be interested in a 64.50 short. I know I've been long Dollar Tree all day. To be clear, pretty small position. This position was larger, but like I said, I had a little bit more, in my opinion, confluence for that, and that was working for the time being before we broke below the VWAP. But get to 64.50. I will be taking it short. Also, we're going to be getting ready for, what else are we looking at? SPY. I've been spying the SPY here.
Oh.
And I have some thoughts on the SPY here, so I'm going to share those thoughts. Look at, I don't know what I drew at this level, because it must not have been yesterday. By the time we were done the midday yesterday, this level had come and gone. But lower highs, level we've been bouncing off all day, at that 551.70. Sharif, if this breaks, I look out below. But to be fair, we immediately preceding that, we had a bottoming tail candle here, bouncing off of the other line I drew here, which is 35s. So this could maybe be stuck in a bit of a range. I want to have levels on it, but I don't want to like rush into it full force or anything. It's the market, so you want to be careful. Oh, market, you want to get down? Okay, I will take a really small position here. I know I said I wouldn't rush, but then we had that flush.
Wow.
And then I was like, you know what? I must rush. I'm not going to get my trade now. But if we break below this line I drew here, 35s, which is another level that we've seen some interactions with, then I would like that short below 35s. Let's get it popping. I think there's some intrigue and inciting things happening in this market. I want to be part of that circuit. I've not been taking as many trades today. I've been trying to focus on trades of quality. See, this is, okay, I'm going to pull up SMCI here again. I know I said I was like done talking about it, but I'm not. We're not going to get filled on SPY. Let's talk about SMCI. The biggest thing, I need to learn this better, and I've talked about this before, and I'm like, why am I not learning from it? These spready stocks are so beholden to what that thing does. The market, like the NQ, the SPY, right? So it's like, make sure, right, before you get filled, do a cursory check. I did a cursory check at the time. It was working out right as I got filled. It ended up having strength. But this is the thing with SMCI. Like, my idea could have very well been right, but my timing was not right with the market. And in that way, I was wrong. Shout out to Opie, who's talked about this before. Timing is a huge part of the planning of the trade in terms of what the indices are doing, what your compasses are doing, be it SPY, be it the NQ. Clearly, I was not in touch with my compasses there. Force McKee. Because if I'd had timing better, I do still think the levels on that short were valid. My approach to it was incorrect. So that's what you got to learn from every single day. SPY bouncing. I'm looking at the book. I told you guys I'm always reading the SPY book. Bouncing off 551.35s. So maybe we could get some support in this year market. We'll find out. We're going to do the lesson set up. What are you looking at, Sharif?
I'm looking at Tesla. Dara, I have a dip trade here at 220.88. It's defending 221. There's a buyer in and around 221. It keeps holding up there. And this is an area that's not novel for TSLA on the day. This is the area where it held initially. Look over here at 1245. It's holding right now. I'm leaving my dip trade where it is, knowing full well that I could miss the trade. Now, if I miss my dip trade, I'll do what Neil says to do and get in on the back end. Essentially, what that means is let it bounce off the level to prove to you that, yes, this is a here we go. Now we're filled. Now we're going to have to hold this area. So anything below, all right, we're going to wet our beak on some profits there to de-risk a bit of a small profit there. Now we'll see if we can take 220 again. Now there's a seller at 220. Initially, we were bouncing. Remember, we were just talked about resistance flipping to support. Let's see, look at the amount of selling at 221 there. That was a lot. So we'll see if we can get back up there, but we're in the money at the moment, not by a whole lot. I'd like to see a retaking of 221. It's elusive at the moment, so it looks like that buyer that was buying at 221, well, they got exhausted because now we're a little bit lower. We're still above the 20 exponential on the 5. Any print below 80, I'm gone. That's the look there. So we're going to have to really work our way through 221. I like this area because it's the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on TSLA. We're back at 221 and we're selling again. So there's big boy selling at the whole dollar level. So resistance now, or support, excuse me, becomes resistance, at least for the moment intraday. We're going to have to see if we can work our way back up above these levels. Hence why wet the beak. But again, any print below 2280, and we are close. We just printed 82s, bouncing up back into 90s. Anything below 2280, I'm gone, Adara. What's your look over there on the lesson?
Yeah, we're getting the lesson ready. By the way, guys, I do have an order ready to short Zscaler at 158.75 if it gets there. So if that gets filled, just so you guys know, that's what that trade is going to be. Same levels like before, same approach that like before. So understanding trend lines is really huge here. So we're basically going to be talking about the intricacies of trend lines, which include how to draw them, how you can determine how significant they are, how do you handle small penetrations, and also how to apply them in trading decisions. Also, guys, get into the chat to vote because you only have 20 minutes left to do so. So exclamation point, join the space, the dollar sign to the ticker. And that's how you do it.
Bang.
Let's talk about intro to trend lines. So there's really basically two types, as Sharif said, pretty much only two types. Uptrend, which is going to be when you've got these rising lows connected on a stock, and downtrend, which will connect falling highs. So the purpose of these trend lines and drawing them, talking about them, yapping about them, however you want to talk about them there, is identifying and confirming trends within the market and to give you some potential areas of support and resistance. How do you draw? We're going to need minimum 2 points. You're going to have more than 2 points. We know these trend lines, shout out to 40-year anchored VWAP and Brian Shannon on Intel. Ooh. But you do need at least 2 points here for tentative trend line, and that's even going to be a bit of a smaller trend line. So three or more, that would give you more validation for your trend line. So when you've got your upward line, you're going to connect the ascending lows of these points. Downtrend, you're going to connect the descending highs. And you're going to get a 3rd point confirmation, 3rd or more, to add validity to the trend line. We always talk about that balance of evidence. And so the more data you have in every case is going to give you more confirmation. So how do you determine the significance? Because we mentioned that was going to be one of the goals of today's lesson, right? So the length of the trend line is going to be huge for that. Longer trend lines in terms of time, in terms of distance, anything where you have more data, where you have a wider set of data, that's going to be more significant. And the number of touches are also going to be important here too, because the more times you've seen a trend line test and hold, it's going to be become more significant because you've seen, hey, like we've tried to break below this, we can't. That is a wall. That is a ceiling, depending on if you're long or short, or if it's ascending or descending, and that's going to be really important. Angle of the trend line, steeper trend lines are going to be more less sustainable. More moderate angles suggest more sustainable trends, and the reason for that is because if it's steeper, you've got a very sharp incline or a sharp decline over a shorter period of time. If it's sustained, you have more data. You've seen over time we can hold this downtrend or uptrend, right? That the steepness can be a little bit more short-term. If you've got this a sustained, suspended upward trend or downward trend, there could be a little bit more juice in that trend. Market respect is huge too, because the market will often respect more significant trend lines, which makes them reliable tools for forecasting future price movements. What does that mean? So if you've seen basically these trend lines getting followed, getting held, if you see these levels like, why is this holding? You know what I mean? Why is this level important? That could be maybe a more significant trend line because you've seen that respect from the market. So market trend line, market respect is huge. You also want to basically include all price action, or at least you should, in your trend line. So trend lines here should be drawn to include all the price action. So basically you want your trend line to touch or pass through as many price points as possible. You want the trend line to have all that smoke, or otherwise it's not going to be as representative of the full throttle of the move. Intraday penetrations are huge too. So even if you've got the prices penetrating or poking, into that trend line, I don't like redacted. If you've got them pushing into the trend line intraday, but it closes above in an upward trend or below in a downward trend, that trend line will remain valid or stay valid. So that's kind of worth noting how the intraday penetrations play a role in our interpretation of trend lines. Okay. What about importance of the inclusion? So you don't want to ignore data points, right? You need to see everything here with this market. You need to see the whole balance of the evidence. And so if you're ignoring certain price points, you're not going to get the whole balance. You're going to be like, it's going to be the judge, like the court case, ignoring, being like, oh, that evidence doesn't matter. That's inadmissible. Chum, chum. So, you know what I mean? You want to make sure you have all the data points to make sure you have an accurate case. Obviously, that is a little bit of a weird analogy, but you know what I'm trying to say. So, how do you handle these small trend line breaches? How do you interpret more like these small trend line breaches? So, minor or small penetrations of a trend line don't necessarily signal a trend reversal because they could be false signals or they could be part of normal overall market noise. So, then you're going to want confirmation. You want to wait for some confirmation, and by that we mean a close beyond the trend line or additional indicators before assuming a trend line break is valid. Market behaviors here is your tier. You want to make sure you're aware of market tendencies to test these trend lines with mild little violations before returning to the original trend. So here's an example of a trend line breach. We talked about this a lot yesterday as well. I want to shout out Sharif.
I fat-fingered. Yeah, I'm good. I did okay.
I heard a gas.
I fat-fingered. That's why I added when I want to take out. That's all. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're good.
So small trend line breaches, we do have like general uptrend, but then a little bit of spikes down. But what's interesting too is there's like, I guess, a second trend line, right? You've got that lower line here to make sure they bounce off of. Generally too, most of the action falls within that trend line. No trend line's going to be perfect, right? That'd be crazy to expect like, if it doesn't bounce every single time perfectly, there's something wrong with it. That's what I've noticed too. Sometimes like you take a breach and you put way too much stock into that breach or way too much stock into that candle, right? But it takes a lot of candles to make a stock. So make sure you're cognizant of these smaller breaches. Also, Zane, I will politely decline that proposal.
I was about to send it to you. I was screenshotting to send it to you.
Thank you. I will politely decline your proposal of marriage at this time. I would like to take care of my own trend lines. Thank you very much.
Yeah, she's good.
Thank you. But what happens when the trend line breaks? Well, a valid break is going to usually be confirmed when prices close beyond the trend line rather than just penetrating it during intraday trading. So it doesn't just poke into it, it breaks the down. There's like, blood on the streets. And if it's an uptrend that breaks lower, or there's going to be like, I guess, a waterfall to the upside, a geyser, not geezer, not old people. If you break above the upper end of that trend line.
Everybody got it, what you meant.
Thank you. Also, a break on high volume can be huge too, right? A break on high volume is more significant, likely indicates a genuine trend reversal. I talked about how in Dollar Tree just now, when we had that break further to the downside, I said, that was a big volume candle. That shows like, hey, whenever there's more volume, there's more participants. And so if you, especially a break of a trend or a break of a new trend with volume, that's like, hey, people are involved. That's what you want to watch out for.
Bang.
Trend lines also show a reversal of a roll, which is pretty big. So support becomes resistance or vice versa. We talked about this today. I've not traded necessarily effectively all day, but I'm looking at it all day and I look at it a lot in general because once the trend line is broken, it can reverse rolls. This level was significant for some reason, right? So who's to say it won't be significant again? Shout out to 40-year VWAP on AVWAP on Intel, right? That's huge. So an uptrend that once was support may become resistance. A downtrend that once resistance may become support. Trend implications are also huge here too, because understanding the role reversal can help you set target levels for exits and entries after trendline break. You've seen too what I'll do sometimes if I've been a trade one way, the levels that were my stops initially, if I switch directions, that's going to be my profit takers, right? These levels, again, I'm not saying I'm like, the paragon here or the model example, but I'm saying that it's something I'm trying to do, and there's a reason traders look at this, right? Because these levels can be huge. If they mattered for some reason, they might reverse and matter in a different reason. So, that's pretty huge. One's one example of a reversal of a roll. So you've got that broken up trend line. Then you see the support here. Look what's resistance now. That's right. So measuring the implication here is really important. You've got price projection, which is going to be the distance between the start of the trend line and the first point it connects to. That can be rejected from the point of the trend line break so that you can get a potential price movement. We've talked a lot too about how you measure potential breakouts here in flag pull patterns. You can also see that for these patterns, these trend lines. Also, shout out to you, Ann. Thank you. I like talking fast because these markets move fast. As Obi was saying, no matter how fast Adara talks, the book's going to move like 40 times faster. So I appreciated that shout out there.
I like that.
On Friday.
That's
you
nice.
got to keep up with these markets, right? Shout out there. Oh boy, target setting can be huge too, guys, though, because you want to be able to use this kind of measurement to set profit targets or set stop loss levels based on the expected price move following a trend line break. Also, if I may, I'd like to use an example in the wild here from today, and it's going to be GitLab. GitLab. I took this trade, right? Because look at this trend line. Pardon?
What is it, Ram? She's
Look
trying
at
to
this.
teach-
Ramin did not allow me to, so it's all good there.
Get it, Ram.
Okay, thank you, Ramin. I appreciate that. Mother, Ramin, may I? Yes, you may. So look at this trend line in GitLab, right? We had held this line beautifully. Then when we break below it, and also keep in mind, this trend line break, and it complements with the break of the 90 MA, that was my impetus to go short. Because we know that when these levels reverse, they can flip from support to resistance. So again, not trying to be like, oh, this is like the best trade. But I'm just saying these type of levels, this type of trading is something traders look at, and that's what's going on here on these markets. That is my rant of the day for this stock for the lesson. Good times. We're gonna get water. How are you doing?
Long 220.71 on Apple. We just broke 221. We're moving into 221 a quarter here on the Cybertruck. Let's move up a little bit more. This is a 20 exponential dip. Thank you, Katina Man, or whoever is hitting that. Boom! We just took 50 pennies there on TSLA. Happy with this trade. 20 exponential dip into 20 exponential dip on Tesla on the 5-minute chart. It's been the strongest bad boy on the day in Mag 7 world here, up 5%. And so I'm like, look, we're doing all these Doge candles around here. Is there equilibrium between buyers and sellers at this level? If there is, well, then I can profit from basically this just general area a little bit below 221. So I'm happy with this trade. I'm mad at myself for fat fingering over here and adding when I should have been taken out. But we executed the subsequent trade a little bit better than we did the first one. So I'm happy with this trade. I'm still negative on the day, full disclosure, but we're trying to work our way out of this trade. And to be honest, I'm only negative because of the dumbass trades that I took initially on this broadcast, because I was not trading that well. But since that time, we've done a little bit better. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is now short NVIDIA. Okay, 109 and a quarter. 109.21, baby. The Katina Man is taking NVIDIA short at these levels as the future comes right back into that break-even point again. And so it's make or break time here, whether we hold this level or not. That make or break area is 19,008. 19,010, just a smidge above that 100-point level at 19,000. But I got to tell you, we've been putting in incrementally lower highs. So you could consider this area here at 1105 to be the top, which it is, 19,114. Then this local area here at 1235 took us to 19,088. And subsequent to that, we have been putting in incrementally lower highs, but have been able to find a little bit of a defend area at that 19,007, 19,008, whatever the closing print is from yesterday on the NQ September contract. So, wow. We definitely didn't get a bounce day, at least not yet. And that's to me, it's important. Why? Let's look at the daily chart. So this is a really bad red candle. Oh, my mistake. That's a really aggressive red candle that we put in yesterday. And this is the bounce back. This is it. This is as good as we could do. That just seems like, the buyers have shut off the buy program or they're just not around at the moment. So usually, you get some sort of bounce back after a monster red day like this. What was it? The worst day for tech in 2 years? Or what was? Did you hear something?
Was the semiconductors worst day in over 4 years?
Semis. Okay. How about tech? I heard something about 2 years in tech. Of market cap. 300 billion got wiped off the market cap of NVIDIA. That Katina is saying that's a record, all-time record for market cap being wiped off. So the point I'm trying to make is after a big boy red day like that, you expect a bit of a bounce. You're not getting a bounce, so I feel there's more blood. I think we may test 18,000, maybe even more, maybe 17.5, right? This is Black Monday over here, August 5th. That's the yen carry trade low. That took us in the pre, I think it took us to 17,350. Yeah, maybe we don't test the August lows, but we definitely, I think we got more to go. And that sucks for the long term because, well, you're going to have to deal with it. So that's a look there. We are getting a bit of a defend area locally here, Adara, at that 19,007. The future using that 19,000 general area as a little bit of a bounce off point, at least for the moment, but not much in the way of range. Let's flip over here to the small cap gapper, see if there's anything afoot over there in small cap world. And I did see this SHPH. Okay, so we have a new entrant here in small cap gapper world. We're going to take off Fifi here, Adara. We're going to put SHPH.
Fifi, do
you love me? You got it, Adara.
So you never ever take me off your side, Chuck.
Oh.
Da-da-da-da.
Good. No, it's good. It's good. I just don't know words. Otherwise, I would have joined in with you
fair.
there.
I just changed some of them as well.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I know. I figured there. He might not be talking about side charts there.
You'd think.
But, yeah, this is a good look here for SHPH, guys. Let me give you the details. Shuttle Pharmaceuticals, $5.33 million market cap. Katina Man, the Katina Man's printing on NVIDIA. He's reloaded on that, by the way. And now this is done about 9 million shares on the day. Look at this, though. This bad boy was moving in the aftermarket yesterday. This has me feeling like this is, here it is. There's the look. Shuttle Pharmaceutical shares are trading higher after the company was granted whatever this number for selective high stone, deca tylase inhibitors. Deca. Wow, bro, that's Latin. All right, in any event, it's broken up here and it's doing decent on the day. Look, the change since open is 64%, but the change on the day is 18. What does that mean? That means basically we tanked in the pre-market. So we got so low, below that 217 closing print from yesterday, we got to a low as $1.28. Then we opened up essentially we opened up over here at 930, but we got to the lows of $1.28. Now we're printing 276. So the buying stepping in here on SHPH. And if I could say so, this area was an obvious area of resistance, let's say in front of that 250 area. So mid 240s, okay? We reject that area, reject, and very much are in a consolidative hold until this 115 candle comes in with a lot of volume, taking us well above that 250, 240 area, now 276. Now here's a look. When we came back, we defended that mid 240s. So we used that mid 240s as support. So you've got support at mid 240s and then likely also support at 2.25 because that's where VWAP is. So SHPH here, baby, small cap gapper du jour. I didn't finish giving you the details on this. 9.1 million share float. And what's the short float here? Shout out to the Nos boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas. The short float is 1.78%. So not a whole lot to talk about here. We'll keep eyes on this one. Adair.
Yeah, this Z-scaler, this was I get a Z on this trade out of A to Z. Okay.
I don't mean to laugh, but your joke.
No, it's okay. It is a joke. Laughing is welcomed.
Yeah.
So I don't I have some qualms about my trade here. Why was I not waiting for the short at 159? Other one at level I like 158.70. That was the level I liked. So I don't know why I was chilling here we'll get 158.50. To be fair, not a bad level. And immediately though, bids up. And I'm like, why are you not getting out right away? I was waffling way too long in this, especially because I didn't have tons of shares, but I had enough that come on, man. Be more careful, be smarter. do better. That's the best thing though about the markets. You can come back every single day. To be clear, it wasn't like a massive hit or anything. It's just that I was like not proud of the way I traded this. So that's what you learn in your journal. You learn all. Also, why are you going short of this clear area of support? I knew the support existed. I had zoomed out. I had seen it. And I was like, well, it's going to break below. I'm like, no, it does not need to do that. Wait till it breaks below then maybe. Like the entry was wrong, no matter how you slice it. I should not have been trying this 4 times on Zscaler. Not one of these worked out. To be clear, not massive size in any of them, but I really should. I'm pretty sure increasing size with each trade. The first 2 were smaller, but the second 2 were a bit large. Like the shorts I took a bit more size with. So it's like, Adara, reflect, as Michael Scott in the office says, adapt, react, readapt, act. Definitely should be doing some of that. Should be doing some reflecting on those trades. Not happy with what I did. Not proud of what occurred. Yeah, sorry guys, I've said sometimes there's some medical sleepiness. I've said this in the past, and it's just something I deal with. Do my best here every single day, and shout out to Shree for being so supportive of that. So that is what that is, guys. I promise I'm alert, and I do love these markets. You guys saw that day that I was like, Shree saw I was dead tired to get here, and Tesla wakes me up. So
yeah, I know.
Like being the part of this, honestly.
I remember you got a pushback there too.
Yeah,
there was a little bit.
There's always pushbacks. Shout out to you, Rogelio. I appreciate that. We're all humans here, and that's what I think is great about this community. Also, Zscaler, don't make me tempted to trade you a 5th time. I cannot take 5 L's. You know, 21 Savage says take less L's, make more M's, not more L's, right? So you got to learn every single day. Let's figure out. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls.
Neil just put something in the chat, guys. I'm going to read it out. It has to do with X US Steel. So I'm just loading up the chart right now so you guys can have a look. I'm going to read out the headline in a hot second. It's tanking, guys. White House economics reporter for the Washington Post, Jeff Stein, posts on X. Biden prepares to block Nippon Steel acquisition, or Nippon, whatever, how it's ever said, of U.S. Steel. Sources tell David Lynch and me, he said. Well, that's obviously Jeff Stein of the Post. So halted to the downside. Wow, U.S. Steel is halted. Is this what's it called? News pending, or is it volatility? Volatility. Thank you, Neil. So it's a volatility halted at 33.39. Let me give you, I don't think I'm going to be able to get the tap because it's a New York stock. Let me see. I don't have the tap, sadly. I do apologize. The NYSEs, we don't have the theoretical auction price, which is essentially what the price is in the auction system that's happening while the name is halted. We have an auction system not completely dissimilar from the auction system that takes place before the open there. So we're going to put X. Just going to put in the ticker so that everybody can follow along here. This is U.S. Steel, guys. We've already heard Kamala Harris make it very clear that she wants to see U.S. Steel in U.S. ownership hands, Nippon or whatever, however. They say it's open, guys. Here we go. It just printed 31.73, got bought back up. It's printing 32 2/3 right now. It's not really reacting as aggressively, but now it's coming down. So let's see how the market reacts to this. Now we're down about 10%. So now we're likely going to be SSR on this. Let me just load it up. X is SSR now, short sale restricted. It's likely going to halt around again, 31.63 again over here, unless it catches a bit to the high side. Looks like we're, have to flip to the 1 minute chart over here to be able to see whether we halt. Nope, false halt at the moment, 31.50, the new low. The previous halt level over here, 33 1/3. Now we are printing as low as 31.50, okay? And so what I was saying before that open halt there was that the board or the ownership of Nippon Steel, which is owned by, or it's a Japanese-owned company, basically guaranteed that they would make sure it was run by Americans, American owners, this, that, and the other. That's not going to please, obviously. Here we go again, new low, Katina Man. The Katina Man short on X at the moment. Neil, are you taking this short too? Oh, he's not here. 30.71, because he called it out. I didn't know. 30.71 LOD right now, Katina Man. We're bleeding 12 2/3 to the downside. There's a lot of red in these markets. Oh, baby. U.S. Steel acting like a small cap gapper, baby. All a $7 billion market share. The dude's $1 and the money's printing up a storm. We need that storm animation where like there's Prince. I'm telling you, Adara. Yeah.
I like that.
Get it? Well, Fabian has heard us. Yes, the Chilean Nightmare has taken notice of said animation. Hopefully we'll see that. So that's the look right now. Big moves down US Steel. What's your look over there, Adara?
My look is, oh yeah, I mean, I don't have that look here. Yeah, Z-Scale, I was like, oh, let's go long, get happy. I was like, Adara, you do not need to take a fifth L on that because that idea wouldn't have worked. I was
trade,
clearly
brother.
tilted on that. SPY, here you go. Why do you need caffeine? Why do you need Starbucks when you could have the SPY, okay? To be clear, we are like, we're basically flat on this, but I've said, and I will say this before I've said it again, I have two playbook trades in the SPY. One of them is whole dollar breakouts or breakdowns. The other one is trading off of previously, like, price action that I've seen on the book or the chart. Usually, though, I will not feel comfortable getting involved if I haven't seen how it interacts in the book. Bless you. With that in mind, I was waxing poetic earlier about this interaction between 551.70 and 551.30. And I did not get involved because, like, I don't know, I wasn't able to get filled. I think I tried to it doesn't matter. The point is I wasn't involved, and that is my bad. That is an L for me. But to answer the question there for Jorge Alvarado, yeah, I am short here, and I'm risking 15 cents. I'm risking into 551.35s. Why? Because that level was crazy on the book. I watched as we had a huge quadunk there, and we bounced off 551.35. So in my opinion, as long as we stay below 551.35s, we are bearish. I'm willing to risk 15 cents because I want blood here on this streets and in these SPY. I think if we break below, not just 551, I think if we break below 551.95s, that's okay. Let's go, SPY. We're going to be starting to take some profit here at 65s. That is an area I like there. Oh, we'll do 66s. I like that area on the chart. Why do I like that area on the chart? Look at this kind of pre-market action, right? We have some wicks here earlier. Maybe I'm being a little bit too aggressive here with this out, but you got to have some aggression here in these markets. You got to have confidence. You got to believe in yourself. I was, as you can tell, there a little bit like, bah humbug. Not about the trading, just, you're sitting for a while, you're watching markets, and I do want to shout out this whole community for your support. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. But then here comes the SPY, and the SPY is like, hey, Dara, want to take this ride to the downside of this level that you love? I was like, yeah. And to be clear as well, I actually would have gone long for the SPY had we held 551.35. That is how good I felt about that level. The fact that we could not even wick into that was like, yeah, okay, Adara, get going. Let's get this right to the down soon. I would like to, right now my stop's going to be break even. If we break above 551.19, I'm out. But honestly, I'd rather get out break even than make profit just to make profit. I'm not trading for P&L. I'm trading for progress. I'm trading for learning. Let's go. Let's see if the SPY can, we're like 20 pennies in the money here. Let's see what happens. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think if we break below 85s, I don't know why 85s are causing such a kerfuffle here. Oh, there's that wick previously. That might be why. Let's see what happens here on the S&P 500. Break below 80s. I think I can get my profit target here of 65. I'll be taking out 2/3 of La Position at 65. Then I'll be saving a piece for the dream. Hopefully that dream doesn't turn into a nightmare. What are you looking at over
I'm looking at US Steel. I don't want to get into position because I literally have to get up in 2 minutes, but this thing is bleeding. The Catena Man is 250 in the money now as this breaches 29.50. New lows incoming. Now we are 29 and a fifth LOD, and we're still bleeding more. The volume is pouring into this like you wouldn't believe. What is the volume at the moment right now? Let me just see here real quick. 10 million shares. You know what the average volume is for US Steel? 2.9 million shares, and that's by 4 o'clock. So that's, that gives you an idea of how much market participation. We are now almost down 20%. It looks like we're going to halt here possibly at 29.20. Let's see if the bid or the ask starts stacking. We'll see there. Yeah, and there we are halted again at 29.20. Halted. US Steel 17.98%. In case you're just joining us, Biden administration being reported by the Washington Post that they will block the merger of US Steel. How do you say it? Nippon? Is it Nippon or Nippon?
I think it's spelled like Nippon.
I don't trust Reb. So anything Reb tells me, I seek.
I said Nippon. I'm pretty sure it's Nippon.
Oh, she says this is from Ramin, not Ram. So I have to trust
the emancipation of me
so it's
over
Nippon.
there. I like that, yeah.
Shout out to Ram. We all halted though, guys. Right here, 29.20. Sadly, I cannot get you the theoretical auction price because it is a New York NYSE listed stock and they do not share, sadly, the theoretical auction price, which is an auction system that takes place behind the scenes while the stock is halted. Buy and sell orders are coming in vis-a-vis market on open orders. If you don't know what a market on open order is, it behooves you to get into that, to figure it out, to understand how to execute that on your platform. If you want to trade stocks that are halted, and by extension, if you like these small cap gappers, it behooves you to know it as well, because they seem to halt up a storm. So market on open orders are submitted to the exchanges while it's halted, and then they gather and they see, basically they try to pair buy and sell orders. If there's an excess of one versus the other, then that shows what the theoretical auction price is. So that's what we're looking at the moment. We're halted about 18% in the red at the moment here at Dara. I'm going to weasel my way up to the big screen. How's your, nice, you printed up a storm there.
Thank you. I'm excited to talk about that. Thank you so much, Sheree, for everything you do for putting those lessons together. Trends in honor of Trenda. Just to make him laugh before he weasels his way on up. Thank you, Sharif. And yeah, you guys can check out Sharif and Neil and Sean in our audience segment. Make sure, if you haven't voted, if you're coming in for the big show to see Sean and Neil, you want to know what the Seanfidence and the Neilage. I like it because it rhymes. Seanfidence and Neilage. If you want to know what they were doing, get into that chat and let us know. You guys can do that during our show from 11 a.m. to 1:50 p.m. That's when the voting closes. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do, including counting all those their votes. Also, I want to talk about the SPY trade because I'm really happy with this. We got involved here 550-120. We got out 550-85s. So we took quick math with tired brain. Took like 35 pennies on this trade. Why did I get out to 85s? So basically, I've always said I'm going to trust my read on the book when I'm in these kind of scalps. So to be clear, like I said, I like this level here. The fact that we couldn't get above 550-135, I thought was extremely bearish. So I got involved, risked 15 pennies. Basically, for me, once we broke below 551, that was a good look. At that point, I was basically risking, let's see, I was willing to risk break even. Then, though, we started doing something interesting at 551.85. And to be clear, I was interested in taking profit just above 550. I was just trying to get just above there, that 550.65 area. We get to 550.70s and we bounce. I'm like, okay, that is interesting. We can't even get to that previous area. There's maybe more strength in the SPY than I thought. So once I see in the book there, when we get to that 550.85s, again, I said if we stay below 85s, it's still going to be bearish. We broke above 85s. I got out at 85s there. So please just punch with what I did with this trade. Happy with the mechanics of the trade. Happy with how I worked at it. I had the right idea in the SPY long earlier. Again, it wouldn't have lasted very long, but that's a clear support resistance flip. But you're not going to get 100% of the trades. Things aren't always going to work out how you want them to, or how you think they should, or how the market, looks like. But that's why you just have to have principles. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. And we are going to be running soon over to see what Sean's doing there. Oh man, is Amazon that low, says Sean. Let's take a look at Amazon there. Oh wow. Oh boy. I mean, why am I saying when I'm looking at Amazon, why am I not talking about, yikes. Amazon, this was a big missed opportunity earlier. I kind of said this support resistance flip was really interesting. We break below, we hold VWAP crazy well. Then we break below VWAP and just RIP. We keep trying to hold support. This is like the third time now that we've kind of umbrellaed. Had a red candle, tried to have a green candle, and Amazon's like, do I have to? And continued to sell off. So lots happening there. Everything pushing up except for NVIDIA, says Profit Monsters. That's fair. I think Meta also a little bit, in my opinion, a bit weaker here. I think a lot of these Mag 7 names to kind of summarize. I think Apple, to be fair, actually trying to push up. Tesla's still up on the day, but definitely not on the up. Wow, Meta. We talked about trend lines and the break of these trend lines. Look at this on Meta. We get 1 push-up, 2 push-up, 3 push-up. Now we're breaking below. This is a really interesting level to me. So what level would I be interested in? That 5, this is just above 515. That's clearly a top. We've got some wicks earlier. You could maybe risk this into 515.50. Again, not support, not advice, just my take on the chart. Sharif standing actually on this bull flag on Meta. Sharif waving his flag over there. Shout out to Sharif. You guys will see him in less than a minute. Basically, this Meta breakdown is beautiful. And then I think if we break below that 514.30 area of previous support resistance, that'll be a great look. I want to shout out this whole community. I am, I'm really happy to be here every single day. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to Sharif. Shout out to Sean, Neil, Brendan, Obi. I'm not going to name everybody in the world because I always sound like I'm giving an Oscar speech. But these markets just keep giving you ample opportunities. It's about how you best take advantage of them. Definitely did not take advantage of all the best opportunities today, but that's what aggressive journaling's for. So there you go. Great times, and we will, you've got a couple seconds left. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. What? GitLab. I'm going to visit GitLab. This was my favorite trade of the day. I had this right off the open, and then, or not off the open, off the start of the midday. GitLab, this held into beautiful levels. Look at how well we held the support here at 52. Now actually a higher low with a nice bottoming tail candle at that. Something to look for tomorrow, and we'll see you guys. Same bat time, same bat channel. Let's get over there to Sean, Neil, and Sharif. Bye.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean are locked and loaded. They're ready to take the tickers as decided by you. So join Adara and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But it's a subscriber-only chat, so make sure you are subscribed to Trader TV. Let's have a look here at the future. The NQ barely positive. Barely, and I really mean barely. We are like 0.05, 0.1%. The other indices, the ES, the Russell, and the Dow also marginally red, but barely as well. It's been a very flat day today on these markets after that big down day yesterday. No indice was spared. All of them were over 1% plus. The first name, though, as decided by you guys, no surprise here, NVIDIA, and they had a bit of a tough headline coming out of the morning and from the overnight session. The Department of Justice now looking to investigate NVIDIA for antitrust practices, specifically around the 80% market share and the migration aspect of things, making it harder for these GPU users, guys, to migrate to another company.
Yeah, antitrust issues, I mean, that's just been, what are you going to do? If you have an 80% market share in the number one growing, well, whatever, in AI or just any massive large segment, this is what the regulators are going to do. It's as expected. I don't necessarily think it ultimately, I don't think it matters that much. Usually what ends up happening is you get like fines every now and then, which when you're printing cash isn't the end of the world. So it's something to watch, certainly. Let's be real. Was there any bad news on NVIDIA yesterday when it dropped from 117 down to 105 and lost the biggest single notional loss of an individual company in a single day? No. You don't necessarily need a catalyst. All that said, the recovery today, percentage-wise, isn't as big as what it looks like on the actual morning. Like, there was an SSR bounce off of 104 and then 105. It has run into resistance, not at 111, 112, where I thought it was going into, but it can't seem to get past 110. Like, the last long I had was failing this 110 level, and certainly looks like we're on the way back into a VWAP pullback. I'm in two other chip names. One makes sense in terms of what happened yesterday in ARM. ARM had a bottom at exactly 122, and I was just waiting for it to show weakness. Never did. And then this flat bottom broke the 122, like as we were just preparing to go in. It broke a long consolidation off that level, and Intel is going to be Intel. So NVIDIA, it's only up half a point on what everyone's saying is the big recovery day. And just quickly, because U.S. Steel's not in there, but it probably would be.
Oh, yeah.
But U.S. Steel with the deal down or gone, a couple things to keep in mind. It's through when they officially announced the deal. And if you go back to the big volume spike in August, like that was around $24, $25. That's where this stock was previously. It could easily head back to prices like that.
Oh, yeah. Right there, $3 now in the money on U.S. Steel with a stop order of about 40 cents. All right, let's, and again, this is what we're talking about. This is why we sit here. This is that sort of that real trading that we're talking about. We hear this story come through, take the trade and bang it down, right? I mean, this is, we talk about trade the pool and all that, being able to short. Thank you to our sponsor. We'll get to that in a minute too. But nice move to the downside there for U.S. Steel as it continues to go. So, yeah, man, I don't know, looking to maybe get out if we break above here, 29.50. So let's give this one a little bit of room and see if there is some talk about this, coming back through. But right there, this is a great one, 29.62 or so for that. So there it is, man. We're putting it up today, boy. And then there goes NVIDIA. We'll talk about this next or now. NVIDIA is the number one stock on the floor today. So we are going to say congratulations to everybody that's been doing that. And it's going to be the #1 show on the #1 trade on the show as well. And we're short now. We've already made money. We made money short there. We made money long. We had a great long from 105 all the way up there to 109 and change. So that was $4 or $5. Then it fell back. We went long again. And then guess what we're doing now? We're short now. So here's the short once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Nice move back in here for NVIDIA, man. Now we're starting to get going. It's another dollar here on NVIDIA. Are we going to halt again? Downside now on US Steel. What a day, right? We talked about yesterday getting absolutely rinsed. And look what happens. You come back today and there it is. So, I mean, we don't have one red name today. We're up on AMD. AMD just $1 in the money. Amazon. We wrote down 174 short. I mean, you know, the rest is history on Amazon, how good that trade was at the end of the day. NVIDIA #1 trade. Palantir. Short on that one, and then there's your boy US Steel. Neil, now we are $1, $2, $3, $4 now in the money on US Steel.
Bye US Steel. Great looking short. Not gonna lie, I had to get up to do some business and came back and I was like, oh, there'll probably be an entry on it. There wasn't. You had to pick your spot. I'm like, usually if you get up right away, it's the right call because you can get back to your seat. But in some cases, this is like that NVIDIA breakout that one day or like an IPO. But US Steel, there's someone in the chat said US Steel's worth $8 or $16.
Bye-bye.
The only reason I brought up the chart to show where US Steel was when the announcements were coming through was just historical prices. Like when they were being speculated to be bought, this is where it was trading. When the deal was announced, this is where it was trading. Ultimately, I'm not going to tell you what the value of US Steel is. I don't know, and I'm not into valuating companies. But historic prices would suggest that when the rumors started, this was like a $25, $26 company. And before that, it had supported like $17 on United Steel. Those are just historical price. I'm not saying it's going there. But with no deal in hand, it's just trading like any other steel company.
All right, just want to let you know that the Fed Beige Book did get released there at 2 o'clock. And one of the little tidbits coming out of there is that economic activity in the United States grew in about 3 districts, but only slightly. Bit of a tough look there as we look to find that soft landing on the market. All right, next on the rundown here, Palantir. No real specific headline for it, but it sold off aggressively yesterday with the overall market. There is this headline blaming weakness in the software names on the ISM manufacturing PMI data, which came out today a bit lower than expected.
All right, let's go, man. This is going to be another one here. We'll just hit Dollar Club, although it's not. We have Palantir written on here. Short into 31. We talked about shorting this level. We weren't here to short that or, you know, and that's what happens, right? We talked about that, missing trades and stuff. So we weren't here to short this 85. That was the level that we were actually had an offer at. We would have had it, but we pulled it. Now we come back. There it is, the 50-period moving average. It comes down in. I like the Palantir short. I mean, I don't love it here. It's had a huge move, honestly, like a pretty huge move, right? From 29.50, 29.30 bottom, all the way up to 30.80 right there. But we'll put on another one. This is part of the 4 for 4 or 5 for 5 gang here today, as complete opposite of what we were yesterday. But there it is, man, $30.85. Nice little top, as it was written here on this sticky note. I really like the stock. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to swoop in there and buy any over the last day when we were down here. But I think $30 is a great opportunity. I may just put a bid down there, see if we can catch it. Just as an update right here, we are another dollar in right now. NVIDIA right here, finally making that move into the downside right there. 108.20 and change. Let's just put a bid and capture more profit on what's been a monster stock today, NVIDIA. So again, we let it sort of settle down from yesterday. Nice move down. Just a quick update. We have this stock, and it's been fantastic, obviously, but I'm only going to give it $1 more upside. So if we break above this $29 mark, we'll get out of US Steel. But there it goes, man. Yes, sir. It's a $4 winner. You know, as we've mentioned here, you could be short at any point jeering here, except for maybe now, where we're getting a little spicy down here at 28. So let's see how far this thing goes to the downside. But it's Palantir working. It's NVIDIA working. And we got stopped out of our AMD. I mean, AMD, again, is going to be one of the top stocks here. And it's just boom, boom, one trade, right off VWAP. You know, we'll take the short on NVIDIA. We have literally 5 times the shares. But here we go. Good little cover there. I don't know if there's anything for you on Palantir.
Yeah, not a heck of a lot on Palantir, except the only thing I will say for Palantir is maybe observe what happened on that 15-minute chart. Like the liquidity grab underneath can give you something of a level. And yesterday, or at least the last time on daily chart, here, let me bring up my trade ideas for PLTR. I want to be able to show you guys the daily chart because that was a thought. The other day, we were talking about this 30 level, like right in here, prior resistance, can't hold on. So the good news would be right now you've got a wick bottom that just held the 30 on the daily, and that's what it looks like in real time. So as long as it can hold on to 30, there was a good trader who was visiting, well, there was a trader that was visiting a couple of weeks ago. One of the things he said about V-shaped bottoms is when you do that kind of a liquidity grab, a lot of times if you can get yourself in the mind space of, hey, pretend that didn't happen, and what was the stock doing before that? Well, it had support at that level before the liquidity grab underneath. And once you've recovered it all, look back to the 30 level. I got it, it's okay. Thanks, Sharif. My crutches like to slip all over the place. So once you get back above the 30, pretend like it didn't happen, and then you've got some support coming back in. Don't know that you're going to see that level today. If you do, great. Maybe we'll look for something like a bounce play off of it, but until then, on the daily chart, not looking so bad on Palantir as long as it holds $30, as bearish as the rest of the market has looked recently.
More stuff coming out of the beige book here. So it told you that 3 districts grew slightly last quarter in the United States. 9 districts were flat or declining. A bit of a concerning headline there. Also, consumer spending ticked down as well in most districts. So as we get more stuff, I'll let you know. Apple, though, next on the rundown over here, UBS maintaining their neutral rating on Apple and raising the price target, I should say, to $236. There is this little tidbit yesterday from Gene Munster saying that the Apple event next week is going to be a disappointment before it's actually good. Lots of people feel that way because now they've kicked back, guys, the Apple Intelligence AI release October.
Oh, yeah, so Apple is a tale of two halves, I suppose. When the market was screaming to the upside this morning, Apple was the weak stock. When the market is heading to, well, I mean, it's not really heading to the downside, but it's pulling back, is I guess the best way to think about it. Like this is the NASDAQ in the morning going up, and Apple's going down, and this is the NASDAQ finding a top, and when the NASDAQ is finding a top, Apple is finding a bottom and trending back up. So you've got this weird inverse relationship, which I don't think it'll last forever. I mean, obviously, if the market goes down hard enough, Apple's probably going to go down with it. But it is doing it for now. I still think Apple's in a little bit of trouble. You basically came back into yesterday's close prices, tried to go green, and that's where it's resisting. Like it's resisting 221 in here, so it's lower highs. I only shorted it at VWAP, but I'm still only looking short. Like I'm just not really convinced about Apple the way that it was selling earlier. So a lower high off this level would be getting me back into a short into VWAP for Apple. Still a great company in the long term. I think the daily chart actually looks not that bad, but the way that it sold this morning, coupled with the fact that you couldn't get back above and get green when the market went green, a rollover here, and I think you can at least get back into VWAP. So it's trying to put in a lower high as we speak underneath this 221 level. So once it confirms that lower high, I'll look for the entry. I did take another out in ARM, and we talk some intel when we get to SMCI because that's a chip name.
We're now $4 in the money on X, and it's still going. So, all right. NVIDIA now $1 in the money. So we have over $5 right now in the money on these 3 trades. So we have NVIDIA with $1, Palantir with a small 10 cents, and then U.S. Steel here, United Steel, I guess, U.S. Steel, now $4 and still going lower. Look, I mean, Neil just talked about Apple. So, yeah, I thought yesterday that it had actually held out pretty good. So, yeah, I still like the stock. I still think this is a strong one. I think you got to buy it. We sold some recently at 225. We talked about that last week. You never sell enough. But, you know, we got out of some NVIDIA. Wish we would have rebought some of that. I think you're getting another chance to rebuy some NVIDIA a little bit lower. But, all right, so, wow, all right, now, here we go. You want to talk about another one. I mean, we gave you, Sharif brought this to everybody maybe 35 minutes ago, you know, or whenever this was. And I'm glad for that, man. Yeah, there it was 143 right there. And then ever since, man, it's just straight fire downside right now. So there goes U.S. Steel. Wow. So 28 now, new stop. So 28.25. let's just keep on going now. Hey, it's now just $5 in the money. I mean, I don't know if Kathy Wood's going to come in and do anything about this one, but there it is. It's a monster here. It's U.S. Steel, and yeah, our day is just starting to rack. So, all right, let's go back over there. It's Apple. It's Oxy next.
So West Texas Intermediate down 1.25%. Really mostly because of this headline, possibly Libyan oil production to start to come back online. That'll obviously increase supply. Increases supply usually means a bit of a lower price. Also, OPEC said this morning that they were actually going to continue with the production increases. So that has had a downward effect on the West Texas Intermediate as well as Brent. There's also this headline today for Oxy, Susquehanna maintaining the positive on Occidental Petroleum and lowering, though, sadly, the price target to $78. It's at the low right now, but down 0.2%, guys. Wasn't done talking, Ram.
Oxy, I think, right? I don't know what. I haven't even looked at it.
This is the worst Oxy has looked since it has been bouncing off of $55, in my estimation. So I'm talking about for the last 2 years. Every time it bounces off 55, it's been a gift of 20%. Plus a little bit of a dividend, and you rinse and repeat it. But this time it bounced off 55, did not get to the 50 period, did not get to $60, did not get to the 200 period moving average, and now wants to retest low. That's bad. So unless it's going to bounce really, really soon, Oxy is turning into I don't want to call it a dump zone, because there you go. Let me zoom it out a little bit further. Thank you, chart. Because there is some other support that was here if you go way back to 2022. But that is a long, flat bottom on Occidental Petroleum. If you start to lose this, who knows where it could end up. I mean, I'm not saying it goes down into 40, but it is worth mentioning that that's where the support would be if we lose like $54, $55 for Oxy. For myself, if it gets under $54, I'm out of this thing. I have it in my PA. I've taken it like 3 times. And the third time may not be a charm here on Occidental. I didn't hear any of that.
Come on, Ramin. I'm made for this, Ramin. Okay, look, man. Just about U.S. Steel still. So it's coming back up. Our stop is 28. So we just touched down there at $27. So we'll have to watch out to see what happens right now. U.S. Steel 28.25 there as a possible stopping spot if it does come back up. To hold this has already been a huge win. So our stop was only like 40 or 50 cents. So that first part there, we took $1 immediately as we just got short and just fell, right? And then, now we're holding this last little half. I think we've done fantastic to do this. And if it does break above this $28, we'll get out and just ho-hum a $4 winner. So that would be a good one. Meanwhile, the market just continues to go lower here. We're going to talk about SMCI in a minute, but there's NVIDIA right now trying to get low. So good shorts there. The first, we shorted twice today. Early, bang, those were good shorts, man. 106 into 104, then again one more time right here. So I only have traded today X, Palantir, which is kind of doing its own thing, NVIDIA, that's 3, Amazon is 4, and AMD is 5. So, really, really kept things pretty tight. We did the same thing yesterday. But yesterday we had no winners. Today we have all of them. So pretty good so far. We'll wait to see what happens with SMCI. I don't know when their split date is. Must be coming up.
I had to look it up.
Bit of a tough look today, Sean, for SMCI as it's been lately, really. Down about almost at 3 2/3%. They did get this downgrade today from Barclays, downgraded from overweight to equal weight, and an eye-watering price drop from $6.93 to $4.38. That's the biggest one I've seen, but I really haven't been keeping track. They also addressed their the short report by Hindenburg, the Hindenburg hit piece that was released last week. They released their response in a letter to shareholders yesterday. Did little, though, to alleviate some of the selling today.
Okay. You don't want to pay attention to this because this is a game changer for stock traders.
Really? Oh, you can get funds to trade stocks and don't even have to be a professional trader. Anyone can join.
Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money. And no more PDT rule. Get that out of here. You can even get funded with up to $260,000 worth of buying power.
Look, you could trade real shares. You can short any penny stocks. Any penny stocks. and you don't trade alone. You can trade with other traders in Trade the Pool community on Discord. I think that's very underrated. I think you got to understand that trading in a community is very, very important. You could do that here with Trade the Pool on Discord. Search for tradethepool.com and you'll find all the information you need. I wish, really, really wish, there were something like this when I had started trading. It is truly amazing.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to check this out.
How could you not
Trade the
check
pool.
it out?
How could you? I mean,
you could then have trades like we're showing
check it
you
out.
right now.
Because you can short what will be a penny stock eventually.
NVIDIA.
Well, I was going to say, NVIDIA is probably not going to be a penny stock.
It better not be. Or
U.S.
else I
Steel
need to
is
get a
mathematically more
raise.
likely.
Stat.
But, yeah.
Yeah, we are, yeah. Oh, that's what happened.
Oh, the split date on SMCI is October 1st. I thought the 1st.
Oh, was it? I thought I heard it. October 1st.
Yes, October 1st.
All right. We just got it a U.S. Steel. So right there, man, that's exactly the trade right there that we'll try to do as many times as possible over and over and over again. $3 winner, $3.50. Boom on that one. Big trade alert right there. We tweeted it out the minute we had it. It was on live on the air. We've been putting stuff in the chat. Make sure you follow the chat every single day, even during the midday show. I'm going to be on there posting it up. We also have the second channel up right now, More Trader TV Live, where you can see all the damage being put on. I mean, I was telling, Sharif even guessed my price on NVIDIA. I'm like, I'm short NVIDIA again as I was doing this. So we got short NVIDIA 4 times here, yelling about it every time. And there it comes right back into the downside. Neil, not only can you trade this at tradethepool.com, but you don't need to join any Discord with us, man. We're here for you every single day. And there it is, man. It's NVIDIA. So that's a big, huge, huge, huge trade. One more time right there. That's $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA. Now 15 cents, hopefully going lower on Palantir. Man, today we on fire.
Yeah, get down market. Well, at least we hope the market gets down to the downside. The chip names are having no trouble going to the downside. Well, I guess we talked about SMCI, but we didn't really show it, did we? That's our bad.
I didn't talk about it.
You know what? All we did is say when the split date is.
You can talk about it.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Why not?
SMCI is having a bad day. The market is having a bad day, but it actually is not crazy. This is an inside day for SMCI. Yesterday's close, the wipeout bottom at about 408, and now it's just sort of chilling out in the middle. So when I say it's an inside day, like it hasn't broken the morning range. Of course, it's not trading where yesterday it was. The bad thing about SMCI would be that ever since it lost that support, and this support line I have in here is because Obi said it, and then it ended up holding. So I'm like, I'm never erasing this line till it's irrelevant, because he said this when it was breaking the 200-period moving average. I was like, I'll throw that line up on the chart. It was a big level back in here, and that's the beginning of the year, January 26th or so. And now you're consolidating under that with a potential 400 break looming on SMCI. I don't have to tell you, this was lockstep with NVIDIA through all of the AI craze. Everyone's like, hey, don't sleep on SMCI. SMCI is also going crazy, yada, yada, yada. Well, it quadrupled from $300 to $1,200 in just the first quarter. And it is a stone's throw away from giving the entire thing back. Like, all it has to do is break a consolidation. Could it drop another $100? It absolutely could. Not a good look for SMCI, although it hasn't broken 400 yet. It could be looming sometime soon. Another name which could be a penny stock. Okay, fine, probably not, but it's closer to being a penny stock than a lot of the other chip names. Intel's taking it on the chin again, because that's what they do. But it's not little photo shoot action going on there. Don't say shh when you just showed them. Like, come on, Ramin's like, shh. He knows he's on camera. So Sharif doing his best to look dapper in front of this.
That's his best?
Oh, he's trying his best.
I mean, he's so handsome.
We didn't get to take our. Did you get to shoot in front of the desk?
Oh, I got to shoot in some crazy spots, man. You know,
okay.
Yeah.
No, mine was pretty
lit, as they say.
Mine was pretty boring. I was just saying.
Yeah. All right. Well, what's not boring is the action here. I mean, there it is, man. $1.40 to the downside. We just getting some out on VWAP right there. We now are getting lighter and lighter on these trades, man. I mean, when you go from top to bottom like that, this is the thing. You take some out at the 50 period, you take some out at the 200 period, then you get some out at VWAP, and you basically call it a day. So good one today. Revenge day for sure on these names, and it looks like it is what's good. We did also put up here, I mean, you guys could see, we talked about this earlier, you can go find out every single day the sticky note, which is right here. We have some trade ideas on here. We talked about Mara. We can have a look at that. I actually really forgot about crypto at the beginning of the day, to be honest with you. NVIDIA, there's the Palantir the Palantir 31 short. So that's obviously going to be a banger right here, as we only have it one time. I know, Kathy, we both love Palantir. We're just shorting it for now. And then the Amazon short was a great one as well. That's PL number 2 for me. Actually, X now. X just took it over. So X will be the number 2 stock today. But it was really Palantir coming upside, and then there's Amazon, and I was like, what just happened to Amazon? So as we see where it's been today, we were short. So here's 174. We hit that short first, 174 down there to 173.40. That was pretty good. Back up here into the 50 period, moving average. Nice move down into 173. So Dollar Club members there shorted off the 200 before losing. We got out and did not fight it, right? We've talked about change, man. We did not fight that. And then that break right there at 174.50 VWAP would have been the thing. So that's a nice move down there for Amazon through 174.50, through into 173. So, great short there. Obviously, wish we still had it. We'll watch it at 174 because it's a level that we had talked about a few times. But if I'm going to get into another position today, it probably will be something on that Amazon pop. If it gets going, Micron is still positive actually on the day, which is fine. I mean, a lot of chip names are, as we've talked about. But Micron right now holding underneath the 200 period and the 50 period, I'm actually looking for a break lower on VWAP here, 89.30, possible for a break low right there on Micron. But yeah, man, so far so good. We're out of half of our Palantir. Maybe get out of a little bit more as the market's taking the 50 period again.
Yes, sir. The market is bouncing off 19,000. I'm like, what's strong? And it looks like it's actually Apple.
Boom.
Yeah, Apple's still looking pretty solid. Maybe it does want to take out this 221. It doesn't really confirm by breaking any of the support just now. It goes right into 220.5. I was looking for that to break down and start getting some lower highs and lower lows. Instead, Apple seems to want to break it out the top here. What are you saying about Intel? Oh, yeah. So Intel's CFO is speaking at some conference right now. So it's not moving, but if it does break, I have a trail in here. See this lower high here, or whatever, what do you want to call it? 196.68. If it breaks out from there, I'm going to get out and wait for it to get into about 1980. But they are speaking, well, I shouldn't say they, I should say the CFO, I believe, is speaking at a conference. Doesn't mean anything crazy. He's going to come out, what are they going to say? Hey, we finally caught up with TSMC. We can do 3-nanometer chips.
Maybe he'll
no, they can't
quit. May step down. I mean, I think that could spark.
Okay, so that's interesting. Although I don't think you'd announce that at a conference, but it's the type of thing. If you, you know what? Maybe you would. I have no idea when you would announce a thing like that. That said, if a stock like this, which is this badly beat up, look at the daily chart. Like this, it's still in a consolidation since that earnings moved to the downside. If you do make some kind of a dramatic C-suite change, or I'm just making up the 3-nanometer chip thing. If they did have some kind of a breakthrough, that's exactly what could cause it to maybe squeeze a bit to the upside and try to fill in the gap. But if they happen to announce it, we'll let you guys know. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I shouldn't chuckle about it. It's entirely possible that something significant comes of this conference. Just not really thinking necessarily anything is happening right as of now. So a couple of things. We were just talking about relative strength on Apple when that just popped into my ear. Apple looks like it wants to take out this local high. Suddenly it looks like 221 is catching a bit of a bid. With the market holding 19,000, yeah, I don't know if it's delusional, but it's certainly. Oh, I thought you said. I was talking about Apple, and I thought you saying Apple's delusional.
We're talking politics over there.
Oh, okay. That confused me.
Shout out to Danielle here asking about green or red today. Look, I gave Sharif a lot of credit. He mentioned today a couple times that he was red, and you can ask us at any times. And yesterday I was telling you, I've already told you numerous times today how red yesterday was. But yeah, man, today's a pretty good green day here. We're not green as red as we were yesterday, but we're battling back and feeling real good about ourselves. And I think sometimes battling back, showing that fortitude is obviously what it's all about. And, you know, when you do trade bigger, you can get bigger hits, and we're hoping to have bigger wins. So that's what we're doing today, and it's a really good day. So we're there, man. It was a really great day for a few traders around here. I'll leave it at that. Some nice NVIDIA dip buy opportunities and some shorts back in as well. So you could see damage being put on everywhere right there. Right. So. All right, Oracle. Let's. Not moving around. I want to try to find some more opportunities there that I really haven't looked at. Mr. Softy used to be. This because it was one of my favorite stocks. I mean, this might be the stock that I made the most money on, but I haven't traded in a long time. You know, we used to trade this name $200, like, you know, a lot less than where it is right now. I don't care about the price. Stock makes no difference to me, but it's just a matter of looking to see if there's any good trade opportunities. Microsoft's another one of those names that's really far off from its all-time high, man. Like 470 down here into $4. I mean, losing 70, not great, man, on that one. I'd like to see Microsoft get above this 427, 428 area before we start to buy some more of that. And I think that's, you know, days away. Remember, we are an interest rate cut cycle, right? That's going to be happening in September. So let's not. You know, the way these stocks look today, they're not going to look like this at the end of September. I feel like they're going to be higher. But all right, so I just don't know the next couple of days. Microsoft right here holding VWAP real nice at 408. So I know we're well off there right now, but let's not think that we can't get down. I mean, we have $1.40 in the money right now on NVIDIA, you know, and this is only a $100 name. So Microsoft could definitely test. Whoops, there you go. Microsoft could definitely test this 408 one more time. So I think that's something to look at right now. Palantir, okay, we got another fill there. Just got a little more out as it came back up. It's not a very sexy stock by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a stock that we're trading, and hopefully it comes back into that level, and we'll see what's going on there. I'm just going to watch out, honestly. We'll sit here and trade NVIDIA. My stop, I'm going to get out of a third of the position that we have if we break right here, 108.20s, 108.25. So that's going to be a stop spot right there. Ozan, you want me to make SPY 560 again? What is SPY at right now? How exactly do I do that? I mean, I have, you know, we're talking about buying power here that exceeds a lot, but at the end of the day, there's no way you can get this name to go $9. You have to be buying basically Kathy's arc here, all the way back up to the upside. So yeah, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, Ozan. But we are bouncing. The good news about the SPY is we really like the 50-period moving average, and we're only points away from all-time high, right? I think you're probably now, how much were we down yesterday? 1.8 on the SPY or something. So you were about half a point. So I'd say about 2.5 points away, percentage points away from all-time SPY again. So I think we get there. You just everything takes time.
Yeah, I mean, considering that it's like we're not even green on the SPY today, after what it seemed like such a great rally, but it ultimately hasn't even gone. I mean, it was positive earlier, but we haven't gone back to positive on the ES. So you're ways away, I think, from that kind of a sentiment change yet. ASTS had a big sentiment change today, and that is it might make a run at the highs on the daily here. And I'll preface this every single time I talk about it. These guys have a $3,700 price to sales. $3,700. That's actually, like, for a company that actually has revenue, I can't remember seeing anything like that. I'm sure it exists somewhere, but until I see something else like this, it's one of a kind. It's a crazy run, and we did caution people that the last time it was up and around here, it did dip from $40 all the way into $27. And it's making a bit of a seed change. It got to that 36, it was part of the lesson of the day, got to that 36. It seems like a trend trade or a trend break did already happen in this. If you were looking at an afternoon trend line and asked ASTS, like it had this trend kind of dirtily drawn, but when it broke out here, I can connect a little bit better, but it ended up breaking the trend right in here. And now some lower highs are coming in. It looks like a bit of a VWAP retracement here for ASTS. Okay, now Apple's starting to look a little bit weaker with the market coming in. I want the lower high. It cannot seem to break and hold above 221. And I think Apple, you can see the resistance on Apple at this level. Now that it's back underneath, I'm going to look to short it back into the 221 area. The high of the day, check that. It's not the high of the day because right at the open it was higher. The high in the afternoon is 221.15. Obviously, this was above 222 very briefly at the open, but since then, you've got this line in the sand type of resistance for AAPL here. So ASTS do like the short. We actually have free locates on this today. We don't have to pay for them at all. So shout out to Real Trading. But underneath this 35.50, starting to break. It's got another trend which just broke underneath 35. This local high is 35.70. I want to be short back into that. The trend just broke at the 35 even.
I may be, I promise you I won't be boring, but we're going to look for some more trades, of course. But right now, let's just stay where the bread is being buttered. We've already talked about NVIDIA. NVIDIA is coming back in again. So we'll try to short more if we get to the 50-period moving average. But for right now, it's $2 in the money. And then also you get Palantir coming back in as well. We'll take a cover here at 60. Now it's coming back in one more time off of a nice trade right in there, man. Yeah, really, obviously, as we continue to go here, happy with the way stocks are performing right now. Now, oh my. Here we go. I'm bidding 107.15. We are absolutely on fire right now, ladies and gentlemen, here, as this market just continues to make a move down. We're either just read it real bad yesterday or just real great today. But there it is. It's a move. And we were long NVIDIA, and it was #1 stock at that point. Then we went 4 short, and boom, to the downside there. This trade is $2 with basically a 15-cent stop. Wait a minute, 38, so 28's 22-cent stop or so. Right, give or take a little bit. So nice little 10-to-1 risk to reward right now as that continues to make moves lower. We're bidding 107.15. I mean, this is the one. I mean, yesterday we talked about it, and I even said this on the recap show. Like, I'm not going anywhere. You know, like this is. I'm here every single day, putting on what I feel to be good trades. Yesterday they came in and they just got ran over. So yes, today it is complete opposite. We've stuck with the same strategies, basically trading 4 or 5 names, you know. But at the end of the day, today we're 5 for 5. You know, yesterday I think we were 1 for 4 or 1 for 5. You know, so it wasn't great. I think we had a good trade near the end of the day. But then today we just come back with, again, same kind of confidence and do stuff like this. You know, hit U.S. Steel when that move comes to the downside, right? Put stuff out there when Amazon is going crazy here. Look how we get out. This is a completely different mentality than we had yesterday. You know, and that's the ability to be able to change that up and then go for something a little different and completely switch up your fate, you know, and that's the thing. So that's what I'm most proud of today, and I'm also most proud of Mumu.
Yeah, and right now, while everyone is focused on this week's non-farm payrolls and unemployment data, these reports will impact whether the U.S. might enter a recession and the Fed's potential rate cuts in September. Those numbers exceed expectations. U.S. stocks could jump. If not, they could tumble. That is coming out at 8:30 a.m. this Friday, right before the market opens. If you want to be one of the first to trade on the news, Mumu's got your back with pre-market and after-hours trading. By getting in early, you can snag a better price, whether you're buying or selling. Mumu's an all-in-one investing platform that's partnered with the NASDAQ and even listed on the exchange. They've got an extended 16-hour U.S. trading window, so you can jump on any opportunity before the traders even wake up. That means better filling prices and more time to trade the market. Plus, Mumu's fees charge 0 commission on trades and 0 contract fees for stock options. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description. You'll get access to an 8.1% APY on any uninvested cash with Cash Suite, 15 free stocks, and up to $300 in transfer bonuses. Don't miss out. And we talk about economic data mattering. We mentioned that with our guest yesterday, Mr. Zaxon. And quite frankly, until we get to that Friday, there's a heck of a lot to digest. A lot can happen in between now and when we get that data. So with that, let's try to get back into it. I did take that trade in ASTS as it did come right through the 35. It broke 35 even, got 34.96. It just tagged the 60 level. So right in front of that support at about 50, it tagged 60 right away. So first move down, we grab that at 1-to-1. Going to tighten the stop up as long as it tries to make this higher low hold. I'm going to tighten the stop up on ASTS. Apple is starting to look a little bit weaker. So it did not get back into 221. So unfortunately, does not get back to 221 to try and short some of those tops, but going to look for that lower high, which we're sitting at right now. Intel looks like it's going to be a nothing burger on this presentation. It popped up maybe a few cents when they started and now just going lower. I'm going to look to add to this one if we can, but bit of a flat bottom break through 19.55. I'd rather short the next available pop. This wasn't really a VWAP short. It was like $19.80, and some size showed up here. I shorted in front of it. They broke it. It came back. I shorted it again, and it wasn't even as big the second time through in terms of how much size was on the offer, but clearly there was a seller at 19.80, and we were looking short pretty much the entirety of the afternoon. What else we have? Let us know what else is moving around that you guys are interested in. I'm focused on Apple, now ASTS, and Intel, and we'll have a quick look at what's going on and anything that you guys are interested. Okay, we can look at Meta, Crispy. I see Crispy in the chat there saying Meta. Meta's strong today. It's actually green on the day into a red market. Clearly there's a little something happening at 516 or 515. Just look at the top. Yesterday's trade and look at the top in here today. Look at the last few days worth of support at that price level. I'd wager if you can't break out this high at about $516, its fate could just be like everything else. So strong stock, nice little bull flag, but if you can't break out the top, it's looking a bit top heavy here on Meta. That's the kind of thing I'd want to see is back over 1900, and then I can get with this being along. But it's interesting that it's holding up as well with the market pulling back in here. Still needs to break out the top. You're right in resistance on Meta, unfortunately.
All right. You know, a $30 name here, 1% in the money. I mean, Palantir right now, we're 30 cents in the money on the downside. So we just took out another piece down here at 40 cents right now for Palantir. So again, the trade we talked about, the stop would be 13 cents. It's now 30 cents, so just over 2 to 1 right now on that ratio, and we get lighter and lighter on this trade. I mean, we've already nailed this trade. I mean, we're down now here at VWAP on the futures. So shout out to Dan Emmons. I don't think he's here now. He was here in the morning. He had a nice short on as well. But look what NVIDIA is doing, man. It's still going. I feel like, anyways. We only have now like maybe 10% left. I don't even know how many shares I had at this point, but. Nice move to the downside, took some out here. I'm really proud to be able to hold this all the way now 250 and still going. So, yeah, Palantir short. Yeah, you're right about that, Mr. Battles. Right there, Mr. Westermeyer, Super Chats, $1.99. Thank you so much for that as well. We can look at Amazon. We said this could be one name that we could trade on a breakdown lower. U.S. Steel. Feel pretty good where we got out. I mean, we got out here at 28.25. It looks like we have maybe even got that fill, maybe 27s, 26s. It does go all the way to 29.25. So again, we save ourselves a little bit of money on that one. And by the way, we forgot to do this. What was for lunch today was actually jerk chicken. So I think that was pretty good.
Smelled really good.
Yeah, it was good. I grabbed a piece of that. Yeah, I grabbed a little piece of that, and it was really good. And it's funny because last night we had barbecue chicken at the Katina household. But it wasn't jerk. It was like a Japanese barbecue sauce. Ooh. Really good. They sell it at Costco. Oh, there's Dan Emmons. What's up, Dan?
He's still here.
He's still here and covering. Okay, man. I mean, absolutely great. You and I feel like it's hard to find real traders. And I feel like, Dan, you are one of them. You're posting your levels all the time. You talk about being up, down, around, sideways, and all that. So I appreciate that. And I mean, so respect to Dan Emmons and everybody else that's on the chat that shares their ideas and actually is trying to do something trading. So respect to that one. And if you're not, you know, maybe you're here for the entertainment, you're here for some trading ideas. But if you are maybe using lesser shares or not having great luck at trading as well, you can join our midday show where they will also talk about different strategies. Today was trend lines and whatnot. And then you'll also see here, depending on your style, I've traded only 5 names, right? Neil's probably traded a dozen or so. That's sort of the difference. You'll see the same thing on the midday show. Adara really likes SMCI or Eli Lilly and things like that. And I see Sharif trading some more of the runner names and things like that. So a lot of different feels on the show. And that's the thing. So make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe.
Well, I meant by low float, we actually got a super chat about a low float name. I don't know if Sharif traded this one, to be honest with you. But I do know it was on the watch list this morning. There was, and it was WISA, and there was one that I couldn't remember, and it was WINT. So thank you, Mr. Westermeyer.
Did not.
It was, he didn't trade, but this was on our watch list. I know it was a runner. The question for Mr. Westermeyer, and we appreciate the super chat, is why do low floats drop below pre-catalyst? And I'm pretty sure I saw a good answer from our community in here. And you've got to you always have to understand sort of where a stock is coming from and what it's doing in general, right? So companies that do, it's constantly reverse splitting or constantly having stock offerings and over again in the rinse and repeat. You got to understand a lot of times, I'm not speaking about every company, I'm not saying WINT does this or any small cap does this, but in a general sense, you're getting exit liquidity of a sense when they have a press release. That's often a great opportunity for them to be able to raise capital, to be able to do an offering, or when a stock is rolled over, like WINT had already done, then you have a positive catalyst when it gets dumped or any kind of catalyst, and reversals on stocks like this tend to get back to where they want to be, which is where they start at the bottoms. A perfect example of this, and it's not to pick on Mullen, but it's the easiest example I can think of on a daily chart, is it might be the easiest stock. Just wait for them to have good news, allow it to establish some kind of a top, and if you short off that top, this is what ends up happening. So it's not to say like a good company, when they have good news, you can anchor to that and say, hey, it shouldn't be any worse than this because this is when the buy was. This is where it held support off for earnings or whatever. With these small cap names, you've got to be very careful. A lot of times they're not making any money. So when they have a good press release, you've got to be very cautious when it starts to pull back in because gravity takes it all the way back. I say this, and now I'm in ASTS, and I have to, I'll pull this one up. This is one that hasn't done that. Let's be real. This company has continued to go higher and higher, ASTS. And I think that's baffling, but it doesn't matter what I think about ASTS. I don't know much about the company other than the space that they're in and the small cap or the small float that it might be. What I can tell you is if it gets to VWAP, I'm out. If it gets back above 34.50, then I'm trailing out. It's been strong. It continues to stay relatively strong. Was just looking for the lower high, break down consolidation under 35 even, and then play into VWAP. This could easily hold VWAP. I mean, it could hold back in here, 32.75, like the morning range top, like right before the open where it broke out. It could hold on to that as well. So there's a heck of a lot that can happen on ASTS. Still up 16%. We're just looking for a quick little pullback trade. My trail is now into break even. And look at that. We get a special treat. It is hump day. And we've got Mr. Ryan Faluna ready to join us. So always happy to talk to Ryan. There he is. We were just talking about small caps, Ryan, so I don't know if you were trading any of these runners here in today. I'm going to suggest that maybe one or two of them could have been in your wheelhouse. How's your day going?
My day is actually going great. I have a new pair of running shoes coming today that I'm excited about, but the market was great too. Here's the thing about those small caps that you were just talking about. I was 2 for 3 today on my intraday trades. I made enough. I'm walking away. I'm exercising discipline. Since I joined, the only 2 stocks I heard you trade were ones that I traded today. I got stopped out of WINT on a head fake right out around the open, and I traded Astus on a VWAP cross back. I had to say it. You've actually got me saying Astus on my own shows now. ASTS.
It's not really my fault. I can't take any credit for it whatsoever. It was actually Sharif on our midday who was calling it that. Actually, no, was it? Yeah, it was Sharif. And there was another trader who also was calling it something very similar to that, which I would argue is less appropriate to even say on air. No, so I just trailed out of Okay, I'm just going to say Astus because now it's in my brain.
Take that.
So ASTS broke 35. It tried to get right in through here, the previous support at 34.30, and then it made the bounce. So it just continued to trail. It was just a breakdown trade after it made the break at 36. It's like make a triple top and then break down the even dollar, make a lower high triple top and then break down the even dollar. So it's kind of a similar pattern that it did, but this is a strong one. I'm going to presume, okay, I don't want to presume, but if I were to ask you about ASTS, it was so bad early in the session, like it was just dropping like an absolute rock. But down here, it goes to the break-even price, like 29.5, where it closed at 29.41, and then it does this big liquidity grab. Now, were you looking at it before it did that, or did you say, "Hey, wait a minute, look at that liquidity grab down there. let's start looking for a trade on ASTS. Was it always on the radar? Did it pop in after? When did this look good for you? Because that was looking like a big time short in the first 20, 30 minutes.
Absolutely, it was. I'm extremely fortunate that my trading partner in the morning got me paid today. He is all up on all of these stocks. Doesn't matter if it's Rocket Lab, Lunar, ASTS, Tesla. It doesn't matter. He's over all of those different space things, and he lets me know when this is going on. So you're absolutely right. We were actually talking about this thing really kind of selling off here today. But if you take a look at the chart, let me show you exactly what it is here. We're selling off. We're strong in the pre-market, okay? And we started to sell off out of the open, and we actually used the VWAP, which is this squiggly line here, as resistance. We tried to trade back up to it on some pretty decent volume, but we couldn't really push it through. When we got up here, one of the things I had just been talking to the group about is, folks, when stuff moves through the VWAP, you really want to see that volume expand from the level that it's at. Well, look what happens. We punch through the VWAP, we kind of consolidate there, and look what the volume does. It goes from very, very small sticks here. I'm sorry if this is hard for your viewers to see. It looks perfect on the screen right in front of you. It goes from very, very small volume sticks, and they continue to expand. The price takes out the VWAP. The target here was 33. I actually have the pre-market high marked off. I think this is what, 32.81 or thereabouts. Target here was 33. We actually got a little bit more than that on this potential trade. Once it lost that strength, you're out of this one. This was extremely easy. We basically just waited for a VWAP reclaim and combine that with expanding buying volume. That's what we got here. That was the trade on ASTS.
Yeah, great. Look, I think that was pretty easy for everyone to be able to see there in terms of the volume, right? Like you guys all saw, and I'm not saying you have to have every indicator out there, but I can tell you I've got two on an intraday chart, and they are volume and VWAP. And it's not, I don't think it's a coincidence. There's lots of great indicators. If they work for you, that's fine. But I feel like you want to know how much volume is going off at a bare minimum. And volume weighted average price tends to be a good tool. Run us past this WINT, because I was bringing this one up in the context of a super chat that we got from one of our viewers, Ryan. I didn't trade it today. It was on our watch list, but this one didn't catch a bid. Obviously, it was looking pretty good and ended up halting down. And I can wish now that I had looked at it. I have a halt scanner up, but after it halted to the downside, it then turned into a pretty simplistic trend trade in there on WINT. And given the day that it had yesterday, maybe not surprising where it ended up.
So first of all, the whole thing with this trade, if you want to show the chart here, I can illustrate it as clear as day. All this was here today, greed got me. That's literally all it was. First of all, when I was doing the rundown for the stocks that are going to be on our short list to trade around the open, we were actually talking about this stock in the pre-market. And you can see we were trading here. We actually pushed up, and then we kind of consolidated. And a number of people in the chat, including my partner, said, boy, it sure looks like WINT wants to go. And we're looking at this, kind of hold this level, trying to pop. I said, you know what? I'm going to try this here. I'm going to try some of that. Bought some of it. We got a pop out of the open, and I wanted more. I just didn't sell it. And what happened? That thing in the next minute got yanked. Soon as we snapped the VWAP here, I'm below my cost. That's my stop out price. And like you said, once we started to halt to the downs, this thing never caught a bid the rest of the day. Sometimes if you get stopped out of these trades that are right around the open, the stock will actually set up later on in the day, maybe around the lunch hour or slightly in the afternoon. Look at WINT. No strength at all here today. The right trade on this one was a short trade. And unfortunately, I was mesmerized by the pre-market. Call it the siren song if you want. I was mesmerized by this looking like it was going to go, and then it did, and I just didn't get enough to sell into it. I had a gain on this. I ended up getting stopped out about flat.
Yeah, I feel like it was Lunar the other day that did a very similar move to this off of the open, but this one had a better run up because, like you said, it did break that 5. It almost got to like $6 in there. I mean, you get like 10, 15 points. That's certainly a good one at that point. And whether you're going long, short, a lot of these, like you said, you will find an opportunity when everyone's given up on them, not in this particular case. When everyone's given up on it, it might end up holding like a pre-market low throughout lunchtime or like the previous day's close throughout lunchtime, and then everyone sort of gives up. And then in the afternoon, it gets going again. And I've been in several of those. Is there something... Okay, so I know you only go long, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever see something like this? And just because of the way that it trended and underneath VWAP and only going to the downside, do you ever see something like this and say, hey, I want to try to short some of these. I want to get into that game as well. I know you stick to your guns, which is great, only going long. But when I see something like WINT, like my first thought was, oh, yeah, it gave up VWAP, but why wasn't I paying for locates on WINT? That's the question I'm asking myself.
So a couple of things here. First of all, you asked me another question that I didn't answer in my last response in regards to yesterday. One of the reasons that I was greedy on this is because we had such a precipitous fall yesterday. I thought this bounce back could really even reclaim a lot more of this. So that's what I was looking for. I don't necessarily dig into the whole like medical thing. That's not my wheelhouse, so I don't pretend like it's my wheelhouse. So I'm looking at price action here. Price action told me this thing could bounce more. It didn't. I ended up getting stopped out of it. Now, as far as your question here about shorts, first of all, I predominantly do longs. I will short a stock, but I am not in the habit of shorting a stock that's $1 to $4. Like, why? That your maximum upside there is a couple of bucks. Give me a stock like Lilly, then we can start talking, or Nvidia. Higher price stocks, if I see a short setup, I will try and do that, or I will try and execute that. Little stocks like this that can really kind of get slammed, popped into upside halts, no, man, I stay away from all of that. I just don't even want to deal with it. I'll wait for the long thing. This ended up getting halted here. And I mean, if you're in it in a halt that's to the upside, what's the worst that can happen? Maybe it drops a little. A lot of the times when that halt opens up, that thing rockets up. That's good for the trade here. With the whole short thing, shorting $2, $4, $5 stocks, not in my risk parameters.
What's up, Ryan? Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because I knew you short stocks in general, but not those low ones.
Yeah, not the low ones, exactly.
Understands that because there's so many good shorting opportunities. We're in a $3 short right now on Nvidia as that keeps on going to the downside. So we're shorting that one off. That's 110 area. What a wild day for Nvidia recently. What's your opinion on maybe more of a longer term support level for Nvidia? If you were looking to buy something for maybe a swing trade, are we at those levels right now and in around 105? We saw it bounce off there yesterday. Or are you maybe looking for a little bit lower if someone said, hey, look, we're cutting rates at the end of the month, right? We already know that's there. And if we think that Nvidia is going to be something that we want to get long, what are some levels you're looking at for that? And maybe is now a good time to start positions?
So that is a great question. This is the $64,000 question, and I actually polled my group about this very question yesterday. Again, let's go to the chart here. First of all, Sean, you're exactly right, because this little bounce off the VWAP that we weren't able to hold, and then the break beneath VWAP, this is a clear short setup right here. And guess what? The stock's not $2. So giddy up on that short there. Totally get you. Let's go back to a daily chart here. Let's get some moving averages in here. Let's turn off VWAP and let's talk about levels. Here's what you can see with NVIDIA. We have this trend line that it is absolutely obeying, and we've had the last couple of days here where the stock really can't get rolling. I suspect we're going to trade down. Now, I asked my group yesterday, I said, folks, what level would NVIDIA have to be for you to start buying? And all of the answers that I got were I'd say 90% of them were between $90 and $100. So to answer your question outright, if this stock gets to the Livermore level of $100, I think it bounces there. If it plunges through that $100, which I don't think it's going to do on its first attempt, and then recaptures it, I think there's more alongside there for a potential trade as well. Looking out a little bit longer, if you want to hold this for more than just a short-term trade, I definitely want to see what happens down here at 91. And you know I love my 200-day moving average. That's currently at 88.5 about. I'd actually really love for that to kind of battle at that level, break it, and then within 2 or 3 days, recapture it. If you get that set up on here, I am backing up the truck and firing the cash cannon at NVIDIA for a swing long.
backing up the truck there, as well as the wheelbarrow full of cash. Hopefully does not leave our hands too quickly. I want to ask you one more thing before we let you go. Thank you for joining us again. Past 3 o'clock, Power Hour. You believe in Power Hour?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I like
a lot
that.
of the trades happen around that first hour of the market and that last hour, Power Hour, 100%.
I love that as well. 50-period moving average, you just touched on it, in the 200-period as well. IWM is right there right now, Ryan. We're falling back in. This is a name again. I always try to think, you can never really outthink the market, but we could at least try to. And if rates are going to be a thing, apparently, heading into 2025, do we not buy IWM? I mean, this is supposed to be, the one, this is the Russell 2000, of course. It's supposed to be the one sector and ETF that benefits maybe the most historically from lower rates. So what are we thinking here at these levels? I mean, I guess it's easy to say maybe down to the 200 might be something. I'm kind of with you there on NVIDIA. There could be a little bit more pain to come. I feel like buying dips in the IWM, and I feel like we're pretty safe as long as we hold 200. Any opinion on something like this as we get into the rate cut cycle?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, you're 100% right. This should benefit if we have rate cuts. Tom Lee has been saying this. He has pretty much called this better than anybody else out there that I'm aware of. I think here, any of these moving averages that we're looking at on this daily chart, I think you can try this for a trade. Honestly, we're currently sitting right here at that 50-day. You're right. We're holding that so far. We've got the 100-day at 206.88 right beneath it. And then the 200-day. Honestly, I love the 200-day. The last time we talked about this sold off and bounced hard off the 200-day. But I don't know if I want to see that again. If we do bounce off the 200-day, I'd like to give it some more time so it can continue to move up here. We already bounced off it once. That was about 197. If we bounce off it again here at 202, sure, that's a higher low, but I want to see some more juice there. Now, as far as your question about the rate cuts, the other thing here is that, buying IWM might be one way to do that. But another suggestion that I would have is look for some of these small cap companies that have cash. Because, yeah, the rate should help them. But if they have cash, they're probably going to get searched for quicker. You might get better performance. You might get better chart action on some of those names. So definitely looking to play small caps. Most of my portfolio is small caps. I'm really hoping that this ends up making some of those stocks trade up here. So I'm with you on that. I just think if you wanted to go to individual names here, one of the things you can kind of look at fundamentally is going to be cash flow and cash on hand. If you buy stocks that are cash flow positive and have cash already on the balance sheet, you're probably going to have an easier time trading those names.
Look, we had Kevin O'Leary on our show many, many times, and he always says cash flow. So every time I hear somebody say that, I have to do that in order to stay in Kevin's good books. I'll give you one more name here, XLRE. This is another real estate ETF, continues to work. It's a Select Spider Trust Real Estate. Look at this move, man, taking out highs right now. XLE, match that with your KRE, and you got a couple REs there in your portfolio. I think both of these continue to work here into the new year. So, Ryan, I want to thank you once again. And we were listening to the Benzinga Pro platform earlier today when we found out that had their interest rate announcement, and you guys covered that beautifully. So I want to thank you for that this morning at 9:45 there. And we get a 1/4 point cut over here in Canada. Oh, I meant to ask you, you mentioned pair of shoes, near and dear to my heart. So what do you got coming in the mail?
Are you sure you want the truth here? I'll give it to you, but you got to tell me that you're sure.
I'm thinking I don't, but I know the people, being a man of the people, they want to know.
Okay. I have a replacement pair of Hokas showing up here. Now, I'm not trying to come out here and disparage anybody. I've been told by everybody that loves to run, look, Hokas are the best. You got to try them. You got to try them. I bought a pair on June 19th that completely wore through the sole before August 15th. There is no premium $200 or $150 plus shoe that should wear through completely in under 2 months. I sent it back for warranty. I was so angry. I ordered a different model. So this is it. This is it. If this shoe lasts, okay, I can be a customer. If this shoe does not perform, I'm done on Hoka. Give me my New Balance. I'll even go check out ON shoes.
All right. Wow. Hey, good call on that one. Hey, look, you got.
I'll be honest.
Running shoes, I mean, but
I like that, man. Send it back, man. You're not satisfied.
Exactly.
Send it back.
2 months. 2 months. I do 5 miles a day every day. Okay,
Nice.
5 miles a day.
Well
every
done.
day. But I'm sorry, they should last longer than 2 months.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's not enough miles for the shoe to be worn out. So I'm going to give them another chance.
Yeah,
We'll see how it goes.
I
Give him
couldn't
hell,
agree more.
Ryan.
You should give them heck. New Balance does pretty well for runners. I'll tell you that much. But
That has been my shoe since high school, boss.
Look, I'll tell you straight up. New Balance, those were my cross country. The only time I would wear anything but New Balance was like warm up runners for track, and then I usually run in like Nikes or something like that. But for running long distance, Saucony back in the day and New Balance, you can't go wrong with those. But let us know how they go. They deserve to treat you well. 5 miles a day, I got to give kudos to that. Like that's amazing, man. I wish I was still running a little bit. I got to get back to that.
I have a question for Ryan. Why not 6, man? Why are you stopping at 5?
That's a cute question there. Most of it is time related. It takes me about an hour and 5 minutes to get through that 5. I jog and walk
man.
at a brisk pace.
There you go, man.
You know, I'm just playing around. That's huge, man. Congratulations on that. And I think that helps us.
It helps with trading.
It does.
Getting your steps in. It helps with trading. I promise. 100%. That much I can guarantee.
You read my mind. I was going to say that's a great exercise for a lot of our people out there. And we talk about that all of the time on the show. I have to convince Neil and Sharif to start working out at some point as well. So thank you, Ryan Paluna, for coming on the show.
Thanks,
one
Ryan.
more time, Benzinga Pro. That's Ryan. Ciao, my friend.
No, I mean, like the truth. Thank you, Ryan. The thing is, it's true. Like if you're trading, you're sitting in your desk a lot.
Yeah.
Obviously, as you guys know, and anyone that trades and watches the markets, you got to be in your seat. You get up, you miss an opportunity. So we get it. It's really important to try and move around a little bit. Like whatever you do, like have your routine. And there's no right or wrong. I'm not one of those like, oh, you got to go do CrossFit. You got to go to the gym and like, whatever, man. Like whatever works for you and you enjoy is what you should do. You want to go for a walk? That's just as good as doing, you go for a nice walk every single day, or you could run like every single day. 5 is a lot. Like I actually have to give credits for that. But even our floor manager, risk manager, Brankles has been running every single day. Like he goes in the middle of the day. I think it's worth it. So good look there. We do have a move to the downside that just happened. Lost some support on the future. I'm going to get to Starbucks in a quick second because that just got to a pretty monster level. But I'm now trailing Intel. It keeps on dumping in. And now we're through the pre-market lows here at 1945. That's where my trail is. And I'm just going to quickly show you why. There's a 15-minute. It's not just the morning lows. This $19.50 level was a pretty big support level going back into the 28th, 29th. Those 2 days, you bounced off 19.5. We're now rolling through that to the downside. And then what I wanted to get to quickly on Starbucks. Starbucks has been bleeding today, but where it is now is the post-C-suite shakeup, I guess, bottom, if that even makes sense. So remember, they didn't really pillage. They got the CEO from Chipotle, and that local bottom was like $91.50. It was breaking out, looking like it was going to make another move to break out just a week ago. Now you're potentially testing 91.5 again on Starbucks, so it's within spitting distance now that it just kind of broke and reclaimed this 92. So 91.5, that's like the Alamo for Starbucks. Underneath that's flat bottom break on the daily. As long as it can hold on to that, I think it's got at least some kind of a chance in here to catch some kind of a bid, although the market doesn't seem to want to catch any bids right now.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. Okay, just looking here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was looking at Sharif to see if he traded that win T. He did not. All right, so I don't know. I mean, we're still in NVIDIA, and it's $350 now in the money. So we're just sitting here. It's 308. Ryan just talked about it, of course, and being that, power hour, he likes to trade that time. Yeah. I like to trade it. It's not my favorite time of day. Obviously, the morning would be, of course, but there's opportunities. This is why we went short NVIDIA, was just for a potential pull down near the end of the day. And I mean, that's $350 now in the money and getting lower. The only mistake was getting out. I mean, it's continuously working out right now. This is going to be, hopefully for all of you as well, a decent trade if you're able to have it. to that downside. And like we said here, you can join Real Trading as well, where you'll be able to trade real stocks and get opportunities to short like this. Make sure you check out our #1 sponsor here, Real Trading, as well. So look, it's been a great day. I don't know what else to tell you. Today we come back. Yesterday we talked about the demise of ourself yesterday, and I don't think there's anything more humbling than to talk about that and come back today. And again, like it or not, these are the trades that we have on. You can see there at the bottom what's been happening, and I just keep telling you, why I'm in these trades, what levels we look at, and when they don't fill, they don't fill up. And yesterday, I feel like it was just a little stubbornness on NVIDIA, keep going long. We weren't actually that bad. It's just everything we were doing was like, oh, there goes 30 cents. And even if you have 1,000 shares or something, that's $300, and you just spit. And next thing you know, it's 300 times 4, and you're down 1,200, something like that. So it's just like, when that happens, and it doesn't feel pretty good. But you come back the very next day, and you're right back. Here's a huge move here on Palantir, and we trust the work that we put in, right? We talk to guys like Adam and all the guys in the chat there that are throwing down trades like this, and it's like Palantir 31. We trusted our level. We weren't here when it came up here. We talked about that. So I canceled the trade, but I came back and saw that as the high. So basically, just wanted to go short here against that high. So that worked out for us. Yesterday we're fighting the trend, and we're going short or going long when the trend has been down. We were lucky enough that when this was starting to happen, we'd already started the march down here in the futures. So we like this. We are underneath the 50-period moving average. Like, things just made sense. And when things make sense, Neil, they also make dollars. We're now almost $4 in the money on NVIDIA. So,
They do.
There it goes, man. We'll just continue to watch this. I don't even really... I feel silly not really having a target. I mean, we're here right now. We could get a piece out if we wanted to, right at this level. I mean, that was the wick bottom. If that doesn't hold, then where do we go? Maybe we'll put a stop. Let's put a stop for a little bit then. All right, let's put a stop at 106. All right, so if we bounce off there, let's give it a chance to break it. But if it does come back up, I mean, maybe even a little bit higher, what about 106.50 then? 106.60, something like that, the 50-period moving average? I mean, we haven't broke that. It's been good. If we had sort of let this ride, we wouldn't have got out up here. We would have got out here, but a couple good outs again. All right, let's just use the 50-period moving average, 106.75. So right now we're in the money, 350. We just took another piece out on Palantir right here at the bottom. So let's just ride, right, and see what winds up happening. It's NVIDIA.
Not like Russ.
350 in the money.
Yeah, don't ride like Russ, because Russ is going to ride in the wrong direction. But there was a couple of questions in there, and someone asked me about Clover. And Sean was saying things don't have to make sense, or they should make sense. I don't know. Like, I actually haven't checked to see why Clover is up today, but I'm gonna see if I can find some news on it. It's up 15% today. Okay. Clover. It could be as simple as it's got a short float and it had been bleeding for like 7 or 8 days in a row, and it caught a bit of a bid. I couldn't really find the catalyst for that. I was looking at Verizon as well. I just want to also say, hey, I got out in front of 34 on ASTS, and then the second, I get out, it looked like it was a good exit. I'm like, okay, that went kind of to plan. You put in another lower high and then dumped again. It then broke 34 all the way down to 33. So ASTS still up 13% on the day, but not much in the way of support coming back in. So maybe I can find something back into VWAP on that one. But Clover, obviously there was news aftermarket in here, and it's holding some of these gains. I just wonder where the volume is gone, because usually if Clover is up, I'm thinking, oh, it's squeezing, it's doing something crazy. It's actually underneath where it was in the post-market. Like, post-market support has turned into resistance here on Clover. So until it gets over 3, it's not terribly exciting for me here. So a good day for Clover. I was also asked what's going on with Verizon. I know they're supposed to be speaking at a conference next week, or the CEO speaking at a conference next week, but this got dumped at 1:30. And here it was. So the news on that was at 1:30 specifically, they were nearing a deal for Frontier Communications. Deal for the Dallas-based fiber provider could be announced this week, potentially. So this is what the market thought of that deal, in my estimation, because that was the news. And then Verizon decided to drop $1.70 because they were potentially going to announce a deal with Frontier. Adara.
Bit of an indirect catalyst here for Clover Health, CLOV. From what I'm seeing, yesterday after the close, one of their subsidiaries here, Counterpart Health, did announce a multi-year agreement with the Iowa Clinic with regards to deploying some AI technology to Midwest providers. So AI-related headline for one of its subsidiaries, sending CLOV up about 15%. They have a market cap of around $1.2 billion from what I saw. Short float of just under 6%, guys.
Well, I sold all my Clover last week, 335, 339, something like that. It went up to like 3. That's why when you said like, where's Clover? I was like, oh God, don't tell me we made the mistake. I had no idea why.
No, your out was actually really, because it was down at 250 yesterday.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I mean, whatever, it went up to $4. But yeah, I had no idea what was going on. There was a couple of days in a row there. We did notice there was some insider buying on Clover. We sold it for a loss. We didn't make any money on Clover, but again, raising some capital to put into NVIDIA. No, we haven't bought any NVIDIA on the dip yet. We're still waiting for that one. And what else we're waiting for is to tell you all about, we talk about this a little bit, Real Trading. Make sure you go there. This is the exact program that we're using. It's Real Trading. You'll use our exact software. If you are a resident of Canada, please step up and apply. I think it's pretty much full, but hit the apply button. What you could do is, not only can you do this from home, we also have a structured program here live at our office. So make sure you hit apply, let them know where you're located, whether or not you're located anywhere across continental Canada. I don't normally say it's normally like continental US, isn't it? Anywhere in Canada, I guess it's because Canada's not a continent.
You know, is it just because they have like a Hawaii?
Yeah,
and so therefore continental US
right,
excludes Hawaii.
Right, okay.
And does Puerto Rico count?
Alaska.
What's the deal with Puerto Rico? And you know what? I'm just rambling.
What have I done? Okay, trade real money, gain real experience is the main idea here. You'll trade procreated lists as well as different names. I'm just watching out for this NVIDIA because we do have our stop in there. We're going to wait to see it. It's starting to rally back a little bit. Join an exclusive community of like-minded individuals. That's the number one thing. You don't want to trade alone. We talk about that all the time. That's the benefit of trading on a floor and trading with like-minded individuals. You'll be trading both in simulated and in live. This is the idea here. It's a roadmap, baby. Start going with it immediately. You'll have proficiency targets. You'll be in simulation mode. You'll get a nice little program certificate. Still waiting for mine upon completion of that. Then you'll go live, man, and then you become a funded trader. So that's the idea at the end of it all. It is completely free. Depending on how your trading is going, it doesn't matter. It's completely free with a minimum of 8+ hours of trading a week. Get involved with Real Trading. And I feel like that's important to lead into this. So this is the top traders. So this is Real Trading right here. It's called Compare Your Profits. And the top 10 traders, this is from yesterday. You know, I don't know, but I've been here 20+ years. I'm going to say today these numbers are going to be way bigger. Not just because the day that I'm having. There's people here that are red today that were green yesterday. Well, no, actually, we didn't have anybody green yesterday, but it doesn't matter. Different traders will trade different ways. We talked about this. We've seen bigger numbers. But look at yesterday. I'm just showing this to you. These are the markets that were traded by the traders. So yesterday, look at this. Someone traded the TSX and Amex. So that's probably the SPYs, right? Or some kind of an ETF, obviously, on Amex as well. So maybe a futures trader there. Amex. So definitely something going on there with GLD or something with, and that's the NYSE ARCA exchange. Then you have Amex, NASDAQ. Like, so, you know, futures trading, and just for those of you that are interested in futures trading, you can clearly see that we also can trade the futures. So you just go down here, you go NQ. Here it is, NQ. I don't know it's U, right?
It's U, right?
Here we go. So we can put on a futures contract, easy day. You know, live quotes, easy to go. The tightest spread there is, it's literally 0.25 pips, right? So it's right in there. It's 1 point per side. And then if you call up the ES, it's the same tick as well. More expensive, of course. But there it goes. Downside moves. You could trade this futures with us, or like I choose TQQ, or any equity, pretty much any equity tool that we have is available to trade. And so that's just given us a lot of opportunities here as we continue to talk about that with Real Trading. And I choose TQQ. I choose you. Kind of like Pikachu situation there. I choose Charmander. Is that a good one, Fabian? Charmander? Charizard? He's the best. Oh, I forgot his name right. Charizard. Okay, he's the best. Yeah, I think my kids used to like him. Chorizo. I don't love chorizo sausage. That would be my least favorite, to be honest with you.
No?
Least favorite.
Okay, but you still eat it.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm
barbecue. I mean, let's go.
Yeah, like
My least favorite sausage.
I
Chorizo.
don't think I have a least favorite
Now
sausage.
the hate's gonna come.
They're all pretty delicious as
I'm
far
not
as
a
I'm
big,
concerned.
huge fan of honey garlic either, to be honest. Too sweet. Too sweet.
Oh, I love honey garlic.
Too sweet. Like the spice.
Oh, I love
Some spice
honey.
in
I
there.
love honey garlic.
What's the matter, Dara?
You gotta have variety. Well, you made it Dara sad.
I shocked the world. No, I didn't say I didn't like it. It's not my least favorite. It's my least favorite.
Yeah, there's a big difference between least
Sometimes it's not made
favorite.
right either.
No, you know what? I will agree with that. Sometimes honey garlic is way too sweet. I've seen it overdone, but there's a big difference between you don't like something and it's not your favorite. Right? Like we're not disparaging.
Tell my kids
chorizo
to always
sauce.
say that. They never should say. They could say they don't prefer something.
Yeah, I say exactly. Be precise with what you mean, because if you say you don't like something, then to me that means well, you just don't want to have it. At the end of the day, she's like, well, how come we don't eat this one? Well, you said you don't like it. Well, I prefer this to it. I'm like, well, you should have said you prefer this to that. And I prefer any day where we get apple fritters. I just want to say I was in a happy mood this morning, and we had Matt this morning who dropped off a fantastic gift for the entire floor. There was like 2 boxes of donuts, which I thought was amazing, or sent in, I should say, which was obviously nice. And I'll probably have to do a little extra cardio to work that off.
It, of course, was not Matt. It was Mark.
Oh, it was Mark. Sorry, it was Mark R. It was Mark.
L.
I have Matt in the brain.
Got the L in there.
I have Matt in the brain because it's my in-law. Shout out to him. But just very, very quickly, asked ASTS. I'm fighting not to call it you know what, but ASTS just lost VWAP, and it's trying to consolidate for a breakdown under 33. Now it's successfully broken 36, 35, 34, and now it's looking for a 33 break in here. Although it did wick underneath to get to like 94 and come back, I think this level's a bit different from the others because this is where it broke out. Remember when Ryan was saying it broke out, expanded on VWAP, and then took out the pre-market high? That was here at 33. So I don't think this is as obvious of a breakdown level. I'd like to see it hold under like the way it held underneath VWAP. So just a little bit of a change there. Looks like Starbucks doesn't seem to want to get to where I thought there could be a bounce, which was $91.50. Starbucks is finding a bid at 32 all of a sudden. It broke 92 5 times and has managed to hold out. And it just tested again and then held 92 even. Maybe it doesn't want to get to that 91.5. That's just a number. It's just a number. I think it's finding support already in front of 92. I do like the bounce off that 91.5. You can't be a flat bottom break if you bounce off support every single time. And now that I'm saying all of that, I should have just pulled the trigger because even as I was just talking, you're seeing S-Bucks catch a bit off that 92 level. I'll see if I can get picked up off of these lows here. It's like 91.90, 91.97 is the current low on Starbucks. They're catching a bit off the 92 level. And just to remind everybody, this is why this 92 area. C-suite shakeup, had a huge run. It's been holding the same line for quite some time now. If it breaks down underneath 91.5, I think it could really go. But until that happens, I'm going to look for bounces on Starbucks.
Yeah, there he is, Mark Al. Thank you so much for being in the chat
Mark.
now and for sending those through. Yeah, anybody, send some Starbucks there. You get some going. Thank you very much for Mark L for that one. Very, very kind of you for sure. All right, so we're changing the goalposts on NVIDIA again. The net just keeps on climbing. We're going to be at our highest spot all day. I mean, as soon as we get out, it'll be our highest spot, so it doesn't really matter. We don't have any losing trades on or any losing symbols today, so it's been a good one. I mean, it's like knock on wood, but it's only 322. We said we continue to look at some names and talk about it. I did want to say something. As someone there put in the chat, you know what? I love like the breakfast burritos and stuff like that. And yeah, that like chorizo sausage in there would be lit, for sure. And I do agree with somebody else on there. Why would you ever add honey to garlic to make a sausage better? Not make any sense right there. Garlic is, again, one of those amazing, amazing ingredients that you can do so many things with. But adding honey to each their own. My kids love them, by the way. So. There we go. 106.05. Look, this 50 period keeps on changing, man. I just put a stop at 106.35 or whatever it was. I know Daryl there, another real trader there in the chat. Shout out to Daryl as well. And, you're short with me as well. This is what we're doing. Or I'm short with you. We're short together. 106.27 right there coming in. It's kind of funny how Ryan Faluna talked about how, his trading partner, I have no idea, but how his trading partner was all over all of those sort of spaceship names or whatever it was. And we're
He's a nerd.
kind of the same thing as well, where I've been really hammering some of these big cap names today, and Neil's been on some of these lower ones. So again, it's all about like, figuring out where the magic sauce lies, and for right now, we're just going to keep on watching out for this. We had a feeling on this turn there. I mean, we have it 4 times. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're all just fills. They're nothing more. We got reloaded there. We got reloaded a bunch of times. So nice move down. We obviously wish we took more than 70 cents initially. But right now, we are at 350. So we're just going to keep on watching the 50 period. It keeps on changing. I might just change it for one last time and put it at 106.25. Daryl and everybody else out there. Let's see if it gets to the downside. Remember, in just 5 minutes, we'll get some early looks on the imbalances. That could completely change everything. So we'll get out of half of what we have left, and we only have left about 10% anyways. So it's not a huge trade. Well, it's a huge trade, but we already got some out at 107.50. That was a big level for us. And then that 107 was big. We wish we would have held more of it. We're going to try to do better on that in the future. But so far, so good. Good outs there on Palantir. We only have 5% left of Palantir. Doing a good job getting out today and not waiting for like major events to hit. So right there, we're going to put a stop in at the 50 period moving average, which right now is 106.25. So let's do that. We'll get out of pretty much the rest of this, and then we'll just go from there and see if we can find anything else. So, yeah, nobody around here makes 100K a day. We can confidently say
100K a day.
People, well, no, I mean, someone asked. I'll show the numbers.
I've seen 100K at Real Trading a couple of times. It's not like it never happens, but I mean, a day is a little bit different. Like you could imagine, like to find like opportunities like that, and like, it doesn't mean it's impossible. There's probably like there's algo firms out there that make 100K a day. Like it's a matter of scaling, right? So at a prop firm, that'd be incredibly impressive. You can see the numbers every single day if you're at Real Trading, and you'll be able to see. So very quickly, the lower high on Apple happened right in here. It's 220.5, so it confirmed the lower high the last time. It made a little bit of a mini attempt to break out, came back underneath. I got 35s. I want to see this get down to 220 and then VWAP retrace. So all that happened here on Apple is it tried to break out 221, did not, then broke consolidation in here. So the second it failed, 221 again, broke the consolidation, and the support level turned into the resistance level. And as long as it holds underneath the resistance level, I want to be short Apple down into 220 and then VWAP. Worth noting the market was attempting to bounce on a 15-minute. You were getting a bit of a green candle. So you're working back and you're underneath. Why do I have this line? Interesting. I don't usually have lines on my futures chart, so I'm just going to delete it because I don't know why it's there. I probably had a reason for putting it in, but it wasn't today, and I don't remember, so I'm just going to get that out of the way because it's distracting me. No, you're trying to get a bit of a bounce in the market, and if this holds, I'm with the NASDAQ, if it holds prior support, then I think Apple, which does follow the market, has a very similar looking setup. I just like the level that Apple's in, and the fact that Apple never got green, couldn't break out of that opening range either, does lead me to it. ASTS is the other name we're looking at. It tried to break 33 again and bounced at 33 again. So still no breakdown at that next even dollar level on ASTS. I've got it up. If it does run through that, I'd like to be taking a short underneath 33. But every time it gets down here, this seems to catch a tiny little bit of a bid on ASTS. It's not the same way. Like when it broke 36, it was just clean. When it broke 35 here, like the second time through, like that one was actually pretty clean. 34 was clean. 33 has been a mess if you've tried to take that breakdown, at least in the last few minutes here. Let us know what anything you guys are looking at. We're in 2 minutes. We're going to get an early look on the imbalances. Never know what you're going to get. Although the last couple of days, unless it's the month end, it's been NVIDIA or there was NU because it was that big, I think it was a downweight, it was an addition, not a downweight. Big addition, it was NU.
NU, you want to talk about $100,000 days. People were messaging me some crazy nets that they made on NU that day when I showed the imbalances, and a lot of people are like, they just punched in when I punched in. I didn't punch in enough shares to make $100,000, but apparently other people did. And that just ripped up like 20 or 30 pennies. Not you're welcome from me, but we'll show those every day. So thank you for you guys for making sure that you watch us every single day, and we'll show those imbalances for sure. Look, I hope that we showed sort of our versatility a little bit here as well with trading U.S. steel today. Not only we were just talking about it, trading Palantir, right? Like pretty, again, not a low cap name, but a $30 name. AMD, again, 140. Amazon, very, very similar. Again, big major cap tech names with NVIDIA as well, easily. I mean, NVIDIA is such a huge name today for the floor. We've talked about that. Palantir here, and then US Steel, like a news-based name. I wasn't even, we definitely missed the news, but we come in here and I just offer enter. Take the short, and we had an out, so it's a little irresponsible, but we had heard the news and we'd seen this before. We had seen the collapse of US Steel before on similar news, and I don't exactly remember the date. It must have been right here. And then it continued even the next day. So I was like, this story is definitely not over. It's if anything just started. So there it is, nice downside move there as the buyout between Nippon and US Steel becomes in question. And there's nothing wrong. The buyout hasn't been canceled or anything. It's just...
It said it might, but it might be. That's the whole
Kamala
point.
Harris and company do not support really. And you had to know that was coming, right? I mean, they're not going to support US Steel being bought by a Japanese company.
Well...
So we'll see.
No, I'm joking.
Right? Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I was just kind of being facetious.
Yeah, so there you go. So a nice downside move there for US Steel as it continues. We have 5% of Palantir left, so don't worry about that. We got a great out down here when we came back into the days. I don't know, is that even the day's low? No, this little low right there. We were sitting in front of it, then we were sitting at it. So good cover there with 5% left of this trade. And then I'm just living the good life right now. We're waiting for NVIDIA to see what winds up happening. I have not moved that order, although it's at right now, Daryl and company, it's at 106.11 or so for the 50-period moving average. I'm still going to give this to 106.25. So if it breaks that quarter level, then we will get out. Good spin there, Michelle Lloyd. Money bag, money bag, money bag.
It's been a hot minute since those were actually winning for me.
Yeah.
So I said I would show you guys the early look. Nothing. TRP, AT&T, Lumen. I feel like Lumen's there every single day, but remember Lumen's pretty cheap, so 700,000 doesn't matter. Walmart's a little bit of a buy. You guys can see there's not much out there. Oddly enough, NU is there, but a very, very small. That is a small fraction of what NU was on Friday. It was 90 million to the buy side. Now it's 370,000, so I don't think I'm telling you anything crazy. That's not going to move the market. I would suggest none of these are very enticing. So I'm going to stay away. I think at 330, at 350 when the imbalances drop, it's been a good bet to look at NVIDIA if you're looking for something with a big imbalance. But then keep in mind this. I've been bamboozled by NVIDIA because it was a day I was looking to punch it. It came out at 1 million. And then a minute later, it was like 4 or 5 million. Like it updated almost within the first minute to a bigger imbalance, and then there was like a secondary push. So just because it comes out at a certain number, it's a live update. It's constantly changing. There's certain times where you get bigger changes, like 355, you can expect a bigger change a lot of times then. But just because it comes out a certain direction, the imbalance, it can always change. And you might miss the trading opportunity if you're not peeled at it. And I made a huge mistake that day because I know the second it came out a million, I'm like, oh, that's nothing on NVIDIA. My hands were off the keys. I wasn't even looking at it. And then maybe 30 seconds later, it was a 4 million imbalance. And there, in fact, was a move. So went for Apple off 220.50. It just broke. The second it got above that 220.50, I'm like, no, I want to be out. I only wanted the short consolidation for it to break into VWAP. As long as it does that, we'll be out of it. I traded it at VWAP. I traded it on this lower high. That's pretty much it. I do still think Apple in the higher time frame doesn't look, I know it made a turn today. I don't think it looks very bullish. You're still looking like a bit of a trend down in Apple. Not saying it's broken or anything like that, but I do think that this consolidation that it was in broke down and now is lost to 50-period moving average. So I'm more preferring, I should say, to look for shorts in this until it regains a 200-period moving average, which is exactly what it rejected today, 222. It's had a good day today, no question about that. CompuCare team, where do you guys get this imbalance locator? It's built in to P-Pro 8. So here at Real Trading, you log into P-Pro 8. It's one of the, obviously I have charts and different widgets. You have quote boards. All these are different aspects of the trading platform. So this is built in the locator, and then it's just in the market data feed. So if your broker doesn't carry it and you have direct market access, you can ask them if they have it available, because they're probably any decent broker is likely getting the data. It's just whether or not they have the product available to you. So it's market wide. It's not meant to be kept secret. They publish imbalances so that people can pair them off. That's the entire reason that imbalances exist, and displaying them publicly is so that you don't have crazy price action and people can come in and take the other side of the trade. So it's not like some big gigantic secret. We just decide to show it to everybody so you have that tool available to you.
All right, so as this day comes into a close, yeah, we'll wait for those market imbalance indicators to come through and what a difference a day makes, right? We talked about yesterday, we didn't have any green traders on the floor, and today it's 50-50, so we'll go awesome on that one. 10 traders on the floor, 5 positive, 5 negative today. That's great for a prop floor. And I mean, talk about odds of traders. That's a good one. And of course, you don't measure it based on dailies. I'm just letting you know how the day's been going. Yesterday was definitely a tough one. And then just to show you, if we don't have anybody green yesterday and half of them are green today, it's battling back, right? That means that there are a lot of traders in that position today that have battled back, and we'll see if we can continue that tomorrow. You don't get paid on one day. You got to put together a month when you're trading prop, and that's how we work here at Real Trading. You get paid for the aggregate of the month, so whatever you make for the 20 days. At the end of that, you'll get your cut, whatever that may be. So, yeah, today, much better today than it was the first day of the month. That is for sure. All right. Look, we almost got stopped out there. Look at that 50-period moving average. It came right in. We were about 10 cents away from getting stopped out right there. It comes up to 106.10. Now, I'm changing it, Mr. Darryl. 106. So right now, we will switch our stop. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly the way I should be trading. Trend, trend, trend. We talk about that all of the time. Over at the screen, the Dara.
Take a look here at some of these outsized moves on the S&P 500. One of them is going to be Intel, near low of days. In case you missed the story here, we actually did have the CFO at this conference held by Citigroup saying that the company is, quote, leaving no stones left unturned with regards to potential cuts. We've talked about their workforce cuts, but they also said they're not expecting any money to come from the U.S. CHIPS Act until the end of 2024 in any significant way. Also, Reuters reporting earlier today that their manufacturing business is having some issues due to some issues with Broadcom tests. AVGO reporting tomorrow. Next up here, we have Palo Alto Networks, PANW. This one added to the downside. We did have disappointing earnings from Zscaler ZS in that space day one today, but also had this company closing its acquisition of the SaaS assets from IBM. Last but not least, nice upside move for LVS, actually getting a price target decrease here from Morgan Stanley, but maintaining a buy rate or an overweight rating. So interesting look here for LVS near high of day, guys.
Yeah, strong look for LVS, and as you mentioned, not getting any of that chip money, CHIPS Act money until a little bit, significantly until a little bit later. They're gonna need that money. They need that cash. Try to keep politics out of it. But what's interesting, though, one of the few things that actually gets agreed on, I think, by both sides in the U.S. is, that they don't want to necessarily have all chip production or the majority of chip production be outside just for security reasons, right? Like think of all the chips that go into for military applications. It is something that's, I think, a little bit bipartisan. So I think they're eventually going to get that money, but it doesn't really matter for Intel. Like I said, they're nasty on the chart. I keep moving my trail. You can see it consolidating off the bottom here. So instead of out at 45, it just went down into this mid 30s in here with only about 20 minutes to go. Peanut, yeah, there are some earnings that we got to pay attention to. I just saw C3AI earnings. It's not out. I mean, it's 3:30. C3AI reports after market today. Now, with the market pulling back the way that it is, I'm just going to quickly show you a daily chart on C3AI. I'm still not the most familiar. I don't really know what they do. It doesn't really matter. But if these guys don't deliver, I think you're going to see that $20 again. Like it's only 15%. We were at $23 and consolidating. If it squeezes, there's so many great things that can happen. I would actually prefer them to somehow blow it out of the water and then just go squeeze into the upside. But this is just screaming to some massive support at this 20 level. And if it does gap down, like underneath 20 looks very, very juicy on C3I. It's a 23% short float. We'll find out after the bell tonight. We'll have Chris Brecher on. It's C3AI going to be for earnings. And again, the way that things have been tested, like if NVIDIA is going to get sold off and go into bear territory, if the AI plays are all sort of getting beaten down a little bit here, you got to ask yourself how that's going to bode for AI, if there's even anything they can point to negatively.
I put my stop. Yeah, I mean, it should be an interesting report there. I mean, just a software company at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to matter too much for NVIDIA or what that report brings. But, if they blow it out, I think it'll be a nice story. I think you have to be disappointed as an NVIDIA investor today, because I'm not disappointed at all as a trader. I think it's given great opportunities, and we've talked about that today. But, the fact that we are at 110 there, and that was exactly, it's so... I remember watching it when it was up here. We had just gone off the air, and it was like I was still in it and thinking that we were going to break 110. When we did not, we got out on a 109.50 break back down lower, which turned out to be fantastic. And then the reload, and then this is why today we have just we basically nailed the top, then we nailed that, then we nailed the top there. So it's easy to say like today is a very good day, because it is. But at the end of the day, that 110, I could have made everything even way more than what we had lost yesterday, just simply by putting a couple shares right here at 110 and just talking about an easy day trade. Breaking 110, you break it, I get out. I don't know whether or not you give it 20 cents or whatever. That's the limit there on that kind of a trade. So the fact that we didn't do that, I am a little bit, disappointed. I don't think is the right word. You could always do better on your trades. We do talk about that. It's just more like I should have done better there on that trade. So yeah, I guess I am a little bit disappointed on that one. So we'll just wait to see. Could have shorted that. Our stop is still now at 106. If it breaks above that, we will get out of what we have left, and that's going to be half. So we'll wait to see if that comes through. Now for NVIDIA, a little bit of a play. We did good on Palantir. I just wanted to bring that was this to everybody's attention as well. Palantir, our stop is going to be 55. So if we break above that, then we'll get out. And I am bidding 37 or something down here to see if we get that same fill that we got before, although that was 38. So maybe that will come in. Just to check back in on X. We only have 10 minutes till these imbalances come out. Unless there's something to scalp right now. What is Google at? I don't want to be in something for too long, GOOGLE, because the thing is like these imbalances could hit and then snap. The stock goes one way. Google's still red on the day, which is fine. Nice bounce off 156. We talked about this earlier today. This name has to hold down here. That's the 200 period moving average. I'm not buying any more of it. I'm already in this name, obviously. But right now, Google down here at the 200. Let's see if it does hold. This could slip up. And if it does, I think 150, we did hit that there on August 5th. Not that that matters, but that was a level there that's been seen before. We'll have to watch out for that one.
You know what else about Google?
Yeah.
It's not just the 200 period on the daily. It's also at the 50 period on the weekly. So like this is like double barrel level 155 for Google. So I haven't dip bought Alphabet in any of this move, but when I look at this weekly, like look at how this is respected in both directions, the 50 period on the weekly for Alphabet, going back to right here. It's like March of 2022. April of 2022. Underneath, rejected. The second it breaks, look at it consolidate above and then break out, then hold, bounce once. If it closes this week above, I'm going to be a buyer, but this is a weekly chart, right? So it's completely meaningless on Wednesday that it's quote unquote bouncing off the 50 period moving average. You don't know that until Monday of next week, whether it's actually done that. So it's not always that you'll get moving averages that line up like that, but a significant moving average support for Alphabet on the daily, significant moving average support on the weekly. Okay, so ASTS, we still have 15 minutes to go. ASTS still hasn't broken 33, but it's getting down there and getting close again. So like I said, I tightened my stop on Intel. This is the one I wanted to break that even dollar. Probably should have had the 34 break, because if the pattern was 36, 35 did it twice, and then 34 broke. It's not a defense, it's just the truth. I didn't take the break because it was right in front of VWAP. I didn't want to be shorting it essentially at VWAP as it was heading in, but it broke anyway. So 33, we'll see if it has a chance to go. What did I just drop? I just dropped my phone in my pocket. 33, we'll see if it goes. But if it's 350 or like 348, 349, and it still hasn't happened, then I'm not likely to be in that breakdown trade. You want there to be time for it to run. I'm going to have to get up to the desk. The consolidation is nice. It's confirming the weakness underneath VWAP, but it's no good if it can't break down here on ASTS, unfortunately. And Starbucks, just another quick note on Starbucks. because I had mentioned I was on the bid at 92, looking for this break. Well, it broke, went all the way into 92.40, which was the last consolidation zone. I didn't get the long when it was down there. So now that it's back here on the weekend, I'm not just weekend of the move, I'm not going to sit on the bid. A little bit late in the day for that. It would made the break off the 92 even. I was thinking it would be 91.5, where the support was on the 15-minute, but Starbucks kind of already did the move. If you got it, great. If you don't have it, I'm not just going to get on the bid because I liked it 20 minutes ago. It's changed a bit because the market bounced, and now it's heading right back into the lows. So no more strength in, well, at least for now, in Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks, good little swing trade there. We are out of the majority of that one. We only have one more. We're not even here on Friday. We have one more day to go, and then we have a tournament. It's hockey tournament season has started
already.
Yeah, they've only had one practice.
Wow.
She's on the ice all the time, but there's only been one practice so far.
That's intense.
Very intense. It's up in Brampton for the first couple of games here on Friday. The big one there, the CAA Center.
Oh yeah, of course.
So that should be very, very fun to go to that one. I think our first game.
Yeah, there's nowhere else it would have been.
Yeah, no. We played in a lot of. No, Brampton has a lot of rinks. So.
Yeah, but the CAA is the.
No. Yeah, well, they don't. There's no fans, right? Okay, so Nvidia right here, $3 now. Oh, we did get. So we did get stopped out. Well, not stopped out. We did get out of that piece that we said if it does break above 106. So we will just chicken dinner winner. Oh man, I was saying we had that jerk chicken for lunch. We had barbecue chicken last night. So I was like, oh man, of course it has to come the same food. That's so funny. Like some days my wife will we don't even have fish and chips that often, and the next day I'll be fish and chips here. There was that funny day when it was broccolini she made, and then the next day it was broccolini here. We of course get the salads, and the new caterer.
Don't have to worry about that.
The old caterer is back. I know I like the salads from this guy here, so pretty happy with that. All right, so again, out of some Nvidia, we'll see what winds up happening. Our trade on Palantir will come in and come out once that's hit. I was going to look. We talked about Affirm yesterday being the short at 46, and we looked back, and that's exactly where it went. Coinbase today we didn't look at, but I can see that it's nice that crypto is back up to 58 right now, so that could be something to look at. We wrote down Mara down at $14.75, $15. We can have a look. But Affirm really has fallen off of that level. I mean, yesterday was the day that we had thought that this could have possibly, and of course, it doesn't get to 46, but it gets to 45, I guess. Yesterday, we had marked it down. I think it was on our sticky note there for 46. It's because if you go back, there's going to be a 46. Anyways, I think you have to go. It must be on the daily, not the 20-minute chart. But anyways, a level up here for Affirm. And maybe it was even the day before. Just wasn't going to get to that high. Oh, here it is. Yeah, right into here. So here's 46. Okay, so I knew. Not going as crazy as sometimes I think I am.
Double tap 40.
I'm going more crazy. Yeah, but right there. So again, we looked at 46 there. I was like, if it gets there, you can give it, because if in Affirm, I got to give this $1 probably, right? And that top there is 48. So it was a difficult trade to take out 45, but there it is. Nice sort of top there, coming right back into that area. It's the same reason we went long Starbucks, long Nike, all that. Zoom back out. Neil mentioned weekly charts. I think that if you do that, you can get a good idea of some possible support areas. It doesn't really mean anything. Stocks will make up their own mind. And then often, because of how stocks are priced, they're priced to perfection. So it's almost like a story has to hit that you're not thinking about in order to get it to move off some of these levels. So that can always happen. I mean, look, see Boeing, right? There can't be a week and a half without a story.
You know, they caught a bid
on
today.
BA. Did they catch a bid today? See, there you go. So that's another example of what you never know.
Up 1 2/3 on, well, okay, almost 1 2/3. It's obviously changing every single minute. The bad news, in addition to missing some data in there, is they pulled back, went right into 166. And then the worst news about Boeing is it probably bounced because it was at a 52-week low. So it kind of wicked the bottom at 160, didn't follow through, and there's the support at the 160 level holding up. So that's good and bad. Good in that it bounced off support. Bad that it was there in the first place for Boeing. So yeah, it's now 348. Probably, I mean, Astis doesn't look like it wants to break 33 here. Certainly running out of time to do so. I guess you could have scalped it off VWAP. I was looking for the breakdown of this consolidation, because to me, if it lost 33, you had a chance, like you could get down into here at 31, but it's not falling apart. Sometimes it's pretty bullish when the breakout price from the morning ends up holding. Like there's your pre-market highs, there's your breakout price just before 11 o'clock, and now that's holding in the afternoon on the way back in after successive breakdowns on ASTS. It would be very, very spicy if this would have taken out $40. There's a lot of people. I'm going to imagine a lot of people are caught off sides if this thing can get back to highs, because you have to think with the price to sales, and it was like a $2 stock going into $40. When this started to pull back underneath 30, for it to get underneath 30 for a couple of days, if it were to retake 40, that would be a nice little squeeze play. You got to break out levels for stocks to squeeze. Just ask DJT about that. So 1 minute to go until we get the imbalances. Not to bag on DJT, but you know, if you can't break out, no matter how much it would go up, if you can't break out the next level, then the chart ends up looking like this on DJT. And it's not to pick on them. It's just I just know when I look at this chart. Can we come to the chart for a second? There we go. Like if you don't break out resistance, like here, couldn't hold above a resistance level, trend down. Couldn't hold above a resistance level, you can't break it out. You can't break it out, then you're trend down. Now what happens when you do break a resistance level? There's one right here. Break it and rally. So squeeze names, got to get through resistance to squeeze. If you don't, then the short sellers are just going to keep leaning on it until the cows come home. So 10 seconds to go to the imbalances. I don't have to tighten up the stop on Intel because it's already there. I'm expecting maybe we get something on NVIDIA. We've seen it before, but keep eyes glued to it for at least 30 seconds to a minute after. Sometimes the imbalance comes out as nothing. It is 4 million to the buy side on NVIDIA. Can you get 106s still? No, you cannot. It's 106.40 already. So 4.2 million, now 3.7 million to buy. Intel is a small buy. Probably just worth punching out of that. 1.2 million is a small buy for them. Walmart's a buy at $1 million. Cisco's a buy at $1 million. What else do we have here? Apple's a buy at just under 1 million shares. So I'm going to suggest it's probably an overall buy. Yep. The market is $2 billion to the buy side. NASDAQ, 675 million. The Dow, 780. The Mag 7, 455. But the biggest is NVIDIA. 3 million buy imbalance into 333 million shares. It doesn't sound so big when you compare it to the volume on the day, does it?
It does not. We will get out at 50 on Palantir there. We just punched out on NVIDIA, 106.50 or whatever it was, 106.50, I guess. Right there was breaking that level. We had 10%. We got it. So we had 5% left, or maybe I think it was even less than 5% left on NVIDIA for that little turnaround. I didn't even have it up. Let's just go like this. There it is, 2.1 million, as Neil just mentioned there. Is there anything else that's of interest? Not really. BAC, that name, I think, continues to work, no?
Isn't Warren Buffett selling that at every chance he gets?
Not successfully if he is, but I mean, it's right now, it's okay. It's at these highs, been up for a little bit here. Nice move there for the upside on BAC. I mean, again, going to look a little different, right? I mean, some of these stocks look different every single day. We'll see if BAC can break above this $41 mark. That could be the wall. So we'll see. Maybe, as Neil mentioned, man, if he's selling it, you're going to see walls put up. So we'll see. A lot of people talk about put walls and all this. All right, I guess we have to. I'm hearing some NVIDIA news. Oh, they have not been subpoenaed by the DOJ, apparently.
Okay.
I'm going to go long on that news just to see what happens. We'll see. 106. We'll just put a stop a little bit lower than that one. Might not matter. 106.
Well, that's counter to what was said this morning, correct?
I guess that story was that they had been subpoenaed.
That's what I thought it was.
So anyways, we're going to go long on that news right now. Sounds good enough to me. Not something from the DOJ, different than something. So
the story this morning was that they had been subpoenaed. Bloomberg had reported that they'd been subpoenaed, and that was the story this morning. So this is them rebuffing that story.
Yeah, so we'll just take this just for a trade. I mean, it's going to flip over at 55. It doesn't seem like it's really reacting. That's from the Benzinga Pro platform. We want to give a shout out to Ryan Faluna and Benzinga Pro. Hearing that now, we just went long at 70s here. We're going to get out if it breaks 40s or 50s down to the downside. We'll just let this one float and see if there is something there. But that's what it is. So they're just refuting that story. So we'll take a shot here into the end of the day and see if we can't just we've already have no LFT. We're at our highest spot. We did give up some realized profits because of where NVIDIA was, but here it comes up to the upside right now. I'm offering 107.15. Let's just see a 107 break. We could have just taken out. We could have just got there at 107, but for right now, it's pushing around. It's NVIDIA. I'm going to assume Adara has more.
this actually just being circulated around social media now, but from what I'm seeing, this was initially coming out here from the NVIDIA spokesperson at the same time as the imbalances here at 3:50 p.m. So 3:50 p.m. NVIDIA spokesperson saying the company has not been subpoenaed by the DOJ, contrary to that Bloomberg report we got after the close yesterday around 4:30 p.m. With the Bloomberg reporting that the DOJ has subpoenaed NVIDIA. So again, basically saying they've not been subpoenaed. This coming out actually a little bit before it circulated around social media, initially reported at 3:50 p.m., guys.
Yeah, and Paul in the chat there is saying the whole sell-off last night, I mean, I don't know if it's the entire move, but significant portion of that aftermarket move in NVIDIA was because of that Bloomberg story. Like it sold off into 105. Like it closed at 108 and sold off into 105 on that news story. So again, good that it's, you're getting the good juice here, but you always have to keep your ear to the ground because sometimes something gets reported and, it is what it is. I think that could be bullish for NVIDIA going into tomorrow. I did trail out of, like I said, I would get out of Intel, tight the stop up when the bounces came out. Came out of buy, it didn't even go up. It went up 3 cents, maybe 5 cents. I got out, and now it's right back into the low. So they tend to not care about the imbalances on Intel in either direction. It just gets paired off every single time, although I would venture this. If they kick them out of the Dow, that day Intel's imbalance, or whenever the heck they would do it, that day maybe it would matter a little bit more if there was an index action. That's when you want to sink your teeth into it.
Oh, wow, yeah, that would be... Oof.
Well, it's not crazy talk, is it?
I think it does come out of
yeah, because at some point...
I just say, wow, that imbalance would be...
Well, I mean, because think about it, like, it's been around so long and has been a stalwart for such a long period of time. Like, how many funds are wrapped up into it because it's still in the Dow? The second it's not in the Dow anymore, I mean, every trader and their mother, if that's a delete, is going to be trying. Like, it's the same way new was a big buy bounce. You get 50 million selling bounce on Intel or whatever it is. I'd be excited. But it's past 355. I just make sure I've canceled all my stops. Obviously ASTS, like I said, is not going to make that move for us. It's going to probably break. It'll test 33 in the aftermarket, and I did still have a stop over there, so I'll just go ahead and cancel that. So yeah, ASTS, good move. I think it's great that it held on to 33. I was looking for a flat bottom break. I like the fact that it's held 33 for the bulls because that's the breakout price from earlier. Ryan was on this one talking about VWAP. He had that at 31 when it got back through VWAP. So I'm just going to make sure we get locked and loaded. I got to get up to the desk. I know I said C3AI, but there's also HPE and ChargePoint as well. There's other names.
There was some other names.
I only mentioned C3AI because it was top of the brain with the move in AI and all that, the AI names and all that kind of stuff. So we'll get to the desk. We've got Chris Brecher on in the aftermarket show tonight. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes, everybody. Hopefully, it would be nice if U.S. Steel would do that every single day. But now that if the deal gets scuttled, there's not much left for them at this point. Like, it's like, how much worse can the news get than what it already is?
How much is a pint of ice cream in Toronto? I don't know, $6.
Huh?
I don't know.
That's a kind of random question.
Yeah, someone's asking. Oh, they asked, Erie Pages asked me what my favorite ice cream was. I said pistachio gelato because, being in Rome there, I know you're going later on. Gelato is the jam. I really take a liking to pistachio. I like hazelnut. But for just, French vanilla is a pretty good, just generic ice cream, I think. I don't know. I like the pralines and cream, like where a little bit of nut action up in there. I like that. You know what I like ice cream sandwiches. All right, 357. All right, so we took that shot on NVIDIA. It was nothing really. We lose there, breaks through 50s, and we get out. So there goes NVIDIA. We tried that, a little 20-cent hit there on that DOJ news. And the thing is like, now apparently CNBC is reporting the same thing. So Bloomberg gives it to us. It doesn't really seem like it does too much here after that. So I don't know. If there's no movement on that, then I don't think that's a big story. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with NVIDIA. I'm pretty flat on my opinion on the market. I mean, the market right now is down 0.01. Just a quick check on some of the different indexes today, sectors today. U.S. oil, wow, nice little downside move for oil today. Down 2% goes oil. So this is USO though, right? Might be a little different, light sweet crude, but there's USO down 2%. Let's check out if gold was saved today. And again, the NASDAQ's pretty flat, right? Down 0.1. So we'll say the equity market's pretty flat here, but it's GLD right now, flat as well. We talked about IWM. I think this might be the worst of them here today. Only down 0.11, so maybe that's wrong. The S&P 500, if we come over here. Yeah, the S&P 500 right now is down 0.12 as well. So gold, oil, we talked about Bitcoin right here to 58,000. Let's check in on IBIT right now to get a rough estimate of where Bitcoin is today as opposed to where it was yesterday. IBIT and Bitcoin right now only up 0.33% as we look over there. You know, the one thing that I looked at today with Ryan there, XLRE, this is the real estate trust, so this is up 0.32 as well. This reminds me of XLE, which of course is the oil services right there, down 1.37, so not down as much as oil, but still a nice downside move for XLE. You know, Dr. Copper, COP, right there, X. We can find out what's happening with the copper gold miners. They were down yesterday. Not sure about today. Relatively flat with no volume coming through on copper. I mean, there's so many ETFs. MSOS. Let's have a quick look at marijuana names. We had that news from Trump yesterday. Marijuana names flat again. So we're just reviewing some of the sectors here, as we like to do, obviously, on the show, as there's many of you that are in many different names that we may have not gone over. XLF, one of the best names around as far as financial ETFs are concerned. One that we always look at. A nice move for XLF, up 0.1 today. With only 15 seconds left, it's countdown time. So let's run that now. There we go, 10 seconds. There's Adara. You see uranium up as well, 1.5%. XLE's down. She's dancing. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Utilities also upside. Cancel all of your script orders. We have done that. Thank you so much for everyone joining us once again today. What a fantastic day. I want to thank our guest Ryan Faluna for coming through. I want to thank all of our sponsors again today for coming through. Trade the Pool, Real Trading Campus, Real Trading coming through, Benzinga coming out, Moo coming, Justin. We want to thank Justin for yesterday. Great topics there. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Ramin, Fabian, Brendan. Yeah, we'll thank Brendan. Thanks to Sharif as well. Adara, always killing it. We saw her today. Big shout out to everybody part of the Trader TV Live family. All right, without any further ado, thanks Bears vs. Bulls. And I want to forget you. Let's go over to the desk. It's Mr. Roberts' neighborhood.
Good. Thank you very much, Sean. Yeah, I feel like I should have the cardigan on I should have the cardigan on because it's cold up here at the desk. But it was a hot and cold day for the markets. You went from red to green to red on both the NASDAQ and the ES today. So it was a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde kind of day. You had a lot of strength in some names like NVIDIA and some of the chip names off the open, catching a bit of a bid and trending to the upside. And then we lost a bit of those gains at the end of the day. A stock that was weak like Apple ended up the day relatively strong. So that was a big change there. And we talked about that lower than expected JOLTS openings today. We'll see what happens on Friday. So mixed reaction to JOLTS. On Friday, we get some more employment data and we can see what's going on with the overall economy then and how we react to news. I mean, good news is supposed to be good now. Bad news is supposed to be bad again. We are waiting for some earnings after market. We've got C3AI. We're expecting them at 4:05, although it might be out early on C3AI. I haven't seen anything on the wire. Let me just refresh it because I do feel like C3AI is starting to make some power moves in here. We're expecting them at 4:05. We will see if I don't see the numbers out. Nothing just yet on AI, but maybe it's just a simple case of the usual, some fat fingers early or some people deciding they want to get a kickstart on earnings because nothing is out yet after market on C3I, so just going to have to be patient for it. Be careful trading the aftermarket. If you're ever trading the aftermarket on earnings, at a bare minimum, have an idea that they're out. Unless your intention is to somehow guess what they are going to be. We're expecting a move of 14.3%. Last time it was 19. So the fact that it just went a couple of points here, not a very big deal on C3I. We'll let you guys know when the numbers come through for them, and also HPE's coming out at 4:05. We do have CHPT. They will be out at 4:10. It was a nasty day for some energy. Is looking at the sector recap before we get into some earnings. USO down a couple of points. You had UNG down 3 points in here. Not looking good. XLE was down 1.5 points on the day. So pretty rough day for energy. And the real bad news for XLE, yikes, 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 losing the 200 period moving average. There was this slight looking trend break just last week on XLE, and that's been given up. Retesting potentially some lows here from back into August. It's like August 5th was that bottom. Could be retesting those lows. A bit of a reversal happening in energy. It was starting to pick up a bit after this recent pullback, but XLE not looking very healthy as we speak. Still waiting on C3AI, as mentioned. It's a big short squeeze name. I do expect there should be some fireworks on it. But if you're looking at what happened today, I find it very interesting when the market, you get all this energy to the downside, and TAN decides it's trying, up 1%. It's on the good side today. I mean, silver had a good day, uranium had a good day, wheat had a good day. All these randos decided that they were going to be green today. But I keep an eye on this because a lot of people are like, oh, when's the bottom going to be? Well, it's done one thing, made a bottom and then held a higher low. And once it can take out the 50 and 200, this could be a nice little interesting turnaround point for the solar ETF. They've been getting beaten up. You know, rates are coming down. That's going to be good in the general sense for the solar plays. I'm not telling anybody to go long that until it's back above the major moving averages. You can just be happy that it's not making some fresh lows as far as I'm concerned. So we're about to hit 405 in here. As I said, HPE, C3AI, those are the first two that we're expecting to come through. HPE's implied move is 9%, so it's at $18 right now. So if it were to go to 1960, you go up here in the daily, that's pretty much, it is exactly, like the 50-period moving average is the expected move up on HPE, and it looks like we got C3AI first. C3AI... Yeah, in shocking fashion, C3AI is down 13%. You can want squeeze names to go up, but that doesn't mean they're going to. So the numbers are out here. Total revenue, $87 million. That's 21% up year over year. That's not bad. Subscription revenue was up 84% year over year there. Not seeing any comparables with this just yet. Cash reserve, $760 million. They had a loss of 50 cents per share. Their non-GAAP loss was only 5 cents per share. They did have a gross profit. I'm not seeing anything with regards to comparisons just yet for C3AI, but it doesn't matter. The stock is absolutely tanking. You're now down 12% on C3AI. And to me was going to be the concern, was that if you're selling off in the AI names and with the AI names and the chip names in a general sense, how's a company like C3AI going to fare if there's anything to point to negatively? And you are seeing it test underneath $20 as we speak. We're mentioning that $20 level on the live show in the afternoon. It's not the last line of support, but it is the last line for this year of support, and we are underneath that. So not a good look for C3AI. Yeah, now you're seeing, so quarter over quarter, they did have slowing growth on a quarterly basis. Not a great look for C3AI. I don't see anything yet on HPE. We are expecting them out as well at the same time at 405. They should be out. I'm seeing, no, not yet. No, nothing yet. There we go. Now HPE just dropped the numbers. It's not moving a heck of a lot here. So HPE was down initially, now back to the upside and just sort of hanging in the range. But they reported 50 cents a share, beating estimates by 6%. 2% increase over earnings from the same period last year. Their quarterly sales, $7.7 billion. That also was a beat, although a very slight one, 0.6% of a beat. That's 10% increase over sales of $7 billion for the period last year. So Hewlett-Packard with small beats here on the top and bottom lines. I'm not seeing anything with regards to I want to see some guidance out of HPE. I'm not seeing anything with regards to guidance out of HPE just yet. Here we go. Now there's a guidance just dropped on HPE. They're seeing 52 to 57 cents versus 55 estimates. So that's right at the midpoint. Revenue, 8.1 billion to 8.4 billion versus estimates of 8.17. So that's actually, that's the midpoint slightly higher than estimates. Full year, 192 to 197 versus 192. Again, that's the top end of the range. So it's slight beats on top and bottom. It's slight beats for the guidance on HPE, and it's down a point. It tried to break 19 even, couldn't even get there. The expected move on HPE would have taken it upside to $19.60, and that's a 50 period on the daily. They're not buying any of this. Well, when I say they, I mean the market right now is not buying any of this. So slight beats apparently not good enough for them. That's not a great sign. Now you're starting to tank. Now they're starting to sell it off here on HPE, down to $18. So doesn't matter whether you beat. There's no such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just now you're doing it again. It's not even Fabian doing it to me. Now we have Ramin messing around like camera 1, camera 2. Well, you know what? It's a kerfuffle for HPE. Do not get married to where the earnings went. Just because it's a beat or a miss doesn't mean the stock has to go in that direction. I think we're seeing some concern here in HPE, and it's probably has to do with the sector. C3AI is trying to catch a bit off $20. It's not doing a very good job of that. They're still dropping pretty nasty here. Now we have finally seeing some, do they have the guidance out on this? Nope, this is just a repeat of what we already knew. I'm still not seeing any guide from C3AI. Not that it matters, they're still down around those lows. Not a very good start here for C3AI and HPE, both of them working to the downside and not looking very good here. I think C3AI might be pretty interesting to trade tomorrow if it can hold underneath the $20 level, but keep in mind it's finding a consolidation at prior support on the daily. That can be a pretty big deal. So looking pretty nasty. Charge point looks like they are now out. Just seeing 109 in revenue. That's not a heck of a lot. Margins for ChargePoint, 24% versus margins of 26. That's not even moving here. So it's a cheap name. It's got a 27% short float. I thought this would be moving around a little bit here. They did guide revenues of 85 to 95 million. Obviously, yeah, that's not a huge number when they're looking at second quarter revenues of 109. So they're guiding to lower revenues here on ChargePoint. But this is not moving in the aftermarket. You're essentially flat on a $2 name, a sub $2 name. That's not going to do it. You need a squeeze name like that, 26% short float, $2. That's got to be going double digits. We don't care what's going on in ChargePoint. So just going to check back in on C3AI. It's now down at $19.50. Still can't catch any kind of a bid. And what goes up must come down. Now 5% to the downside. Still an inside move for HPE, but to the downside. It's top and bottom beats. It's also a beat on the guide for HPE, but it's not mattering. That kind of tells you a little bit of something about what this market is doing on earnings. If it's not all good, then watch out, because you're going to get punished. At the first sign of weakness, or it's just not good enough, and you're going to get hit to the downside. But before we get into any more, I know we're going to have Chris Brecher on in a quick little second. There was a bit of a story, and Adair was mentioning this to me on Beyond Meat right before the close that I wanted to see if I could give to you guys. I thought it was moving a little bit more than this, but yeah, so right at the close, they said they're launching a new steak alternative as it focuses on health. Now take that however you want. A new steak alternative as they focus it on health. Now, obviously, Beyond Meat's had some issues with their products not being healthy. I'm not exactly sure what that means, and the market doesn't seem to want to buy that either. So there was that story. I thought maybe with a 42% short float, Beyond Meat could move on something like that. Unfortunately, they don't seem to care about that at all. Yeah, now you're starting to see some guidance. Alex, I was about to put that in, and thank you very much. I just saw the guidance as well for C3AI. It's right in the midpoint. So 37 versus 395, and the midpoint is 83. So that's pretty much as expected. That's going to hit it kind of right on the nose. It doesn't matter. It's getting sold anyways. So certainly quarter over quarter, they did have a decline in revenue quarter over quarter. That seems to be the missing hump here, and it's looking pretty nasty there. Down 18% on C3I. And the good news for traders here, implied move was 14%. So we're getting what we want. We're getting an outsized move on C3AI, which was pretty much what a trader wants to see. The inside moves on earnings, I'm never as excited to see those. But you guys let me know when we are ready. We are ready. You know what time it is. It's time for a little trader talk because Chris Brecher is locked and loaded. Chris Brecher, our good friend from Simpler Trading. Simpler Stocks, good to see you at Simpler Trading. Good to see you again today. It's been a wild one. I mean, yesterday everyone's talking about the largest notional decrease in terms of value lost in a single stock ever, and that was NVIDIA. You had, I think, I counted 5 or 6 large cap, not just software names, but actually chip names that were 7 to 10% to the downside. Then this morning, it looked like we were ripping some faces off early, only to end up red on the NASDAQ and on the ES. So it was a very, call it like a seesaw, yo-yo kind of day or the last couple of days. It doesn't make me feel good when the market's down that much yesterday, and when you get a relief rally, it's not sustained very well. I don't like that. What are your thoughts on the action we've seen?
Well, number one is we called Friday, that the day after Labor Day, I don't know why everybody keeps talking about that you go up the day after Labor Day. If you take the rewind function on Thinkorswim and you go back all these years, so you go back to September 2020, and you're going to see what's happened the day after Labor Day. It's not pretty. So at all. I mean, it's gotten destroyed, actually. This one was about 3% it opened down. For the last 7 years, every year, the day after Labor Day, the market's gapped down. So we came in short, thank goodness. So that's one of them. So it's just that's what's been happening. But it's also about that thing like you and I have talked about of respect the break in either direction. So when everybody thought that we had some kind of bull flag here, really it's just respect the break in either direction. It's just really hard to short a market here when you wanted to short it up here. Actually, it's back like this. There. So right in there. So in this zone, that's where we came in short, so we were anticipating it. But I thought I'd show you something else that I thought was pretty cool. We mentioned last week that we called it the big kahuna. So the big kahuna is this, but I first thought I'd show this because I forgot I had this up here. So this is the big kahuna is the 50 simple moving average. So to me, the big elephant in the room is that the NASDAQ was decisively under the 50. So I know we talked about that last week.
Yeah.
So when the NASDAQ went under it, the probability is the S&P would at least go to it, which is what happened. But then you got the next thing, and that's this gap. Let me take that off. A little hard to see all that. So you see the NASDAQ filled the gap from August 14th. Let me move this over. There we go. So the NASDAQ's filled it. So to me, then the probability is the S&P is going to fill it as well. Then you have that the NASDAQ's close to filling the August 12th gap. That would be ugly. That would get you to 3650. So my first priority is definitely to lean short into that gap until that's objective. Or the NASDAQ goes straight up and the ES goes down. But right now, these have had similar charts since the end of last year. Very similar, except now. So you could go on the gaps. You could go on the moving averages, as you see the moving average. Or you can actually do it this way. You just take the fib retracement from that whole ugly sell-off in August and see that the NASDAQ is at the almost the 50% retracement when the ES is not even at the 61.8. So that's why if I'm going to play on the downside, I'm going to play ES stocks right now. But yes, that's also why on the close, when we saw NVIDIA get pounded, we're like, if NVIDIA is getting pounded again, then the ES ain't going up. So that's why we lean short later in the day. Now we got this. You know what I'm going to mention? You can call it a flat bottom bear flag or a bretcher ledge. That's what I'm watching for tomorrow.
A
So you already
bretcher
have the
ledge.
NASDAQ's already down here. So I'll put the NASDAQ over here on a 15 or an hourly. There. There's your NASDAQ. There's your gap. There's your bretcher ledge. If this doesn't hold, you're talking about here. So that's what we're going to be watching tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Whether you call it a flat bottom break or I like this, I like the bretcher ledge. Maybe we'll get you a graphic for that. It's great sounding. It's all about what it means, right? And to me, all this means is you're on the precipice and you're at that area where usually you're going to find on a long term, you're going to find value buying and all that kind of good stuff at 50 period and 200 period moving averages on indexes and on big cap stocks. And you're on that precipice. We've retested it, but if the SPY joins the party, it's game over. But what you said about NVIDIA, that's where my head is at on that move is I'm almost a little biased to the short side tomorrow ahead of that, given the lack of bigger bounce in NVIDIA. NVIDIA was 10% down, which meant it was short sell restricted. And we were talking about this throughout the day, how sometimes you'll get decent bounces when a stock goes SSR, and then the next day it can catch a bit of a bid because it's harder to go short in the stock, and it's kind of a gimmicky sort of function of the market. But given how far and how deep that pullback was on NVIDIA, to be 10% down at one point, do a relief rally, and now they're down 1.7. Like, that is not good at all. I'm used to, if you have a capitulation type day, record setting type day to the downside, and you get a relief rally the next day, you're holding some of the rally. You're not going back into red. That's incredibly bearish to me. And it leans me into thinking, until something breaks down, if you have a breakdown, great, you're going to take the trade. But I'm going to be a little biased going into it because of the way that we finished. You know, the money wasn't coming into this at the end of the day like I would have expected on a relief rally. Are there any, outside of NVIDIA here, Chris, and I know you're looking at the SPY for that break, are there any individual names that you like more than others if we do get this break of the low or the 50 period on the SPY? If that bretcher ledge goes, are there any individual names that you like the most?
Yeah, let me show you at least what we did today, and I'll do it again tomorrow. So you have the theory, and let me go and change this to 3 grid. I call it 3 grid because I have so many 2 grids. But the way I look at this in here is this, is you were watching NVIDIA, like you said, and the lower NVIDIA went, to me, that meant the probability in NASDAQ then, really outperforming the ES went down. So when NVIDIA went down, we were watching the NASDAQ, and we were watching the NASDAQ, and you see, what happened in there. So what we were doing is when you got the rally this morning in the ES, and we watched the ES do this, and this was also on one of our charts about the ES and the resistance right here. That resistance. Yeah, this is posted before the opening. So when it got up near this resistance and the NQ was going down already, we were looking for the ES stocks that already weren't going up. So that's how we tagged JP Morgan. So definitely, if the ES is going to plunge below that 50, decisively plunge below it like the NASDAQ, then you're going to need the big ES stocks to go back at the minimum to their 50. So that's why we're looking at JP Morgan. I'd love to look at Deere, and I'll share something really interesting. Our theory also was that the YM, the Dow, would go back to its 50. So I don't have it here. Let me put it right here. So we'll just put the Dow over here, nice and big as the 50. So our theory was if the NASDAQ went to the 50, then the ES should go to the 50 and the Dow should go to the 50. Well, that's why it's so interesting to see Caterpillar go to a 50 that's in the Dow and Deere stay elevated and it's not in the Dow. I think that's really cool. But I think they're going to play catch up. So from the short side, I would start with the JP Morgans of the world. That's the first place I go. And, I know it sounds real simplistic, but we'll just go to the Dow Jones on the bottom left and we'll look at what's too extended. I know that's like real simplistic, but that's how we're doing it. So you'll see in here, like, why on earth is JP Morgan all the way up here? All the way up here, and Goldman Sachs is all the way to the 50. So we're going to play the stocks in the Dow that are too far over the 50. That can mean American Express. That can mean JP Morgan. Apple's, believe it or not, back at the 50. So Apple's out. But in deciding if we're going to play other things tomorrow on the short side, I'm going to play the things that haven't caught up yet on the downside.
Right. I think that's a great, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong when you say, oh, but this is such a simple idea or such a simple concept. That's the best way to approach it. If you can, that's the best way to approach a trade. And don't get me wrong, I've seen strategies that work for people that are incredibly complex. But if it's as simple as you're breaking a ledge, you're going to have the index break a support level. You want the things that can move the most. But the other thing it provides you with, if it's a late mover, is generally speaking, the late movers will give you better risk to reward in terms of exits. They'll be closer to recent highs as well, which sometimes will give you some better entry points. And one thing about JP Morgan, there was selling on that at the close today. Like right at 4 o'clock, there was some selling on JP. So maybe some people are getting ahead of the Bretcher ledge on JP Morgan. There was like a big bad wick. It's regained some of that in the aftermarket, but it was trending in the afternoon toward the highs, and then had some sell action come into it at the close. I'm gonna watch JP Morgan because of you, Chris. So I want to thank you for. I want to thank you for that. It's not usually a stock will trade outside of earnings, and Sean's brought it up a couple times for that relative strength. But to your point, when we start to roll over, I mean, NVIDIA's on watch every single day. I don't have to tell people to go look at the chip names. They're already going to do that. When you start thinking about, talk about Caterpillar and Deere, those two juxtaposed. And then the JP Morgans of the world, BACs, had Berkshire selling that thing every single day, it seems. They're selling more of that bank. So I think it's a fantastic look, Chris. I want to shout out to you for pointing out the Bretcher ledge. We're going to look out for that on the S&P tomorrow. Now, obviously, everyone's happy when stocks go up. I'm excited for the trading opportunity out there, but if it breaks, all we can do is react. In the long term, we want stocks to go up, but we have to trade that price action. Before we get you out of here, Chris, any final thoughts, anything you might be looking at that you haven't been able to get to, and tell everyone where they can find you?
Yeah, well, number one, definitely, I'm not saying that, I'm just thrilled all the time when markets go down. I'm just saying you need that kind of tool in your hip pocket, because there are times when that works, and you got to have that kind of tool if you're going to trade professionally. But the other thing is, and I know this is a broken record, but now I like it, is I'm looking at the MSOS, the pot stock ETF again. It got unnaturally destroyed later last week because they were putting off any kind of decision about it, about decriminalizing it. But I'm telling you, it's getting down to where it was before even any talk of decriminalization happened. So it's near a good risk reward, the MSOS, around 6.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there as well. Like, that's a big level, that 6. I think we were looking at that previously, I think maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, but like, it seems like it just cannot seem to break away from it. But election time, this time of year, this time in the cycle is generally when those types of stocks get a little bit more active. This is the right time to be looking at MSOS and all of the cannabis names. Chris Bretcher, great friend of the show. Thank you for being so generous with your time and your ideas out there. We'll see if that Bretcher ledge breaks tomorrow, and then everyone here will be ready for it. And I'll give you a shout out if the S&P breaks the 50. I'll make sure at least once I say the Bretcher ledge is gone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris Bretcher. We'll talk to you a bit later. Thanks again.
All right, take care.
The Bretcher ledge, the flat bottom break, whatever you want to call it. C3AI did that already today. which is lose every single support level. So whichever one you want to pick is what it broke. The guidance wasn't very good here for C. Well, okay, so C3 AI, it was kind of in the midpoint, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, who cares about the earnings? It's a fresh low. It's down at $18.50, 21% to the downside when 14 was expected. HPE beating the top and the bottom lines. Their guidance actually was pretty solid on HPE, and it didn't seem to matter. It's still heading into the downside, down at $18. The good news for them, expected move was significantly more than this. We're looking at about, I wanted to say it was up to like 19.6, looking for like $1.60 or something for it to go. Well, we didn't go that much to the downside, only down 5 points, but not a good look when the earnings are not that bad. I guess they were just waiting to dump ChargePoint because when the numbers came out, nothing happened for a couple of minutes. Oh yeah, by the way, ChargePoint did get down 10% plus. Now bouncing a little bit, so it is down 8 points in here, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. I mean, the big name everyone's going to be looking at, in addition to the Retro Ledge and the S&P 500 being at that 50-period moving average, is going to be NVIDIA. I don't love the fact that NVIDIA was looking strong in the morning for a relief rally day and then could not hold on to those gains. That's not a bullish sign. You should be holding on to gains when you have a relief rally. That's why it's called a relief rally. Now it just looks like a dead cat bounce temporarily here on NVIDIA. Before we get into roll call, I did want to go over one thing that I didn't get a chance to. And this is sort of, we don't always do the trade review. When I was on with Adara, a lot of time we'd be able to go over her trades, but I wanted to quickly, before we get our roll call on, want to discuss Affirm. Because this was a simple case of the structure of the trade was vastly different from my anticipation, as I was only looking short in Affirm. And there were some moments where the break at 14.60 was good. Right off the open, it gave you 70, 80 cents. But I shorted it twice, second time I lost. It then did a late short off that level as well. But I look back at that 15-minute, and you have to be able to do this. If the entire thesis was double top, break down, the other part of that is when it bounces off this level, where's first resistance? Because I'll show you what I didn't do on Affirm. Afternoon top, 42.42. It's adding insult to injury that 42 is my favorite number. It came right into 42 and then failed it. So if I'm looking at double top, trend down, it's not just a breakdown. I got to be looking at that short in here at 42. I want to make sure I show that to everybody out there. Affirm was my worst stock today because it rallied big off of the open, and that was my number one short idea, and I didn't get it at $42. Should have had it at that lower high. Now we can get to the roll call, and every time I do this, we're starting it off here. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls. The number one moderator in YouTube, keeping the chat united, cohesive, and positive, and everything you want in a good trading community. And that's all because of you, Bears versus Bulls, and all of our viewers and our trading community as well. So get your name out in the chat if you want to get a shout out. That's what it's all about. I'm going to shout out, of course, Chris Brecher. Thank you so much for being an awesome guest and giving us your time every single week. Shout out the entire team, of course. But let's get it started. We got Raul saying thank you to the entire crew. Rivian Millionaire, what up? He's shouting out Miguel Lopez. We got Havana Woody in Bristol and Easy Peasy, Just a Freakin', Richard V, Sean, Mi Cansado, Adrian, Bora Hout, Blue Arrow, Elon, Mofum, Yatube37, Mary S. Lyman. We got Easy Peasy again. We got Sean Heinrich, Monty G, Sam Yip. We got Sinful Davy and Mark L. Yeah, what up, Mark L? We love you. Travel Buddy. We got Michael Spadafora, Monty G again. We got Sharu72, Lionel Martinez, and now it's going too fast. We got Chase Bands, Ronnie Rosable, Almog Mazor, Francisco Guzman, Michelle, J Digital Reactions, CompuCare Team, Pitchbull, Mi Cansado again, H Dominguez, Trader Forever, Kanye East. Pretty solid name in there. Nakul as well. We've got Miguel Lopez, the Piper. Huge. Yo, you almost made me say it. You got me last time, Hugh. You're not going to get me this time. Thank you. So we got DJ as well. Can't get to all of them because our time is up. But you know what the best thing about this is? The best thing about Trader TV, the best thing about the markets is we get to do it all again tomorrow. It's just hump day. Tomorrow is Thursday. We got 2 more trading days. It's been a volatile start to the month and the final quarter of the year. We're looking for some more continuation of that. And C3AI is certainly looking like it's going to give us that continuation as it's headed to the downside. We'll look for that to break some bottoms. And then we'll see if we get that retro ledge break tomorrow on the S&P 500. So you know what to do. Come right back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We're Traded to be live, and we'll see you tomorrow.